I am Robert Monroe, Superintendent of Utica Community Schools. I am very pleased to welcome you to our Early Childhood Virtual Open House event. Utica Community Schools' early childhood programs give children the initial stepping stones into their educational future, inspiring a love for discovery and learning. At UCS, your child is welcomed into a safe and nurturing classroom by caring teachers. We introduce students to age-appropriate social and developmental learning skills, creating a strong foundation for a successful transition to kindergarten within our nationally recognized schools. Our teachers look forward to welcoming you to our family as you begin your child's academic journey here at Utica Community Schools.
Hello, and welcome to Utica Community Schools Early Childhood Virtual Open House. My name is CJ Waji, and I'm the Director of Community Education. Throughout our district, Utica Community Schools offers many options for early childhood learning. We understand the need for caring and nurturing environment for our youngest learners. We also know that not everyone has the same needs. For this reason, we're proud to offer a wide range of classes best suited for our families. Our programs provide learning and development opportunities for children ranging in ages infants through 5 years old. During this virtual open house, we're going to take a glimpse into all the programs we offer. Getting to know our early childhood programs is the best way to help you make an informed decision on which option is the best suited to your family. Our early childhood programs utilizes the Creative Curriculum, which is a research-based curriculum approved by the state of Michigan. The exception to that would be our Montessori program, which follows the Montessori philosophy and the Utica Community Schools learning standards. Now, let's get our virtual tour started. Our early childhood educators are eager to open up their classroom doors and invite you inside to see what Utica Community Schools early childhood has to offer.
Hello, and welcome to the tuition-based preschool program. My name is Kim O'Keefe, and I have been a preschool teacher with Utica Community Schools for 33 years. When you walk through the doors into one of our classrooms, it will be immediately evident the academic and social opportunities available to your child. Each classroom offers several different areas of interest. For example, this classroom offers reading and writing, math and science, dramatic play, blocks, art and games. These areas offer your child the opportunity to learn and grow developmentally. For example, when your child looks at books or is read to, they learn new words, listening skills, sentence structures, and eye-hand coordination. In the dramatic play area, they learn to take turns, gain self-confidence, learn cooperation, expressive language, and respect for one another. When building with blocks, your child is learning about shapes, size, gravity, spatial relations, problem solving, and using their imagination. In the Art Center, your child learns colors, creativity, muscle development, following directions, and independence. These are only a few examples of the skills your child will become familiar with while enrolled in our preschool program. Here at Utica Community Schools, we believe the importance of involving families in their child's preschool experience. We do this through parent-teacher conferences, classroom newsletters, and volunteer opportunities. Thanks for visiting, and as I say to the children at the end of each day, see you soon, be kind, and stay safe. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Cassie Edwards, the Child Care Coordinator for Utica Community Schools. Our full-day programs are designed to service the needs of our working families. Children are welcomed into inviting classrooms by one of our experienced caring teachers. The classroom environment provides learning opportunities throughout the day. Children interact with one another and teachers during free choice and small and large group activities. Literacy and math skills are introduced and practiced in all activity areas, including art, music, housekeeping, story time, and block play. We utilize on-site visitors to enhance the children's interests and learning experiences. Teachers use Creative Curriculum and Michigan Department of Education standards to guide their observations, assessments, and planning. Our classrooms also provide many opportunities for families to be involved in their child's preschool experience. We do this through classroom newsletters, volunteer opportunities, conferences, and holiday celebrations. If you are looking for a safe learning environment for your child where they can gain preschool and kindergarten readiness skills, while being cared for while you are away, then you've come to the right place. Please visit our UCS website to learn more about our full-day preschool programs. We are looking forward to having you join our family.
Hello and welcome. My name is Casey Amato, and I am thrilled to talk with you today about our Montessori program. The Montessori method encourages self-directed learning that promotes self-confidence, independent thought and action, and critical thinking while fostering social, emotional, and intellectual growth. This program is developed around hands-on learning, self-directed activity, and collaborative play. Montessori education is student-led and self-paced, but guided, assessed, and enriched by knowledgeable and caring teachers and a nurturing environment. In our Montessori classrooms, students work with materials to solve problems and learn. Our students learn by feeling, touching, holding, and experiencing with the materials. The early childhood curriculum offers your child 5 areas of study: practical life, sensorial, math, language, and cultural studies. Our curriculum is taught using the 3-period lesson, which is a fundamental approach to introducing a new concept to children. It is used to move the child from basic understanding to mastery. The 3-period lesson involves answering the following questions. This is, show me, and what is this? Here at Utica Community Schools, we have a Montessori program that includes 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. All ages in our program work collaboratively and independently, moving at their own pace. Thank you for taking the time to visit our classroom. We are looking forward to seeing you soon.
Hello and welcome to the Come Play With Me program. This is one of so many wonderful programs we have here at Utica Community Schools. Come Play With Me is designed as a collaborative learning experience for toddlers and their parents. Our goal is to introduce toddlers to cooperative learning experiences with the support of parent and teachers. The class offers opportunities for children to learn and grow through art process activities, sensory motor activities, music, dramatic play, and much more. A typical day in the Come Play With Me classroom consists of free choice time, table activities, and circle times. Students and parents enjoy finger plays, songs, listening to stories, and much more. We also love getting everyone moving, either going outside to the playground or spending time in the large gross motor room with slides, balls, blocks, and many fun things for the children to explore. Come Play With Me is a wonderful opportunity for you and your child to grow and learn together. I look forward to meeting you in September.
Hello and welcome to the Great Start Readiness program. We are a free preschool program for income qualified families. We service all children in and out of our district who turn 4 years old on or before December 1st of the current school year. My name is Amy Campbell and I am one of the lead teachers for the Great Start program. I am thrilled to be given the opportunity to share our Great Start program with you. Currently, all Great Start programs in Utica Community Schools are full-day programs. As you heard Mrs. Waji say, our early childhood programs use the creative curriculum. But in Great Start, we also use Teaching Strategies Gold. This is an assessment tool that best supports a child's growth and development. With this tool, your Great Start teacher is able to assess exactly where your child's development is and then build on their strengths. This helps children become confident and successful in their learning. When your child steps into a Great Start classroom, they will be met with a caring and nurturing educator who is ready to excite and encourage learning at all levels of development. Our teachers work hand in hand with you to make sure that your child's needs are met and you are well informed about classroom activities. A typical day in the Great Start classroom includes large group time, a story read aloud, small group time, outside play, free choice, and a rest period. Again, currently all Great Start programs are full day, so we provide free breakfast and lunch. Our daily routines focus on your child's growth in social emotional development, literacy and language skills, math and science knowledge, and physical development. Our teachers will support each child's development so that they may be best prepared for kindergarten. Children will love learning and playing in a Great Start room. Building your child's confidence and learning is our main goal. I am so proud to be part of this wonderful preschool experience here in Utica Community Schools.
I would like to thank you for joining us and thank our teachers for sharing their programs. If you're in search for the best early learning experience for your child, I'm confident you will find it here at Utica Community Schools. Please take some time and visit our website at uticacommunityeducation.org and click on the Early Childhood link. There, you will find more information about our programs, including schedules, locations, and times. Thank you again for visiting our virtual open house. We look forward to seeing you soon and becoming part of your child's future with Utica Community Schools.
Okay, you guys are
My name
live.
is Stacy Basilisco. I'm a teacher at Beacon Tree Elementary. I have been with the Utica Community Schools Community Education Department preschool program for 19 years. I have some wonderful staff members that are a part of our North End preschool program here. Please keep in mind that this is just a snippet of all the amazing teachers we have that are a part of our North End over here. First, I'd like to introduce Laura Scott. Does Laura have anything she'd like to say to everyone tonight? Okay, next we have Maria Pizzamenti, and she's a teacher at Duncan Preschool as well.
Hi everyone, I'd just like to say also that I've been teaching for about 15 years now in the same room too, and I'm proud to be a preschool teacher. I enjoy my children so much, and it's so rewarding to know that we're getting them ready for kindergarten and just ready for the whole school experience.
Next we have Madison Seaman, and she's a teacher at Evelyn School.
Hello. Hi. I have been teaching for this will be my third year at Eveling. I graduated from Central Michigan University with a bachelor's degree in early childhood. I love being with the kids. They're just so exciting and inviting, and the energy with them is just great. Just like Maria said, getting them ready for kindergarten is the best feeling in the world.
Very nice. I'm going to go over to the Q&A section over here in the corner. If you are wanting to ask a question for any of us tonight, I would ask you to please go into the Q&A section over here in the corner as opposed to the chat. So our first question is from Crystal, and she wants to know what time does online registration start tomorrow? Does it usually fill up quickly? Friends, I am going to ask, this is our first year doing online registration. Usually it's done through the phone. So does anybody know what time it starts tomorrow? I believe it's usually 8 a.m. Usually 8 a.m. It does fill up very quickly, so please be on as soon as that time starts. The second question is from Emily Seal, and she's asking, are military families allowed registration at the same time as in-district families with the school district? I'm going to refer that one over to Laura Scott.
I'm not exactly sure. Find that answer out. Does any of the other teachers know?
I have not been made aware of any allowing the military to register early. I would just taking families that are in the district now, and then that open registration on March 23rd would be the time that it's open to everyone. Okay. See what else we have here. Yes, it does start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you are registering tomorrow, I would highly recommend that you get on as soon as you can because it does fill up very quickly. We have another question coming in from Tom. And his question is, my son currently attends Chadwick University and would add 3 half days at CSP too much. I'm going to refer that one to Maria, who's the mentee.
Stacey, would you repeat that for me? I was having trouble hearing you.
He's saying that his child currently attends Shelby University, and he's wondering if he adds 3 days onto that, would that be too much?
And right now he's currently attending 2 days?
Let me scroll back to the question here.
Okay.
My son currently attends Shelby University. Would add 3 half days at UCSP too much. So I guess we're unsure how many days he is attending at Shelby University at this time.
Right. And I would say, you know what, it's a personal choice. And of course, you know your own child the best. So just go with that. If you think that your child would be up for that challenge, then of course you could do that. I'm sure that it would provide a nice balance as well.
Thank you. Our next question is from Nicolina, and her question is, do the children play outside in the 4-year-old half-day program? I'm going to refer that one to Madison.
So typically we will go outside. Currently, with the restrictions we have and our time limits, we have not been going outside.
Okay, our next question is from Debbie, and she's asking, what days and times do preschoolers go to school? I'm going to refer that one to Laura Scott.
Well, it varies depending what preschool program you do pick. The 4-day program is 9:15 to 12:15, but there's others that run, I think, 8:30 to 11:30, but they're each 3 hours apiece. So you have to look in the book or on the website, and they'll tell you what time all the preschool programs do run.
Hey. So I'm thinking, is there anything that we would like to tell parents about our preschool programs if this is the very first time they are meeting their child? Are there any tips that we have to give to some of the families?
It's a scary time for the nursery friends. We know they come in, for a lot of them, it's the first time that they're away from parents, and then seeing a stranger. You know, of course, we'll greet them at the door with a smile and try to make them feel comfortable. Reassure the parent that if the child cries or is really upset, of course, we would contact the parent. But I mean, and I'm sure that the ladies will agree with this, that it's very rare that a child, once coming in through the doors and looking around the room, the crying stops probably before the parent gets to the car. So we want to reassure them. And again, we want to tell the parents, try to make it short and sweet. Maybe really talk it up the night before, or, you know, all summer long, you're going to be going to school, and just kind of give them a clear view of what it's going to be like when they, you know, and that they're going to leave you. Always, you know, reassure them that you're coming back. You always want to make sure you say goodbye, of course, and try to make it short and sweet. And I know we get a lot of feedback that our friends enjoy school very much from day one. The 2- and 3-year-olds are amazing how quick they adapt and how quickly we see a change in them, and how they just grow and mature is really great. Fun to watch.
Thank you, Maria. We have another question coming in from Emily. Due to waiting until open registrations for out-of-district military, there are typically spots left for points for kids that will be living in the district from school time. The question is, if they are planning on moving to the district come school time, how would we go about registering? Let's pass that one on to Laura Scott.
Sorry, Stacey, I had a hard time hearing you. Could you repeat that?
There is a military family. They're wondering if they're in the district, are there typically spots open by the time they move into their attendance area?
Yeah, there should be
There
spots.
should be spots.
Right.
Right.
When school starts.
When school starts.
Yes, I'd also like to add that you can always, when you contact the early childhood office, you can always refer to a school that's close to you. Okay, our next question is from Tina. It says, my son is not currently in an early childhood program. He would be going to a 4-year-old preschool. Can I register tomorrow, or do I have to wait for the merge date? Let's leave that for Maria Pizzamenti.
So did I hear that they are not in district?
They are not currently enrolled in a preschool.
Okay. So if they live in district, then they can actually start registration tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., correct? And if they are out of district, then open registration would be March 23rd.
That's exactly the answer. It just all depends on if you are in the attendance area or not. Next question is from Tamara. My son has a speech delay. How do you handle students with speech delay at your classroom? I'm going to give that one to Madison Siemens.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You asked what a
My son has a speech delay. How do you handle students with speech delay at your classroom?
So we have right now, and I actually think broadening his speeches. Things a lot, different things.
Our next question is from Julia. He's asking what ratio is for teachers and students in a classroom. I'm going to give that one to Laura Scott.
I'm sorry, did I forget to unmute my microphone? So,
microphone muted if you're not.
Okay, so for preschool, I'm pretty sure it's 1 to 9. And for nursery school, Stacy, you might have to take that one.
Nursery school, it depends on how many. It will depend on if we have any ones that are in the waivers that are under the age of. But typically, our class size is 16 students for a classroom size, and we have a teacher and an assistant in the classroom at all times. Next question is from Lynn, and she says, have you had a child that cry long after the parent leaves? So how do you handle that one to Maria?
Okay, that's a great question. I know we always feel bad when a child cries, entering the room and the parent leaves. Again, how do we handle it? We comfort the child. We make sure that we tell them, of course, your parent is coming back, and maybe walk them over to the door that the parent dropped them off and reassure them that shortly they'll be coming to pick them up at the same door. Of course, if a child is, hysterically crying, of course we will contact the parent.
Absolutely.
I always like to,
as preschool teachers, we understand that this is the first time you are leaving your child alone in the care of someone else. And that's a real feeling that your child is scared of going to school. We do what needs to be done to comfort them and make them go in a classroom setting. Some children need a hug. Some kids need you to be reassuring to them, like Maria said, that their mom is always going to come back. I think it's just to remember that that's a real feeling that a child has at that age, coming into a strange environment that they've never been to with an adult and a bunch of kids in a room. So I think our teachers do an excellent job comforting children and comfortable in a classroom setting. Okay, our next question is, This is from Emily. And it says, my son will be 3 on November 5th this year. He's not yet potty trained. We're starting soon. Can we register him now for nursery, or do we wait to make sure he is potty trained? I will also have a son going to 4-year-old preschool at Laura, I'm going to give that one to Laura Scott.
Okay, sorry. I would definitely register for the first spot now. Just to make sure you have. And what was the second question? Sorry. Stacy, I can't hear you.
They were basically asking about potty training. Asking if they should register now or should they wait to register when the child is potty trained.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I would definitely register now. Have a spot where you want your first choice.
Our next question is from Autumn, and it will be my daughter's first year at preschool. What kind of expectations of her will there be? Is there anything we should be doing to prepare her? I asked, but the reply just said yes, and I can't hear because of the echo. So let us remember that if we're not talking, our microphone is muted, just because I don't want to give a lot of feedback. So let's give that one to Madison. Madison, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did hear you. So I would say whatever you work on it, or they know the like we said, in the garden. They're gonna learn their basics. They're gonna go over letters, how to close it. And also the first letter because my tip. Whatever you guys work on, great shapes, colors, their jacket. Put them on.
Okay. Thank you. Our next one is Liana. And her question is, if there are days with parent help, are we allowed to bring young siblings? I'll give that one to Laura.
And a normal year without COVID, in the classroom to help. We prefer you not to bring others. If it'd be your time with your and having your moms. So yes, we'd love to have parents come help on a year without COVID, but the siblings, we do prefer them and ask you to keep them home just because it's your time with your preschooler and it's a special time for you and them.
Okay, there was a question up here that that they were asking that they had to disenroll their child due to COVID, and would they have to re-enroll your child? I'm sorry, I can't find where the question went, but yeah, the answer to that is yes. If you are disenrolling, unless someone at the office has given you a different answer for that, if you have disenrolled your child and you need to re-enroll them, yes, you have to re-enroll them. Yeah. I'm so sorry about the echo. I'm hearing lots of people in the Q&A here telling us about how we're echoing. Everybody has their mic muted if we're not talking. Scared with that. I'm hoping that maybe our technology person intervene for that. And the next question is from Debbie. I'm going to give this one to Maria. Is it okay if my child does not know their ABCs or count to 20?
Yes, of course. That's why they're coming to us. So we will start slowly, and first we work on a lot of socialization and just becoming comfortable with another adult and being able to listen and follow directions. And then we'll go into the academics with, going over the letters and the numbers, of course.
Okay, it seems we're having a little bit of a break with our questions right now. I certainly hope that everyone's able to hear us now. I do apologize for the echo. I don't know. I'm hearing it a little bit sometimes when one of us talks. I don't know. It's nothing that we're doing on our end. I do apologize for that. So, girls, I was thinking maybe we could talk about what we love. What is the thing that we love most about being preschool teachers? So let's start off with Madison. What do you love the most?
That's a loaded question. I love their humor. I love their humor, and I love watching them grow. Just from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, just the big difference, and seeing how much progress they made is probably the most thing I love about being a teacher, watching their progress and watching them grow. And their sense of humor, I mean, they're so funny on a daily basis, and they're so innocent. So it's just the best.
Great answer. Let's go to Laura Scott. What do you love about being a preschool teacher?
I love watching the students' excitement as they start school on this new journey and seeing them love to learn and just like their experiences with the new things that they're learning. It's amazing to see like their eyes get bright and excited when they do catch on to something or learn something new. So just every day is just an adventure and exciting with them. So
wonderful answer. Maria, how would you like to answer that question?
Of course, I agree with
favorite thing about being a preschool.
Okay. Of course, I listened to what Laura and Madison had to say, and 100% I agree with both of them. I mean, I always say that every day is a new day here, and what better job could you have? The friends come in, they're so excited to be here. They just love us. And, again, we love watching them grow and learn. But I want to talk about families as well. I feel like we all become a family in the classroom, and it branches out to the parents as well. So I think that's very important too.
What a great answer. We have another question. A parent asked a little while ago about the speech delay and how we handle a speech delay, but because of the echo, they were unable to hear our answer. So I can take that one. A child with a speech delay, as long as they are at an in-district family, we are able to refer them to early childhood speech services. We do have a North End and a South End speech pathologist that we can refer them to kind of just take a listen to. Sometimes at this age, a lot of the sounds can be very late, or they can just be, and that would be something for a speech therapist to look into. So as long as your child is a Utica Schools child, they can qualify for a speech evaluation. So I hope that answers that. I had another question here too. From Debbie, will my child be tested for academic growth periodically? So I'm going to give that one to Maria.
Yes, they will. Actually, we do 2 kindergarten assessments, one in January, and then we do another one in May as well. We do not assess the nursery children, so this just pertains to preschool. And then we do hold one conference a year, and that will be in January, the parent-teacher conference.
Yes, we
do
also a
conference for our nursery children that's held in November.
Keep in mind,
coming to nursery school is learning how to be in a classroom setting. There's not a lot of assessment being done at that time. We're learning how to separate from mom, learning how to follow directions in a classroom. There's usually 16 of us together in a classroom, so learning how to be in that classroom setting.
Okay, our
next question comes from Tom.
If we pick a school as our first choice that is not our home school, do we have to register every year and try to get into that school for all of elementary? Or once we are in, we stay at that school? Okay, let's give that one to Madison Siemens.
I believe once you register and you're in after, say it's not your home school, and ladies correct me if I'm misspeaking, once you register into the school you would like to go to, you're in once you're in. Am I correct on that question?
Yes. Yep. Okay, the next question is, what happens if your home school does not have a preschool program? And I can refer that one to Laura Scott.
You can choose any preschool that's close to your home school. A lot of your students or other students will be in that preschool most of the time, but any preschool that is convenient for you, you can choose in the district.
Okay. Our next question is from Courtney. My 4-year-old will be 5 in November, but being an only child, I don't think she's ready socially for kindergarten. Will she be placed with children around her age? I'll send that one to Maria Pizzamenti.
Of course, it's not uncommon. We do have some children who turn 5, shortly after school starts. Am I understanding that that's the case with this child? Yes. Okay. And again, parents, you know your child the best. And again, that is what preschool, primarily nursery and preschool at first is what we really try to zoom in on, the social skills. So, and we know that, it's important they need that, the social skills, as well as being able to sit and listen and follow directions. And then the academics will come after. But yeah, that's not uncommon at all to start, when you're almost 5.
Thank you. Our next question is from Emily. What is the main difference between nursery and preschool? We will have one of each in the fall. That sounds exciting. Let's give that one to Laura Scott.
Well, preschool, we're in school a little bit more. It's a 3 or 4 day program, and it's for 4-year-olds. And then the 3-year-olds will only be in school 2.5 hours, 2 days a week. The preschool is a little more, has a little more academics than the nursery has a little more social emotional, learning, how to play with other children, and really just like the age difference and the academics, I would say. Teachers, you can help me with that if you have something else to add.
I think that's a great answer. Like we said before, nursery is a wonderful introduction to school, learning how to kind of be in a classroom setting. Preschool tends to be a little bit more about kindergarten readiness as the year progresses as well. Of course, we're still learning those social skills and beginning learning skills as well. Here's another one for you, Laura. This is from Autumn, and the echo is much better now, FYI. Laura, could we please have you answer the question about expectations for a first-time preschooler? Thank you, Laura.
I really just hope that they're somewhat independent when they come into the classroom. You know, they can unbutton their coats by themselves, start to recognize their names. You know, I really just want them to come in ready and willing to learn and, you know, be part of the class, and I will help them through anything that maybe that they're not comfortable with, but really just coming in, recognizing their names and being somewhat independent. So my expectation of them coming in isn't, too much. So I just want them to come in and be excited to be there.
Thank you. That's a great answer. To be excited to be at school, right? Our next question is from Debbie, and she is new to the district. Could you tell me what preschool is closest to Schweitzer for registration? If I could answer that, I would probably say your closest school would be Beacon Tree. There are 2 programs offered at Beacon Tree. There's a Beacon Tree 1 and a Beacon Tree 2. I'm only saying Beacon Tree because we used to house Schweitzer Preschool in our building, and now it switched to Beacon Tree 2. So if you could like better clarification on that, you could always contact the early childhood office and they could direct you as well. Our next question is from Sarah. This was already asked, but I could not hear the answer. This will be my son's first year in preschool. Are there things we should be doing to prepare him? What expectations will there be of him? Will he be required to wear a mask? I can take that one. First year in preschool, our expectations are, we are going to learn how to be in a classroom setting. We're going to separate from mom. That's the reason why you're signing them up for preschool, is to learn some of those more academic, things to prepare them for kindergarten. Of course, our first priority is that they are safe at school, which kind of goes with your next requiring a mask. We are hoping that next year our COVID restrictions are lifted. We're thinking positive. As of right now, all of our children are wearing masks. I commend Utica Community Schools just because I think it's that extra barrier of safety for our children. If you can imagine, it is very challenging to try to social distance 3- and 4-year-old children. So it's like if they're wearing that mask, it kind of feels like they have that extra protection with them too. So we're hoping that maybe our restrictions will be lifted next year. That's not something we could answer at this time, but we are certainly hopeful. Okay, so getting back to here comes our next one. What would you ladies say? Do we have expectations for our preschoolers coming into preschool? What do you think?
What do you think? Madison, do you have expectations with your children?
Kind of piggybacking off. Just a little independent. Buttoning their coat and zipping their coat. That's really a big thing, especially when getting them ready to go home and taking all their stuff off. And like she said, noticing their name is nice. Like we said, we don't have too high of expectations because they're coming in here to learn all that information and learn how to do those things.
I always say self-confidence is the greatest gift you can give your child. I feel like if they're confident in what they're doing, that's where the true learning takes place. If they're confident, they're comfortable coming into school, that's when the true learning takes place. We know that kindergarten in a couple years is very independent. So the more independent we can make them, it also gives them so much more self-confidence. Don't we think children that are independent tend, they
have a lot of self-confidence.
Absolutely.
Self-confidence is a really good thing for the rest of their life, right?
Exactly.
Does anybody have anything to add to that?
How about first coming into school? How about let's think of some of the things that happen when we first come to school. We talked about separating from mom and dad.
Maybe we could elaborate a little bit more about that. What if we have a child who's having a really hard time coming to school? What does Madison do? Somebody comes to school and they're having a really hard time separating from mom.
As
As moms, we all worry about this. We just can't imagine our child
in a
in a classroom. I remember that feeling as a mom.
So I, which is hard, I really encourage them that they're going to have so much fun, and I might go grab a book we're going to read, or I might go grab, something that they might play with during the day, and really just encourage them that they're going to be okay, mom's coming back, and really reassure the parents as well that, they're going to be okay. Usually after a few minutes, they get in the room, they get their stuff off, and they see all the toys, they're wide-eyed and ready to go.
Good one. We can't forget the moms, because it's hard for the moms too, separating from their children sometimes
For the first time, right?
Right.
Our next question is from Emily.
Currently,
her 4-year-old turned 4 in January in a preschool program where we live.
He can do everything discussed, write his name, count to 50, recognize all letters and numbers to 20. Is he going to be bored, or do you cater to kids that have been in a program for a year already? Maria, would you like to answer that one for us?
Sure. You know what? Of course, I've had this this happened in the classroom as well. And I always have a talk with the parent and ask them if they would like me to provide, some supplement activities for that child, either to do in the classroom or maybe at home. But honestly, I find that a lot of parents don't want that. Their child will be labeled as different, and sometimes the child is against it. Currently, I have a child who reads at almost a second grade level, and I tried to encourage him maybe to read to the class, but he wanted no part of it. So, but again, it's not uncommon this happens, and we would have a little meeting or, have a phone call with the parent and ask them what they would like us to do. And then, of course, we would accommodate them.
I think we can all agree that our thing at this age level right now is also the social development of them. Learning how to be in a classroom setting is a huge, milestone for these kids at that age. Just learning how to be in a classroom setting. I know I keep saying it, but I think this is our main purpose of getting children to love coming to school. I think when that happens, that's when the real
authentic learning takes place, when they're comfortable and they're happy and love coming to school. That's our main goal as preschool teachers.
Is for that to happen.
And I know
all of us
will do anything we need to do to get our kids comfortable.
And like Maria
said, to elaborate on, a lot of times they don't want to
read it differently.
I've had some children that are reading
that were reading
in preschool as well.
And sometimes they don't like that extra attention. So it's really kind of
on a case by case situation.
Our next question is from
Paulina.
Tomorrow for registration, you get online to UCS School's website and sign up there and follow whatever instructions are online. And is payment taken at that time too? Madison, can you answer that one for us?
Yes, so tomorrow or whenever your registration opens, you'll just go to the UCS website. There's a tab that says Early Childhood, and right when you click it, the registration page should pop up and it should say, click here. Tuition and payment, I believe, is due at that time. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then it's either sent to the Dodge Park office through the mail, or it can be an automatic payment.
I believe they are taking the first and last month's payment as well. Our next question is from Courtney. I missed the beginning, but are the preschool teachers from Havel or Duncan on here? We have Maria Pizzamenti, who's here from Duncan, and not anyone from Havel on here. But keep in mind, this is just a snippet of some of our North End teachers. We have lots of amazing teachers in our program here. This is just a few of us representing some of the programs within the North End. Our next question is from Autumn Payne, and she's asking, what type of updates can we expect to get about performance and behavior? Laura, would you like to take that one for us?
Sure. Well, I know that every day I speak to my parents before and after school to give them updates on how their child is doing or what happens in the class each day and what like our focus was. And then if I want to speak to a parent individually, I'll do it before or after school and tell you. And if you have any concerns or questions, you're more than welcome to email or call any of us. I'm sure we're all on the same page and we'd be happy to give you updates from there. But again, I know myself, and I'm sure most of you do, we speak to our parents every day after school or before school to give them any updates or concerns we have.
Okay. Our next question is from Chelsea. This will be my daughter's first year. Duncan would be our closest school. What would be our next choices for our preschool registration backups? Maria, would you be able to take that question? They were asked their daughter's first year of preschool. They're asking about Duncan is the closest school. What would be our next choice for our preschool registration backup?
I'm sorry, what was the last part you said?
What would be
their choices for registration backup?
It
Sounds like if their program they're desiring is full or the school is full.
Okay, and I'm misunderstanding this. Are they coming to Duncan or they would like to come to Duncan?
Duncan would be their closest school, so they're basically looking for a second choice.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of, Beacon Tree is a neighboring school, so they could check into the Beacon Tree programs. And help me out, ladies, what's the next closest? Would it be Chrisman, if you were interested in the 4-day program?
I think then
I'm sorry.
I didn't like that.
Did you say something, Laura?
I just thought that Christmas from Duncan to
So we have
our next question from Autumn.
And she's asking, what does a typical day look like? Madison, would you like to walk us through a typical day? She doesn't specify preschool or nursery, so we can just kind of give an overview of both maybe.
I'll kind of go off my schedule then. So my kids, they come, they arrive, they take off their backpacks, their coats. I have my kids put their own folders away. They put their lunches in the bucket that we have. Obviously right now they're washing hands before they sit down for circle. We'll do a little bit of circle time and then we move on to centers. And then about, usually for me, 10 o'clock, we usually go to the bathroom. After we'll do snack and then they get 45 minutes of free play and free time is what they're supposed to have. So we try to get as close as we can to that time. Sometimes our centers run a little longer. It kind of just depends on the day and what we're doing. Usually we will go outside if there's enough time. If it was a normal year, but with COVID and everything, we're just short on time frames. And then they play and then they pack up and go home.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Elena. Do twins go to the same classroom? You can give that one to Laura.
It's pretty much your choice. Your twins can go to the same classroom, or you could choose to put them in different. It'll be up to you for preschool and nursery school, at least.
Our next question is from Courtney, and her question is, my daughter is very shy. How do you handle children that are shy? I feel comfortable taking that one. That one is a really good one for me. I have to be honest, as my teaching years progress, I have learned that sometimes children when I began teaching, I would always say, I'm going to get them to talk. That's going to be my quest, is to get this child to talk and kind of come out of their shell. But I've learned in life that sometimes those children need their time to open up, and maybe sometimes talking too much to those children is kind of overwhelms them. So sometimes giving them their space, I think, is a really great way of making them, again, like we keep saying, feeling comfortable about coming to school. Sometimes, children are more outgoing than others. We certainly don't want to give them labels to make them feel like that's what they have to live up to. I think just giving them their space is the best thing that we can do, is making them feel comfortable coming to school. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add about that? If you have a child who's kind of, you know, maybe not so outgoing in the class, or.
I agree with what you were saying, Stacy. Of course, you know, maybe they're just not ready. And sometimes I, you know, will even say to the parents, well, we all have different personalities. You know, maybe that child is just getting to know the surroundings and getting to know the teacher, and maybe they will become, you know, less shy. And as Stacy was saying too, we don't want to put labels on anyone. So.
Our next question is from Emily. He said, I know the children will be potty trained, but will there be any assistance given for accident?
Laura, can you
answer that one for us?
Sure. Of course, there's going to be assistance if they do have an accident. We'll help them get to the bathroom. We'll give them a bag. We'll encourage them to take off their own clothes and change their own clothes on their own, because by 3 and 4 they should be able to dress them, hopefully be able to dress themselves, but we will definitely be there to assist them and help them. I know that's a scary time when that happens and for parents, but we would definitely be there to assist them.
I have every one of my students that come to my classroom always put a change of clothes inside their backpack. Sometimes, we get messy, we play with water table and sand table, and sometimes our clothes get dirty, so we always have an extra pair of clothes in our backpack. And absolutely, we would help them with buttoning their clothes and anything that they would need. And Emily is asking if is there someone that can contact me tomorrow, or that I can have a number to contact tomorrow? I have additional questions and concerns about this being a good fit for my little guys. Emily, I think if you go to our page there, they have each teacher's welcome letter there. And I believe they put the emails on there as well. So you're more than welcome to email a teacher individually, or you can contact the early childhood office, and I'm sure that anybody would be able to answer your question. And this one is from Kelly, and she's asking if my 3-year-old will be 4 in November, does well in nursery school, can she move up to preschool during the school year? Maria, can you answer that for us?
Okay. Again, I've never had that situation occur. I would say, I don't know, that's a tough one. Again, if the parent wanted us to assess them, I guess we could give them the kindergarten readiness assessment, and we could go off of that. But again, we want to make sure there's a balance with academics and socialization. So again, it's a tough call, but of course we would work with the parents, and if the parent really thought that that child was able to move on, or they would like them to move on, then we could work with them. But again, we'd go through those steps first to just kind of see how they're socializing, and again, we could give the assessment.
Okay. Maria, another question for you. How long is the 3-day preschool, and what does a day look like in a full day, and how long?
For a 3-day preschool, my preschool personally runs from 9:15 to 12:15 for the morning session, and then the afternoon is 12:45 to 3:45. And really a typical day, the children enter the classroom and they hang up their belongings, and then we have a circle time. And usually at circle time, we focus on calendar, weather. We usually have a special child of the day who is able to sit in the chair next to me. And right now we are not holding show and tell, but I hope that next year we'll reintroduce show and tell, because that's huge. So right now our leaders, they count the days on the calendar, they count the children, and they count the boys and the girls. And they get to, sometimes we let them choose a favorite song to listen to. And they're also the first ones to answer the question of the day. And if we're leaving the classroom, we don't do that right now, but hopefully in the fall, they would be the line leader as well. And after we get done with circle time, then the children, they move on to their centers. So we have 3 tables, and each table has different activities for them to work on. And when they're done with their center, then they go ahead and move on to the rug and do some independent puzzle work. They enjoy that. And then after puzzles, It's usually snack time, but again, right now during COVID, we're not doing snack time, but that we would move on to snack time after that. And then after snack time, they would go back to the rug and read quietly. So we introduced quiet reading, and I think that, you know, at first it takes a little while for them to get adjusted, but I think they really enjoy that little bit of quiet time. And then after that, we usually have some music and movement, and then we allow them to go ahead and have their free choice in the room. And I usually ask each individual child, like, what would you like to play with today? And then they would tell me where they would like to go, which centers. After free choice, on a normal schedule again, we would try to go outside or play, go outside. And then pretty much our day would be over. We'd come back and have our goodbye song and just recap the day. I always like to ask the children what their favorite part of their day was. And then after that, we just call the children individually and they go get their belongings, and then our day's over. Oh, I forgot story time. Story time's a big deal. So of course, story time is after playtime as well. Ladies, did I miss anything?
Sounds like such a fun day.
It is.
And although they vary from classroom to classroom with different teachers, our schedules are all very similar. We all follow the same creative curriculum. So, you know, obviously each teacher puts their own spin on their classroom, but that sounds like such a fun day. Our next question comes from Emily, and she was asking, do you introduce sight words to the preschool? Laura, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. I do introduce some sight words to the preschoolers. Again, preschool is mainly focused on our social and social and emotional needs and learning how to be in a classroom, but we do sight words and academic things like that. We do them more in a fun way than just flashcards. It's not, I know in my classroom, I'm probably speaking for a lot of you, we don't just do flashcards. We do them in fun ways where we're writing stories and point things out.
Very good. Okay, our next question is from Courtney. Do you test what they know at the beginning of the year, and is it a verbal or written test? Madison, would you like to take that one?
So we do test them in October. We do the kindergarten assessment. It's the only part they write is their name. We see how they write their name, and then the rest is all verbal. And they cut as well. They cut on lines as well.
Does anybody else give any kind of like assessment at the beginning of the school year? I know we do our kindergarten assessment for our preschool students. We do it once at the beginning of the school year and once at the end of the school year. We don't call it a test. It's just kind of to see where they're at. It has upper and lowercase letters on it, rhyming words, shapes, colors. They do a little cutting assessment on there. Am I missing anything? That's something that we do once at the beginning of the school year, and then we do it again at the end of the school year. And wow, can we see the growth? Isn't that exciting? That when you, sometimes at the very beginning of the school year, let's be honest, I mean, you might have a child who doesn't know anything, and then they get to the end and they score like 99%. It's like amazing. You know, it's like sometimes I describe it as like a light bulb that goes off with a lot of the academics sometimes. And you know what, that's okay if sometimes it doesn't go off in preschool. I'm always telling parents too, you know, everybody grows and learns at their own time. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add about the assessment? I know parents like to know, are we going to prepare them for kindergarten? If anybody would like to elaborate, like what we do for rhyming words. Does anybody want to elaborate on that?
As far as rhyming words, of course, I pull out the good old Mother Goose nursery rhymes, and we go over the nursery rhymes. And honestly, at times I'm surprised that a lot of the friends don't recognize the rhymes, and honestly, they think that I am just making these up off the top of my head. So I do have a set of posters, which I'm sure all the teachers have, and we have so much fun just going through the nursery rhymes, and I'll show them the poster and, you know, kind of follow with my finger the words, and might even, you know, elaborate and say, okay, we're going to point to the rhyming words. And of course they, enjoy doing that. And I say, oh, this is how you begin to read. So they enjoy that, of course. And then we take it one step further. We've acted out the nursery rhymes. So they really enjoy that, where we break up into 2 groups. And so my assistant would have a group and I would have a group. And then we would, let's say we did Little Miss Muffet, and we put out a little chair and then they'd act out the nursery rhyme. And they really like that. So, because I mean, rhyming is kind of a hard, it's kind of hard to get. And of course we say, well, it sounds the same at the end of the word. But I think when we relate it to little stories, the little nursery rhymes, I think it's easier for them to understand it. Right?
Absolutely. They love rhyming. And isn't that when it finally clicks? It's always so exciting. Our next question is from Melissa. Being an elementary school, do the children have interactions with bigger kids, or do they mostly stay in the classroom? Do they participate in school drills? I have a nursery school age child who's starting in the fall. Laura, would you like to take that one?
Being in the elementary schools, we do follow the same drills as the rest of the school. So if they have fire drills or lockdown drills, or weather drills, we do those. We don't interact too much with the other students in the school. I know in our school we don't very much. On the playground, we do it not during COVID times. We do go on the playground by ourselves, and we don't see them very much. I know every once in a while, like the 6th graders will come in and read to our children, but that's really about it. I don't know about the other schools, but that's how Chrisman works for sure. So, but I know that all the schools do the drills with everybody.
Courtney, this question came in from Courtney for Maria. What is the registration site and does it fill up quick?
Yes, the online registration, it does fill up quick. We always tell the parents to try to be on, as early as possible.
Next one's from Debbie. What do I need for registration and will I need to download any documents? Madison, would you like to take that one?
You able to hear me? Okay, good. There it goes. So for registration, should she asking for when she brings our forms in or online? Is my question.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you able to hear me now? Okay. For our registration forms, for when she comes into our school, or for online registration? Is she asking?
For online registration.
For online registration. I believe you need, and ladies, you might be able to help me out on this one. I believe you need your address, your I'm blanking on what it's called. I apologize, I'm blanking on what it's called. Laura, would you mind helping me out?
I'm sorry, you were cutting in and out for me.
I'm sorry, Madison. We're asking you about the registration process for when they go online. I do believe there are some documents that they ask you for. We do know as teachers they bring many documents when they first come the first day of school, like their emergency card and all of their information like that. I do believe they're asking for obviously your form of payment. Do they ask for a proof of residency if it's your home school when you're registering for your home school? I do believe they ask for that as well. If you go on the website for the registration site, any of the documents that you need are on the site for you to see. Registration this is probably our first time, right, ladies, that we're not doing it by phone. It's all done online. So it's kind of new for everybody this year. And just so you know, when you do sign up for a class online, you will get a confirmation after that. So you need to wait for your confirmation to make sure that your classroom has been confirmed. Our next question is from Gina. My son is not currently in an early childhood program. He would be going to a 4-year-old preschool. Can I register him tomorrow or do I have to wait for the March date? Laura, can you answer that one for us?
It depends if he's in district or out of district. Did it say he's currently in an early childhood program? If he's within Utica, yes, you can register her for him tomorrow. If he's not within the district, I think it's March 23rd, we said. Was that the date that they can register? So if he's in the district, yes. If not, no, you have to wait.
The next question is from Nicolina. Do children play outside in 4-year-old half-day programs? Maria Pisamenti, if you could answer that one.
Yes. Again, this year we did not due to COVID, but we're hoping that we can start fresh in the fall and have our kids go outside to play, because we know it's very important, to get those gross motor skills really developed. And again, it gives them a break from the classroom, and they need that running around in the fresh air.
Absolutely. Our next question is, do we have field trips? Madison, would you like to answer that one for us?
I apologize earlier. My microphone was giving me some issues. Yes, we, unfortunately, COVID, we cannot do field trips right now, but we are hopeful for the fall. We are allowed to do 2 to 3 field trips a year. I usually try to do 2 or 3. Sometimes we go to the farm. Denois is really good. I've gone to Denois a couple times during Halloween time, during the fall time, and Denois is a really good time with their age group. And then we also do one in the spring. We try to do one in the spring as well. And then I always try to do that at an end of the year field trip. But unfortunately with COVID right now, we cannot, but we're hopeful in the fall.
Yes, we're hoping that all of our restrictions will be lifted by next year. Of course, our top priority is the safety of our children and our staff, but we are all anxiously awaiting for all of our precautions to be lifted. Our next question is from Courtney. Can they go to the bathroom when they are in need, or is this a scheduled thing? Laura, would you like to take that one?
Yes, if they can go to the bathroom whenever they need to. They just, like, I know mine is outside my classroom, so we just walk them there. They just tell us. Some of them have them in the classroom. It's never going to be restricted from them that they can't go. So for sure they can go anytime.
Absolutely. I think that speaks for all of us. We would never restrict a child at this age, especially since they're new to the whole potty training thing that they can't use the bathroom. So that's always a yes. Our next question is from Katie. Do you know what the process is if your top 3 classes to register fill up before you get in? Do you get place, or are you able to make another selection? Maria, can you take that one for us?
That's a great question. And you know what? I don't know if I have the answer. I would think that you would be able to choose another. Ladies?
I was thinking the same, and I don't know how common that is with the top 3 classes filling up. Let's hope that you get at least one of your top 3 choices. If not, they do a wonderful job redirecting you into something that works for your schedule and is close to home for you. So hopefully we answered that well. Our next question is from Helena. If we are choosing a school that is not our home school, can we still register tomorrow? Laura, would you like to take that one for us?
If it's not your home school, I think you need to wait till March 23rd to register for your school of choice. So March 23rd is that magic date.
Yes, it is. So tomorrow, let's go over that again, is only for homeschool children. You're only registering for your home school. Our registration has been open for our already registered children. For example, if you're already in nursery school, you have already had the opportunity to register for preschool, or if you have a sibling who's already enrolled in one of our programs, you can also register. So tomorrow is the magic date. Like if you live in the Chrisman attendance area, you will be registering for Chrisman. So get on there as soon as you can. They do fill up fast. Our programs are awesome here. We have some awesome teachers, and a lot of our teachers have been doing it for a long time. Our next question is from Katerina. Even if your home school doesn't have a preschool program, Laura, would you like to answer that one for us?
Good question. I'm not exactly sure on that. Does anybody else have an idea?
I think if your homeschool doesn't have a preschool program, it's probably okay if you call tomorrow and inquire about that. Yeah, because if your homeschool doesn't have a preschool program, they're going to direct you to the closest one. And Lindsay is commenting, if we are in school district, we are able to register tomorrow for a school other than our homeschool. Are we able to register tomorrow for a school than our homeschool? Tomorrow is only for homeschool registration. That other magic day is March 23rd. So if you are out of your homeschool attendance area, you can register for that on that date. Do ladies get a lot of children in your program that are not in your homeschool attendance area?
Yes, I know that I do. Yes, we do.
I have a lot of parents that ask about that, like, does it affect their, kindergarten that maybe they don't have a friend going with them to kindergarten. But in my personal experience, I feel like at this age, they do wonderful with that. We do such a good job transitioning them into kindergarten that I think it all works out. Does everybody agree with that one?
Absolutely.
Our next question is from Emily Blair. My homeschool is Chrisman, and I don't think there is a 3-year-old preschool, but I am in the district. Laura, would you like to answer that one?
Correct. Crispin does not have a 3-year-old program, so I would call tomorrow, and you could probably register since they don't have a nursery school program at the one of your choice, because we don't have one at Crispin. So I would definitely try to register tomorrow for your nursery school class.
Absolutely. The next question is from Adam. With COVID in mind, what are your policies, virtual pre-K and or quarantine? How does that affect tuition? Madison, can you answer that one for us?
So our policies right now in the classroom, we have a COVID guidelines that we have to follow. Obviously, we're keeping kids 6 feet apart as much as we can with full classrooms. If you're interested in looking at the COVID guidelines, I know it is posted on our early childhood website. When we did quarantine, we did virtual teach. We were required to teach 2 days a week on Zoom or Teams or whatever it was in the very beginning of quarantine. And we quarantined again in the fall. It was like November, around that time. We sometimes we would go into our classrooms every day, or we could work from home 2 days a week, but we would Zoom or Teams for 30 minutes a day, however many times you go to school. But as of right now, we're in person, which I think we all can agree we are very happy about.
We are ecstatic, and we are just hoping that all of our COVID restrictions are lifted by the next school year. Absolutely. We're just all very hopeful for that. Our next question is from Helena. What time does registration begin on March 23rd? Is it 8 a.m.? Yes, I do believe it's 8 a.m. as well, ladies, right? I would think it would start at the same time as the other one. So 8 a.m., get right on at 8 a.m. Courtney's asking, what school do you teach at? I'm Mrs. Basilisco. I teach at Beacon Tree, but we also have Laura Scott here, who teaches at Chrisman, Maria Pisamenti, who is at Duncan, and Madison Siemens, who's at Ebling. I don't know who you were asking that to, but I hope that makes sense, and I hope you hear where we're all coming from. Let's try to think of something that, oh, here comes another question. Lindsay, how quickly do the afternoon classes fill up? Maria, would you like to take that one?
Just speaking from the past, the majority of the morning classes, the morning always seems to fill up first. And then the afternoon just, slowly follows suit.
I agree. Mornings always end up filling up before the afternoon class. That's pretty much true in my situation as well. Do you all agree with that? Usually the morning tends to fill up more than the afternoon. Okay, so let's try to think about something important that we can tell them about registering their child. I also want to say this: if you're sitting in front of your computer and you're thinking, "I'm embarrassed to answer that question, I feel silly," answering a question, please don't ever feel uncomfortable. This is your child. This is the first time they're coming to school. And basically, haven't we just heard it all, ladies? I mean, I feel like we've gotten every question, and we understand it's the first time you're leaving your baby with somebody. So please don't ever feel uncomfortable in front of any of us to answer any questions. We're here to answer all of your questions. Our next one, and speaking of questions, is from Katie. Katie is asking, are any classes already completely full? I think I can take that one. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. That's not something that we would know at this time. I'm assuming that some of our classes are full for preschool, because keep in mind that our nursery children who are coming for the next year have already signed up. Do I think they're completely full? Probably not, but that's something that you can ask at the time of your registration. The next one's from Courtney. Are they given homework for preschool? Laura, would you like to take that one?
Not really homework. If we do send anything home, I know I call it home fun. We do something for like the month. I'll maybe send home if they have older siblings or somebody, they're sitting around waiting for them to get their homework done. I'll send home like little packets each month that they can go over and bring back for a sticker or something like that. But I do stay away from calling it homework, but we do call it home fun in our classroom. And something I learned with my own children, that it was more fun to be called that than it's work. So, and every teacher is probably a little bit different, but I mean, if you do want homework, I'm sure if you ask them, they can just whip up some packets for you to send home. So
great answer, Laura. I think that's cute. You never know. Some kids love homework because their older siblings are getting it, and some you find that have absolutely no interest in it at this age, and I find that to be completely acceptable as well. You can always make homework at your own house to be fun as well, but I do believe all the teachers do provide something for them to do, but it's definitely not like we're grading it. We're giving a sticker or a stamp and kind of going over what they turn in. I had to laugh at this one. Lindsay says, "Yay, I have a sleepyhead over here." So that means that she's probably interested in afternoon classes, which good for her. Our next question is from Megan. First time parent here. My daughter will be 3 in August, and we're thinking about signing her up for nursery school in the fall. She is very bright, and I'm wondering if I should send her in this coming year or just wait until she is eligible for preschool. Thoughts, teachers? By the way, I love all your info. Thank you, Megan. That means a lot. This is our first time doing this. Madison, would you like to take that one?
Yes. So, my personal opinion, I think just the socialization aspect of it all. I don't think any extra learning is bad learning. You kind of get that extra boost if you wanted to put her in nursery. You kind of get that extra boost in there, and it wouldn't hurt, in my opinion. If you decide to wait, I think that's fine too. Like I've said before, anything you parents do at home is helpful. Anything you guys want to do at home too. So it's completely up to you and your choice. But like I said, it could never hurt to learn a little extra knowledge.
Great answer. Nursery, like we said before, is such a wonderful introduction to school. Okay, I'm about ready to end our session here pretty soon. Does anybody have any other questions? Again, please keep in mind, your question is never too silly for us. It's never something that we're like, oh, geez, I can't believe they're answering that. This is our job as preschool teachers, nursery school teachers. We know that, this is your first time leaving your child, and it's a big deal. And here comes Courtney. Now that you don't say be embarrassed about questions, my daughter has a hemangioma in the middle of her forehead, and I'm terrified about her being teased or always asked about it from kids. How would you handle that, and would we be notified? You ladies are so sweet. Thank you, Courtney. That's so nice of you. Maria, would you like to answer that one?
Okay.
Unless, Courtney, if you could elaborate on what it is on her face. Does anybody know, are you familiar with that? A hemangioma? Am I saying that wrong? Is it like a birthmark that's in the middle of her forehead? Regardless of what it is, I know Mrs. Pisamenti will have a great answer.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of times children don't notice things like that, you know? And again, I'm sure that mom would speak to us ahead of time in case, you know, we needed to have extra information. And then again, we might just, if one child happens to notice and says something, then I think we would sit down and just have it. A lot of times we have little meetings. So we could have just a mini meeting about that and just explain and kind of look around the circle and say, you know, everyone, we all look different, and kind of explain it. You know, hopefully we'd have some knowledge so that we could explain to the children what that is, and, you know, and just say that this little girl is just like all of us. So that's pretty much it.
Would like us to know. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, it's okay.
The wonderful answer you gave. Courtney is telling me it's like an angel kiss or birthmark that fades. An angel kiss. Oh, that sounds so sweet. That was a great answer that you gave, and I think it's, you know, at this age, we just kind of take it as it comes, and absolutely, I know that every teacher I know would definitely talk to the parent if we thought something was going on in the classroom with their child. That's definitely a yes. I did have someone ask a little while back about the masks. Again, I would like to just say for the 100th time, we are really hoping that these COVID restrictions are lifted by next year. They were asking about the masks, and I have to be 110% honest with you. Our first thought, I think I'm not the only one about the masks, is, oh my goodness, how are we going to do this? But I have to be honest with you. These children at this age have done better than the adults wearing masks at school. I have found that these kids at this age, they just do what you tell them. They didn't ask any questions. They didn't complain. They just, and especially since everybody was wearing them, it wasn't like they were the only one that had to wear the mask. So it's just something that they've done wonderful with. Again, I hope it's not something that we have to keep up with, but if it does, I don't want it to stress anyone out because it's really been good. I did have one little boy in my class who was a little bit nervous about it. And to be honest, I found that the more the mom kept talking about it at home, I noticed that it was progressively something that got him stressed out. So I think the less we kind of make a big deal about that kind of stuff, the easier it is for the kids. So, and we would take mask breaks. You know, we would go outside our door and take our mask down, take some fresh air, put it back up. We certainly don't want anybody to feel like they're trapped inside of a mask. But I have to be honest, I think, am I speaking just for me, or do you ladies agree as well? They have done amazing with it. But let's hope that those restrictions are lifted next year. If your child won't keep a mask on, that is something that, you know, as of right now is required of the program. It's not something I would stress out. This is from Juliana about keeping a mask on. I haven't had a child that wouldn't keep a mask on. And again, we handle it very gently. We don't make it sound like it's such a, you know, put your mask on kind of thing. You know, we explain it a little bit if they need it to be explained. And I find that they do just wonderful with it. I hope that answers you. The next question is from Debbie. How many children are in a class? Do you follow a specific curriculum such as high school? Madison, would you like to take that one?
So class size definitely depends on how big the classroom is. My classroom right now is 14. I'm only allowed 14 just based on licensing. I believe our top cap right now is 15 due to COVID. But normally I think they tend to get up to 18. And what was the last part of the question? I apologize.
I'm sorry, my microphone was off. I'm so sorry. The girls are tapping their ear. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that question disappeared. It disappeared on me. So if the person has the question again, please feel free to come in and answer it. Always remember the questions you're asking us are for everybody. I'm sure, like we said before, some people maybe are thinking it and they're just not answering it. The next one, or asking it.
Sorry, it was what curriculum we follow, Stacy.
Oh, our curriculum.
It was what
Yes.
curriculum. So it was creative curriculum. So
Yes. Okay, creative
Yeah.
curriculum.
How could I forget about that?
Okay, our next question is from Molly. If we are an in-district but do not plan on registering at our homeschool, can we still register tomorrow, or will we have to wait until March? I believe our homeschool is Wiley, but I plan on registering at Momfort for preschool. Laura, would you like to take that one?
you'll have to wait till March 23rd since you are doing school of choice. That's like the magic date, 8 o'clock on the 23rd, because you're not going to your homeschool.
Got it. Okay, our next question is from Gina. I have a son that has a severe allergy to eggs. He always needs an EpiPen. So for example, if you guys do snack time, how does this work? Does the EpiPen stay with him, the teacher, or the office? Madison, would you like to elaborate on that?
So the EpiPen would stay with us in a locked box in a high cabinet, so no child can reach it. It's always locked. If for some reason we do need it, it will always be with us in our locked box, medication box, as well as his asthma, so not asthma, EpiPen plan, etc. And we just be really aware of his allergy. Most of the time we don't have eggs or anything like that, but if he did, someone had some type of food with it in there, we would kind of set him off just a little farther, not by himself, obviously, but just so he's not close to that food.
Yes, and I know in my classroom and in many of the other classrooms throughout the district, I do have the children bring in their own snack. I found after a couple years of having them do the, let's have one parent bring in a snack, your idea of junk food is completely different than another parent's is. These kids can be very picky eaters, as we know at this age. So I know it's just it's a nice connection to home too. So we had them bringing in their own snacks. So that really helps ease the anxiety of the allergy parents as well. Everything they bring in has a label on it. So we know if Johnny decides to bring peanut butter in the classroom, we're going to send that snack home. I always have extra snacks in the classroom in case somebody forgets. So we are all very experienced with allergies. So to ease your concern of that. Hope that answered your question. Our next question is from Katie. Is there anything else we can work on as far as kindergarten readiness prior to preschool other than name, letter writing, or sight words? Thank you very much for all the info. Maria, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. Did she mention letter recognition? Yes. So I would say letter recognition and both upper and lowercase letters would be a great way to start. And I always say that, when the children have more of a connection with the words, they learn them faster and they learn the letters faster. So, it starts off by just learning the letters in your own name and then maybe your sibling or even writing mom and dad. So that really helps. So again, upper and lowercase, and just a tip too about writing their names. Make sure that they are writing their name by starting off with uppercase letter, followed all by lowercase letters. So I know a lot of friends come in and they're all writing, uppercase letters for their name. So then, it's kind of hard on our part to teach them. So again, always start off that way. And letter recognition, upper and lowercase, and then simple numbers. Maybe start off simply, from 1 through 10. That would help.
Good. Okay, our next question is from Debbie, and I think this could differ no matter what classroom that you're, attending. This would be my daughter's first outside or our home experience. Do you allow parents to walk them into the classroom? Laura, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. Well, this year we wouldn't be allowed to let them walk them in the classroom because no parents are allowed in the schools. But a lot of times it's easier for us just to take them back to have that little bit of separation. And I will always be sure to let you know how they're doing, either by an email or a call. But a lot of times that separation at the door is a lot easier for them. But if it comes down to it and they really can't separate, yes, of course, we would let you walk them back with us. But really, we just need that separation at the beginning to help your child. It's kind of sometimes harder on you than it is your child. I noticed that, but we're definitely going to update you on how that child is doing. And I'm almost sure that as soon as they get to the classroom, they're going to be fine and having a great time. So anybody want to add?
I think your key point, you touched on that perfectly, Laura. And I think the most important part is, be sensitive to the parents too, that we know that this is the first time they're leaving them. But like Laura said, more often than not, it's harder for you at the door than it is for them. And sometimes literally, as soon as you are not even to the car, the child is absolutely fine. But I know I've said, I'll call you in 5 minutes. They're screaming and mom's crying. And I always say, just keep in mind your attitude, before school, make it a real positive attitude. As I've had a couple moms in the past when they walk them in, are you sure you want to go? And it's like, sometimes they pick up on your anxiety. I always say, wear your sunglasses on the first day. If you think you're going to be sad in front of your child, let's try not to let them see that. But they end up really adjusting well. Our next we're used to repeating. We know first-time parents. Did you hear me? I'm so sorry. Was I muted? Okay, I'm gonna read it. Yeah. The next question is, my daughter will be turning 4 on September 25th, but I am leaning towards nursery school. I don't think the extra year would hurt. Is there anything I should be aware of when making that decision? I know you said we usually know our children best. Any suggestions would help. Sorry if you have answered something similar. Oh, don't apologize. We're used to answering the same questions. Madison, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, kind of just to piggyback off what Stacy said. You know your child best. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Like you said yourself, an extra wouldn't hurt. Extra year wouldn't hurt. So it's completely up to you and your choice, and you know your child best.
Okay, our next one is from Courtney. What's the best way to get them to concentrate on letter and number recognition at home while they're waiting for school? I've bought a ton of workbooks and flashcards, but she has no interest. Thanks again. Maria, would you like give her some tips?
Sure. Again, you never want to put any stress on a child if they're not interested. You just, should just scale back a little bit, give it to them in very small doses. And I mean, we promise that eventually they will be interested. And also a lot of parents have said that they have more interest once they come to school, and they see that the other children are doing all that, and there's a little bit of peer pressure, positive peer pressure, that will help them be a little more interested. But again, you always want to make it fun. You never want to make it stressful, stress yourself out or your child. So again, just baby steps and do a lot of fun things with them.
Yes, and we always say they have the rest of their lives to be stressed out, right? We don't want to stress them out in nursery and preschool. Margarita's asking, are all the classrooms tree nut and peanuts safe? That's what we call them, peanut safe. Yes, they are. All of them are. She is again asking how much more material is covered during the 4-day compared to a 3-day preschool. Let's let Laura handle that one since she does do a 4-day. How do you think it compares to the 3-day program?
I feel that it just really gets them used to going to school every day. I think that the 3-day program has just as much information and projects and everything in it. I just think it's getting them used to getting up every day. We piggyback off like maybe the day before instead of having that day in between where you have off. So it's really just getting them used to being at school every day. And yeah, Maddie, you have the same thing. So, I mean, is there anything else you can really add to that?
I would say that's the biggest thing, is just getting them used to being there. Like Laura said, we all kind of do the same information regardless of 3-day, 4-day. I will say I've noticed a lot of parents come back and they're like, they're so tired when they go to kindergarten. It's such a long day for them. So, just exposing them to that every day and, for this full 3 hours and whatnot really gets them used to going to kindergarten next year with high hopes that it's going to be all day long.
Oh, sorry, I kept forgetting to unmute myself. It is time for us to end our session this evening. It's been a real pleasure answering all of your questions about preschool and nursery. Please keep in mind that we are always able to answer your questions. You can call the early childhood office, although they would probably prefer emails at this time because sometimes the calls are really hard to get to. Or you can email your teachers. We do have that those little welcome pages that are in the front that when you came in that you can check out and look at us from there. But it's been a real pleasure answering all of your questions. And does anybody have anything to say before we leave? Thank you for coming, and we hope to see you in the fall. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone.
We're just waiting for some families to come in, moms and dads, grandmas, grandpas. If you're there and you want to ask a question, please do that in the Q&A part of your screen. You have a chat and a Q&A, but we'd love to hear from you. We have someone saying hello. Well, hello to you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hello, hello. We have lots of hellos. Thank you for doing this. We appreciate it. Well, we appreciate you guys too. Thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, type them right in there in the Q&A section, and we will be happy to answer them for you. All right. So far, we just got a lot of hellos. Really kind people we got here tonight, ladies.
Yes, very much so.
For sure.
Kim, should I be in backstage or session?
Session was where you want to be.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That way they'll be able to see you. If you're backstage, these great parents can't see your smiling face.
Yeah. Do parents have any questions for us?
We don't have any yet. People are just real excited and saying hello, and they're excited that their child is going to be going to nursery school or preschool next year.
I have 4 questions on my screen, Kim. 5.
You do.
I have 6 questions. Is there a program at Bruce Collins? As a matter of fact, there is. I am actually the Bruce Collins teacher.
We got some questions now. Yes, here we go. Let me let you know, parents, I'm going to ask the questions, and we have 3 awesome preschool teachers from the South End. So the first question is, if our son is not ready potty trained yet and will be 3 in April, with the hopes of being potty trained by September, can I still go ahead and register him?
Yeah, register him because they do a lot over the summer and they want to go to school. So register them and I'm guaranteed probably by September they will be potty trained.
Yeah.
So you don't want to.
That question was from Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. Hope that answered your question well. Our next question. Hello, how many kids are in a class? What are the masks rules, and do you have any COVID cases last so far? Talk about COVID a little bit now. We are hoping next year is going to be back to normal. Unfortunately, we don't know answers to that, but we'll find out what our new rules in and what we have to do in the fall time. As far as how many kids are in a class, ladies, would you like to take that?
Yes, we have 16 nursery and 18 preschool.
Great. And Elena wants to know, what day is registration day? I could take that one. I know it's tomorrow. It starts tomorrow if you are in district. If you are not in district, it will be in March. We do have a website that you can go to, and I'll read that to you. The website will certainly have a lot of information for you. It's ucscommunityeducation.org, and that should be able to help you. The next one is good evening. Is this the proper room for DeKaiser? We will have 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. Yes, it is actually. Brendan McKee, I am the teacher at DeKaiser. But even if you were here for another school, this is the teachers we have for the South End to answer your questions for you. So I hope that helps a little. Sarah wants to know, can you each introduce yourselves and, went down. Introduce yourselves and tell us what school you're from. We will do that in 1 second. We're going to get some other questions out. Caitlin, what credentials do teachers have? Anyone want to take that one? Oh, well, I'll let you know what the credentials are. The credentials for our teacher are, most all have associate's degrees. Some have more than that. We are governed by the licensing of the state. The state gives us a license. They come and observe us. And so they are the ones who make those recommendations. So we do have to follow their agreement with credentials. So we make sure that we're on there. Our next one, if my homeschool is Jack Harvey, what is considered my first choice when I'm filling out the form? Well, if you want to stay at Jack Harvey, you fill out the form. The first choice could be another school. If it works out for your convenience, maybe it's closer to your home, or maybe for your babysitter. So you do have the option, if you're in district, to register for another program besides your homeschool. And you can find that information also on the website. And I just want to remind parents, you all are doing a great job, but we want to use the Q&A and not the chat button. That will make it easier. So let's go to another one. Can we submit a waiver for a 3-year-old who turns 4 in October?
Yes, you can, as long as they have to be 4 between September 1st and December 1st.
Awesome. And someone did ask, what curriculum is used in Browning? And I'm going to hand that over to Jacqueline because she's from Browning. But just so you know, all our classrooms do use the same curriculum, the creative curriculum. Go ahead, Jacqueline, you can answer that for them.
We do. We all use creative curriculum, and it focuses on the whole child. So social emotional development, language, literacy. We do it all differently, but we're all using the same curriculum. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of child-initiated activities that meet their interests, and as well as, that little part of, academic learning, and they have a really good time.
We have another question here from Jennifer, and it says, if registration is full or we don't make it to the first school we choose, what happens then?
Well, don't you get 3 choices? So when you register, you have 3. You have to put 3 options down. So if your first option, they try to put you with your homeschool first. But if your homeschool fills after you say it's the next registration, or you missed the first initial registration day, they will put you in your one of your next 2.
Okay, another question from Mr. Davis. How quickly do the classes at your particular schools fill up? I ask because we're out of district.
So nursery school takes usually a little bit longer, just because a lot of parents are waiting to see if their child will be potty trained, or they don't know about the early childhood programs. Preschool does fill up pretty quick, but the majority of us have quite a few preschools. So if you're willing to do an AM or a PM, you more than likely will get one of your first choices. Out of district does. What does it say when the out of district, what day out of district's registration is?
March 23rd.
Yes.
March 23rd.
Okay, thank you, Gina. Our next question is from Miss Witt. My girls are 4, but they will be starting kindergarten at Bruce Collins. Can they start preschool at Collins, or is there summer school before they start kindergarten? Do you know when open house is for kindergarten? I do know when open house for kindergarten is. It's March 18th at 7 o'clock. It'll be very similar to this forum. And as far as registration, there are summer camps. We have a lot of summer camps. And maybe Mrs. Panazzoli can answer whether maybe her daughters could start school now at Collins Preschool.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was typing I'm typing your answers as I'm going. If everybody's wondering why I'm looking to the side, I am typing the answers to the questions as the teachers are answering them. So yes, at Bruce Collins, I'm sorry, what age?
They're 4 years old, and they're going to start kindergarten at Bruce Collins in the fall. But she's wondering, maybe maybe there's something that they could start preschool now. Maybe there's something that would work for them. Or something.
Yeah, I do have room in the preschool currently. If you were interested in them joining now, and they would be in preschool until the end of the year, which is in the beginning of June. And there we are working on looking into starting some summer camps. The information for that is forthcoming.
Great, thank you. And parents, I want to just make a note. If you've typed a question and you haven't gotten your answer yet, we're going down. So just be patient with us and we will get to it, we promise. The next one is for Ms. Lenter. Hi, if my homeschool is Jack Harvey, what is considered my first choice when I'm filling out the application? Do I pick the location closest to my house? When you put your choices in there, you're going to pick where you would like to go first. It doesn't have to be closest to your house. It can be your home school or it can be a different school if that works better for your schedule depending on the times of the class. Okay, let me go through here. And we have a question. Our son was registered for September 2020 afternoon classes. However, we had to pull him out due to COVID. Do we still need to register as a new student again for 2021? He will be 4 this November. I see lots of heads shaking, and yes, you will need to register again. Okay. Our next one, can you each introduce, you know what, Sarah, are you the patient? We said we would introduce ourselves. My name is Kim O'Keefe, and I have been teaching at DeKaiser Preschool for the last 33, almost 34 years now. So I look forward to meeting a lot of you. Jacqueline, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Jacqueline Mosley. I'm the preschool teacher at Browning, and this is my first year with Utica, but I've been teaching preschool for 8 years.
Excellent. Ms. Cummings?
Hi, I'm Gina Cummings, and I am the preschool nursery school teacher at Havel Elementary. And this is my 10th year teaching through Utica, but I also taught through Chippewa Valley also.
And how about Mrs. Panazzoli?
Hi, I'm Deanne Panazzoli. I am the nursery preschool teacher at Bruce Collins Elementary, and I have been teaching in the Utica School District for 30 years.
So there they are. Sarah, thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry it took so long to get to that answer for you. The next one is, my son misses the cutoff date of kindergarten by 9 days. Is he still able to attend preschool?
Is this for next year? I'm thinking.
We're thinking it's for next year, right, Megan? I believe it's for next year.
Then yes, he would still be able to attend preschool. We have actually quite a few 5s that attend preschool.
Do we have the question again? What day is registration day? We just want to remind you it starts tomorrow, and you want to go online to do what is called pre-registration. Let's see, our next one. Are there programs for 4-year-olds that begin at 9:15 or 9:30?
Actually, Havel's does. Havel's, I have 9:15 to 12:15, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
My building's also the same.
Let me read you that website too, parents, ucscommunityeducation.org. And in that, it will give you the brochure that tells you what times classes start, who the teachers are, where they're located. It has a lot of great information for you. All right, our next question. Hello, how many kids are in the class? And the math. We already asked about, I think we already had gotten that one. And our ratio for nursery is 18 and our preschool is 18. Is there a program? Okay, we're getting some of the same questions. All right, what do you love most about teaching in preschool? Oh, I love that question. Anybody want to take it, or we could all take it?
I love the kids. They are just fun and honest and creative, and they're a really good time.
Great. Anybody else want to add a little something to that? If not, I'd be happy to answer it too. I love teaching preschool. My first degree was in accounting, and I said, "Oh, not going to happen." So I went into teaching preschool, and I love it because the children are so innocent. We have the most amazing families. They are so supportive and so kind, and we just love seeing those preschoolers walk through our door. And there's so many adventures for them to do while they're in our class, and it really is awesome because they're like sponges. So when we see them catching on to something or learning something, it just makes our heart glow because it's really amazing. So teaching preschool for all four of us, I know, is a true passion for us.
It is. They just, the children love to be there. They love to see us. We love to see them. They're, like Kim said, or Miss O'Keefe said, they're little sponges. They love to learn. They're eager to learn. They want to be there. They want us to show them new things, and just like, it's just like we said, it's our passion. We just, everything about it.
Heather, I see that you have a question here. I just want to make sure I'm in the right program. Is this for Montessori preschool age 3? It is not. This is tuition-based South End. But if you go back to your page, there should be a link for Montessori, and you want to click on that, and you can get into their breakout session. And that's something else I want to tell any of the parents that are here. If you're with us now, you can get out of ours and go into North End, or you can go into full day, or you can go into the Montessori. You can jump back and forth from program to program. That way you can kind of see the different opportunities available to your child for next year for preschool and nursery school. I'm going to see if we have any more questions, and I don't see any, but I'm going to go through my list and make sure that I didn't miss any. Oh, here's a new one, Dana Donovan. What were to happen if we were to arrive a few minutes late upon picking up? Not anticipate it, but if it was to happen. You want to take that?
Yep, that's not a problem. It's just with a regular day, anything happens, and like for me, we dismiss and bring in at our classroom door, and you just come knock on the classroom door, and we let you in. It's not a problem at all.
Yes. And Christopher Davish says, good evening, my daughter Grace, oh, I know who Grace is. She's one of my favorite little people, is enrolled at Bruce College through School of Choice. My son is ready for preschool. Are we considered in district? And I believe that no, you would have to, you're still considered out of district. There's two different, there's the elementary program, and then there's community ed, and it's a little bit different. So you would, Mr. Davis, you would have to register as an out-of-district family. You could possibly email Miss Josie. She does the tuition, and she would probably be able to help you more with that. And that email would be ec@uticak12.org. Okay, and hopefully that will answer that question for you. We are a little bit separate, the elementary to the community ed. Let's see, my child will be 5 in November. I think she's ready for kindergarten, but not socially ready. Will you test her to see where she should be? Anyone want to take that one? I do know we are the preschool teachers, so not the kindergarten teachers. When your child does go to kindergarten, they may be able to answer your questions a little bit better if that's what you're wondering, if she's socially ready for kindergarten. We do in preschool, we do a developmental kind of a screener, a kindergarten screener, and we do that in the spring. That's more for academics. So that might be a question when you go to the kindergarten open house in March. That might be a great question to ask them. They might be able to help you out with that one. The next one is there a Young Fives program for those students who will be 5 and able to start kindergarten but are not developmentally ready? Anyone want to take that one? Well, I can take it. I know there is not a Young Fives program in our district. There's other opportunities that if you were thinking you weren't sure your child's ready for kindergarten, we do have some 4-day preschools, and that may fit your schedule and might work out for you. There's also our all-day preschools. So if you go to that website, the UCS Community Education.org, you'll see all the different programs available, and maybe one would meet your needs. The next one is from Nicole Goldstein. What information do we need for registration? If you go onto the website, it would list everything that you need when you go to register. Okay. The next one is, this is for teacher at Browning Elementary. Jacqueline, you're up. What do you love most about teaching?
Like I said before, I really do love the kids. I get excited to see them every day. I hope the feeling's mutual for them. I always tell my husband, you know, when I talk about them, I call them my kids. I really do bond with them, and I love to just watch them grow and learn. And it's sad to see them go at the end, but I'm so proud of them. So I look forward to a new school year every year.
That's great. Let's see our next question. My son is a November baby and is currently doing pre-K. He is going to repeat preschool, but my question is, what would be more beneficial for him, a 3-day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or a 4-day, Monday through Thursday, pre-K or young 5 class? Thank you. Anyone want to take that one from Miss Margarita?
I would think it's what works for your family. If he's, you know, he's already from kindergarten, you know, or waiting to go into kindergarten, the 4-day would absolutely give him more in time in the classroom, more social skills, more academics. You know, the 3-day, you know, you have the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I guess it depends what works with your, you know, with your family. And I don't know if anybody else can, you know, add to that, but.
Have you talked to his current preschool teacher also? Sometimes they can give you a little bit of insight as to if they feel, because if he's currently in a preschool, they can give you a little bit of insight if they think that he may benefit from being in a program for the 3 or the 4 days.
Okay, we have another question. If the kids have to go virtual learning, will they get an iPad?
No, unfortunately, in preschool, we do not supply iPads.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Hi, my son will be 3 November 5th, and we are planning on potty training him this spring. Should I sign him up for nursery or wait until he is for sure potty trained? Jean, I think you kind of answered that a little bit earlier, but if you'd like to take that one.
I say sign them up. If you're working on it, more likely they will be potty trained by September. And then at that point, you can always talk with your teacher if for some reason they're not 100% potty trained by the start of school. Yes, we do like them to be potty trained because we're not allowed to, you know, change, you know, diapers or pull-ups or anything like that. They have to be sufficient themselves in the restroom. But their best bet is to register them and then see what happens in September. And if for some reason they aren't ready right in September too, you can always delay the start until December.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Our next question is, I'm sorry I logged off. What did you say about sensory safety even with COVID? So I think probably your question is, are we able to get some of those sensory activities in? And we are able to get those in. As I said, with my answer to the COVID question, we don't know what next year's going to bring. We're going to do our very best to give them everything they need, and we can also safely give them some sensory activities to do. Our next question is, I have a foster son turning 4 next month and a biological son turning 4 May 18th. UCS doesn't have a Head Start program that is free for foster kids, does it? I don't know if anyone wants to take that, but I know the county has a Head Start program. So that is something, again, that maybe if I give you our early childhood office email, you can email that question. That would be ec@utica12.org. Another thing I want to bring up here, folks, is let's say in a week or so you are thinking about, oh, I want to know what they said about such and such. You will be able, since you've registered for this program, you will be able to go back for the next 30 days and relook at it, check out all our answers, and that might make it a little bit more helpful for you, because sometimes you might miss something, and so then you'll be able to see that again. All right, let's see if we have any more questions here. We do. What things do you suggest parents do to help prepare our children for preschool? Motor skills, structure of school, etc. Would anyone else like to take that? Oh, Mrs. Panazzoli is busy typing away.
I am. I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay caught up.
Yes, not a problem. Not a problem. Well, I think one of the main things you can do to prepare your child for preschool, one thing we always recommend is reading to your child. Give them some of those fun activities to do for their motor skills. But just talk about how positive school is, and oh wow, you're so lucky, you're going to get to meet some new friends, and just kind of talk about how wonderful it is and how great it is. Sometimes we overdo it as adults, and we keep bringing it up and that can be a little scary for children. So we will have a meet and greet. So when your child registers in late summer, early fall, before classes start, we will have a meet and greet. So your child will get to meet the preschool teacher in the class. So that might make it a little easier too. Okay. The next one is from Caitlin Johnson. Hi, Miss Scott. Christmas is our homeschool, but we are debating the 4-day program compared to the 3-day program. I'm curious how you think preschoolers do in your 4-day program. It is too much. Is it too much for them? Well, Miss Scott isn't on with us tonight, so she won't be able to answer you. But maybe one of the other ladies would like to take that question.
I think it just depends on the child.
Yep.
Personally, if you think that they're really good in social situations and skills, or if they have a little bit more skills, it really just depends on what works for your family, how many days, and the times of the class. I don't know hers exactly, but it can benefit some children, and other children it might just be too long of a day. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mosley. My son will be 3 on September 27th, and I am wondering how the waiver works and how I would know if he is really ready for the nursery school program. Anybody want to take that? Mrs. Cummings, you want to take that one?
And can you repeat it? I'm sorry, I missed.
She's wondering about waivers. She has a little one, 3 years old, and he's going to be 3 actually, September 27th. So he misses that cutoff. And so she's curious about how the waivers work, and how does she know if he's really ready for nursery school?
So you would have to obviously sign a waiver because they have to be 3 by September 1st, but you can sign the waiver between September 1st and December 1st. How do you know if they're ready? I say try it. Sign them up, see how they do. They're all at the same length when they come in at 3. They're, nervous, scared. It's a new process, but 3s works on a lot of the social, getting them, ready for a school environment, fine motors, and just getting them ready for school. So we're saying sign them up and see how it goes. More than likely they'll be ready because they'll be with all kids the same age, and they're all going, the first time in a classroom setting. Kim, I think we lost your
Here's the next question. Will there be a chance to visit a school in person?
Right now, all the schools are closed to only school personnel and children who are in school right now. They're not allowing any parents or others into the school at this time for everybody's safety.
We will have a meet and greet in the fall before school starts, and we're hoping that you'll be able to enter the building then. So there is a good possibility you will be able to see a classroom. The next question, has there been a teacher assigned to Robert's nursery program? I noticed it said to be determined in the catalog.
I am not sure of that answer.
I don't.
Yeah, we don't know. That would be a kind of a personnel question, whether they have filled that spot or not. But certainly, if they haven't, they will before your little one starts. The next question, if registration is full or we don't make it to the first school we choose, what happens? I think we already answered that one. In fact, it might be the same person who asked that question, and it's just coming back to me again. But I think Mrs. Cummings had mentioned, Gina Cummings, that's why you put down 3 options. So if the first one is full, then most likely you'll get the second or third. There's a lot of options in the district. And they asked again about the curriculum at Browning, and Ms. Mosley had said that just like the rest of us, we all use the creative curriculum.
Yeah, I think you're getting the same questions because there's a lot of questions and I'm still trying to answer them all.
No problem. No problem. Can we submit a waiver for a 3-year-old who turns 4 in October? And yes, you can.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We can get a few more. Harvey, we did that one. We did the credentials. My son, this is out. We did that one. So we're getting a lot of the same questions keep rolling in. We have the one about the 915. I know that Deanne Penizola is trying to type for us. Jacqueline or Gina, would you like to, while I'm going through these questions, see if there's any new ones, if you'd like to talk about anything about the program that maybe someone hasn't asked that they haven't thought of?
Did you want me to answer a couple of these that were on the side that I see that I can answer?
Now, are you doing that in the chat? Is that what you're seeing?
Both. I'm going back and forth between the chat and the question Q&As because I see quite a few questions on the Q&As.
Yeah, there's 50 questions on the Q&A and I've only been able to answer 11. I'm getting there.
Yep, that's okay. I'm going to start back up from the top. Here we go. We got a few more.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. Not sure if I missed the answer, but is there certain educational marks my 4-year-old has to be at for preschool at Browning, like spelling her name, colors, numbers, letters, etc.? Would you like to answer that, Ms. Mosley?
Yes. No, there's no criteria to enter preschool or nursery, other than the age. We work on all those things, the writing, the name, their fine motor, when we do it all year. And we work on the colors and shapes and counting and their social skills. So if they haven't been in a preschool class before, they're going to get a lot of new experiences and opportunities when they come.
Okay, we have one here. Not sure if I missed the answer, but there are certain education marks my 4-year-old. Oh, you just did that one. I'm sorry. Next one from Jennifer. Thank you very much, ladies. One additional question. Do you know right away once we register what school we will get, or do we need to wait to be notified?
I believe you'll be wait to be notified once they get all registrations in. You'll be getting an email, write an email. I'm thinking back to my kids, it was a letter, but an email stating what school you will be in and everything about open house and which teacher you are, and then your teacher will be reaching out to you.
One question from Mr. Gilbert, lunch prices. We do not have lunch, Mr. Gilbert. We don't, that would be in the full day program, but the tuition base, we do not have lunch. Our next question is, thank you so much, ladies. One additional question. Do we know right away? Also wondering about when they'll know what class they got. And Gina answered that great. You will receive an email. It says, are we able to see a virtual tour of the classroom?
I don't believe so, not at this time. They don't have anything set up at this time. Hopefully, like I said, in the fall, we'll have a open house where you can come in and see the classroom right before classes start.
Here's another great question. Hi, interested to know how your program deals with busy kids or kids with high energy in a classroom setting. Well, I know that pretty much more than half my kids are pretty in our class. Don't you think, ladies? I think so.
That's what the words are.
Yeah, we actually, sometimes for a parent that seems, so overwhelming, they're so busy, it really makes for our classroom. We like busy kids and high energy kids. So that's why we do a lot of different activities during our day to get that energy out. So it's a plus. That's a positive for us. Okay. If life is normal again in the fall, does preschool students take field trips? So that is a great question.
Yes. We do off-site learning opportunities. Each teacher may do a different place, but we typically will do 1 or 2 a year. The apple orchard, we may go there. A lot of teachers do a unit on apples and apple picking, so we may go there, learn about how apples grow, what we can make out of the apples. I don't know other places that some of you ladies might go. Sometimes we don't necessarily go out of the building for our offsite learning proposals. Sometimes we have somebody come in. We may have a dentist come in or a dental hygienist and talk to the children about brushing their teeth. We may have somebody from the fire department come in and talk about fire safety with the children. Anything else that you ladies can think of?
I had recycling one year come in and talk about recycling for Earth Day. Trying to think of all the different field trips we've done.
Yeah.
And also the fire department. I think we like to have our fire department come with the fire engines, and it's a nice learning opportunity. The kids love it when they get to spray the lights. Yes. Sure.
Yeah. The library, the Sterling Heights Public Library, we've been able to visit the library before to talk about books and the importance of reading.
We have a question here. How do you handle separation anxiety for nursery school? Is there anything we can do now?
With separation anxiety, even with my preschoolers, because you do tend to run into that throughout the year. And what I like to do is have the child maybe bring in a picture of you or a family member, and they can keep that maybe in their pocket. They can keep it next to them on the floor. I've also had them, if they have like a special blanket or something, I don't like to let them carry it around in the class, but I will let them keep it in their backpack. And if they get really upset or really sad, we might go out there and just, give a little cuddle to their blanket and tuck it back in and come back into class. But we give them lots of love, make sure that they know they're okay. Mom's coming back. I've had where before family, they made bracelets. Mom had one and the little one had one, and they were matching bracelets. So they always made sure they wore those together on the day that the child came to school. So.
Great, that's wonderful. Let's see, we have another question here. Mr. Gilbert, you were asking about what would be better for your daughter because she has a November birthday, preschool or kindergarten. And as Ms. Mosley said, I think it kind of depends on your child. But if anyone wants to take that and answer that a little bit more specific, that'd be great.
How old is she now?
She's 4. She'll be 5 in November.
Yeah, that's a hard one if we don't know the child.
We don't, yes. That's hard to answer.
Yeah.
But just think, if you do sign that waiver and put her into preschool, or was it her or him? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Her into kindergarten is what they're looking.
Yeah. Then you're gonna, if you're signing the waiver, you're gonna be signing if you sign the waiver into preschool, you're gonna be signing the waiver into kindergarten too. And so it all depends. I mean, you know your child the best. So if you're having a little bit of thoughts of whether or not you should be doing preschool or kindergarten, you can always even wait through the summer. Put them in a kindergarten readiness program in the summer and see how they do. That can also help you a lot with your decision.
Yes, Mr. Gilbert, I was going to bring that up too. Sometimes, like maybe she hasn't gone to a program this year, maybe hasn't had the opportunity, but the district does offer a lot of different summer programs, some summer camps, some kindergarten readiness type camps. So maybe if you signed her up for a few of those, or one of those, then that teacher could give you a little bit more insight, like, yeah, they're ready, or maybe this is what you can work on. So it's a little bit hard if they haven't been in a program, or for us to really kind of answer which would be the best for her. But certainly if you were in one of our programs, we could give you some input on that. It says, what do students have to know before kindergarten? How do preschool teachers deal with food allergies? Thank you. Anybody want to take that?
But we work on all year long, the things that they need to get ready for kindergarten. We do kindergarten waivers. That we work on the alphabet, we work on numbers, we work on name rating. We work on everything. A lot of us talk with the kindergarten teachers to see what they're, looking for, the things that they're seeing that they need more of going into, into the beginning of the school year. But we will be working on that all through, the school year. As far as food allergies, we take that very seriously. We talk a lot with the school nurse. If your child has a food allergy coming into the classroom, the parent and the teacher talk one-on-one. We do keep you would bring in an EpiPen if you need an EpiPen in the classroom, or depending on what you need. Coming from a parent that does have a child with a food allergy, I know that a lot of our teachers take it very seriously. And we try to work all our classrooms are peanut tree nut free with snacks and different allergies that we have, in the classroom. We keep it out of the classroom. So even with our festivities and everything like that, everything is geared to make sure that when they walk into our classroom, they are 100% safe.
Great. That's a great answer. We have a question here, and it has to do with a family that the daughter is in the ECSE program, which we're all familiar with. Our daughter is currently 3 and enrolled in the ECSE preschool due to childhood asphyxia of speech. Her current teacher thinks it would be good for her to also be in a regular preschool setting next year. Do any of you have experience with kids like this who may have had some difficulties communicating verbally? And I think you see a lot of heads shaking up and down. I think we all have. Mrs. Panazzoli, since you have one of the ECSE programs in your building, you could probably maybe stick to that. But I think we've all had experience with children who come from that program.
Yeah, I actually have, currently this year, I have a child in my program who has speech apraxia. He comes to me in the morning and then he goes to the ECSE program in the afternoon. Last year I had one, actually for the past 4 years in a row, I have had a different child with speech apraxia. And you would really be surprised on how well they do in the classroom with the general education children. I think it's wonderful for them, to be honest with you, because they're getting to socialize and they're getting to talk to children who do not have speech apraxia. They're listening, they're hearing. I've had the parents tell me how their speech has come so much further by being in our programs with the children who do not have the speech apraxia. So I definitely recommend doing it, especially if your child's teacher is recommending it. I think it is an absolute wonderful recommendation.
Awesome. That's great. And Mrs. Wright asks, what is the biggest difference between 3 and 4-year-old preschool? My son will be 4 in November, so deciding between the classes. So he's got one of those late birthdays, a waiver if he goes into preschool. Anyone want to take that one?
Like in my program, so my 3s, we work on a lot of the social, because a lot of them have not been away from mom or dad or, grandma and grandpa. So they're coming in and they're, with 2 people that they, your teacher and your assistant. So they're coming into the classroom new. They're all together. We work on fine motor skills. Everything is hands-on. We're in preschool, we start breaking things down for them. We're in nursery school. Everything is a whole, like the whole alphabet, the whole numbers. Like I said, but more of the fine motor and more of everything as a whole in hands-on materials. Where preschool, like my class, and I believe all your classes too, is like we start breaking down the alphabet with the the letters of the week and the sounds and things like that. So, depending on where your child is, obviously, you would know the best bet.
Our next question is from Sandra Mose, and it says, if we do sign a waiver and decide he or she is not ready, we just pull them out of the program and try again the following year? How does the tuition work in this case?
So I'm not familiar, so much with, because we don't really deal with the money part of it, the tuition part of it. So you would have to obviously call the early childhood department, and they can talk you through that. But you can absolutely, if they're not ready, you can absolutely pull them out of the program at that time. Or if they're in the preschool program, maybe going to the nursery school program would be better for you. Try that out first. If they're in the nursery program, obviously there's not a program before that, but you would definitely have, you definitely do have the option of pulling them out, but you would have to talk with the early childhood department with the tuition part of it.
And ladies, I want to let you know that Mr. Williams said thank you very much. Or Mr. William Gilbert said thank you very much. He appreciated our input. And we have from Heidi Wright. How does discipline work? Timeout, redirection. Those are questions for her. Anyone want to take that? Well, I can take that. I think we do when we have a child who may be having some difficult behavior, we try to redirect and find out why he has that or she has that behavior. So that usually works best. As far as timeout, I think a lot of teachers do the same thing. It's not necessarily timeout. They might have the child come sit down with us and we talk to them and we'll say, what could we have done different? How could we have handled that? So that's what we try to do in our classroom also. We have another one here. We plan to move within our current city before the end of the school year. Will this affect my son's enrollment at a specific school? Will we have to change programs when we move? Will there be an option for us on if we could transfer him or not, depending on if we move before the end of the school year? Anyone want to take that one?
Hold on, I'm rereading. No, I mean, I don't think it will. It all depends on you. So in the nursery programs, once you're assigned to a school, you obviously, unless you talk with the early childhood department, and if there's openings in another school that's closer to your, to your home, that would be something that they would, that they could work on with you. But as far as, you can, if you move in preschool, if you move to a different, a different city, you can stay in your program.
We have another question here. It's about registration. It says, I know you said registration is tomorrow. What time and is it online? And it is online. If you were go to the community ed website, that would give you that information. And again, that is ucscommunityeducation.org. And that will give you some information about how to fill out that form. It's somewhat called a pre-registration because you're going to fill out a form and then someone's going to get back to you. Okay? See if we got any other. Are there requirements to parents as far as volunteering and snacks?
Requirements. So all our parents that come into the building have to fill out a background waiver form that goes to our human resources department. And that's for anybody preschool through grade 12. Anybody that comes in the building has to, that are going to be working with kids or in the classrooms have to have a background check on file. Snacks, I think some of the programs are different. Like I have kids bring in their own snacks due to the allergies in the classroom, and we check their snacks obviously to make sure that they're safe for everybody that's in the classroom. They bring their own. I know that there's a couple other teachers that have one student bring their special of the day and they bring a snack in too, and I guess it all depends on your teacher and what they do in their program.
I have a question here for you, Mrs. Mosley. It says, I would like to hear from the Browning teacher on what is covered at conference. Also, is there a supply list that gets sent home before starting?
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
This parent would like to know what is covered at conference time, and is there a supply list that gets sent home before starting school?
So this year was a little bit different since it was my first year. I came in after the students, so we didn't, and everybody had to have their own supplies. So for next year, I'm not sure what that will look like, but I do know my classroom is very stocked with supplies right now. And for conferences, we go over all the areas that we've been working on from the time school started up until conference. And so we talk about their social skills, how they're doing, if they're playing nice, their communication skills, if they can voice their concerns or any issues. We go over their literacy, and their math skills, if they're counting. So we kind of work on these things all year. So at conferences, we kind of go over it twice, and then, you know, I can show you the progression from the beginning of the year until the conference, and then again to the next one.
Great. Moms and dads, I just want to remind you, if you could put your questions in Q&A. There's two slots. There's the chat and the Q&A. We are watching the Q&A right now. So if you could please put those in the Q&A. I'm going to hop over to chat, see if I'm missing anything here. But if you could put those questions in the Q&A, that would be great. All right, so I think we're good. I'll go back to Q&A. Another thing that we want to bring up is that you can watch this presentation for the next 30 days. Because you've registered, you'll be able to get back into it. So you might have had a question that you forgot the answer, or you're like, oh, I think someone asked this question and now you want to know the answer. You can come on back and you can look at it, and that will give you some answers. And we just, as we were talking, just got another question. Will we be able to meet specific classroom teachers and tour of that specific classroom? Will parents be allowed to walk children into the classroom?
So right now we do not have anything for parents to come in the building, and that is for anything right now between preschool through kindergarten. Nobody is allowed in any of the buildings. Like I said, hopefully at the beginning of the school year, we'll be having an open house where the parents can come in and see the classroom with their child right before classes start. So being at Havel, I know like Duncan is different, but being at Havel, their parents do not come into the school. We they drop off and pick up out our outside classroom door for our classroom. I think all of you are the same. The parents wait outside, and that's been that way since my kids went to preschool quite a few years ago. I'll just say it that way.
Okay, we have another question here from Stephanie, and she wants to know, is there an AM and a PM class for nursery schools?
There is.
There is. And what great, one really great thing about Utica is when you look at that brochure, if you go to ucscommunityeducation.org, there'll be a brochure, and then in that brochure it gives all the different opportunities for your child, times and everything. So I think that would also, so we do have some that start real early, and then some PM preschools that might be a little bit later. So that you can look at that for your convenience and see what works best for your schedule. We have one, are masks required or optional for 4-year-old preschool? And I will take this again, if you don't mind, ladies. Right now they are required, but we don't know what's going to happen in the fall. We're going forward, and we will certainly keep you updated on that once it gets closer. We have another question, a 2-hour and a half day, how would that look? Does anyone want to go over a schedule of a 2.5 hour classroom, preschool classroom? Because the next person did say, can you outline a typical day for a 4-year-old preschool? So it's kind of the same. We can answer 2 with 1.
My class is 2.5 hours, my preschool class. So when we come in the morning, we do a morning meeting, and that's when we go over a question of the day, our calendar, and everything is intentional. So our question of the day, when we're answering yes or no, we're having the kids count, and we're having them decide more and less. So we're doing that little math part, and then we'll move over to our calendar, and we do shapes on our patterning shapes. So we talked about, all the shapes inside and how many sides they have. And then our morning meeting is probably like 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how many students we have. And then we'll go into a free choice. They're able to play in all of the interest areas in our classroom. It's about 45 minutes, and then they'll clean up. We also do a small group, so it's an attentional activity where we're focusing on a math skill or a literacy skill, but we're doing it like a teacher-led, so at the table. And then we do some music and movement. We'll have a snack, and we do a story, and I read a poem, and we go over rhyming words, because rhyming words help them learn to read. And then at the end of the day, we do our dismissal. So that's my classroom, but we're pretty much all doing the same thing. It just might be at different times of the day.
That's great. Thank you, Mrs. Mosley. If I can also remind families too, if you're interested in another session, you can join that. When you registered for all the sessions. So right now you are in tuition-based South End. If you wanted to check out North End or Full Day or Montessori, you can get into that link on your invitation in front of you. So I just want to remind you of that you can do that. And also a reminder to please use the Q&A as opposed to the chat. I'd also like to give out the emails again, information. The email to the early childhood office if you needed it. And let me tell you, they're quite busy. But if you needed to ask a specific question, that would be ec@uticak12.org. If you wanted to find out about all the wonderful options available in Utica Community Schools, you could go to ucscommunityeducation.org and you will find all that information in that brochure. Our next question, are all teachers going to be vaccinated? Does anyone want to take that one?
I believe right now it's the choice of the teacher.
Yes. And Kimberly Joseph would like to know, is Burr North End or South End? That would be South End. Burr is South End.
South End.
Going to keep going through here. I think we are caught up on our questions right now, but we sure would like some more, moms and dads. Maybe grandmas and grandpas are out there. We'd love some more questions because we love to talk about preschool. We like what we do.
I do have a couple more questions on here, Kim. I do have one parent asking, where do I go to see the Bruce Collins preschool times? I can tell you that because I'm the Bruce Collins preschool teacher, and currently we have just a morning class, which is 8:30 to 11:30. But next year we'll have the morning class from 8:30 to 11:30, and then the afternoon class will be 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Great, thank you. I am kind of looking through the questions again to see if there's any that I had missed. At one point they were coming in pretty fast and furious, which is great. That's awesome. We're so excited to get these questions.
Yeah, I have one from Tarina Thompson here also, Kim.
Yeah, I don't see that one. Would you like to read that for me, hon?
I can read it for you. Yep, it says, we just moved into the district and my son just turned 4. If there is room at our home school, would I be able to register him for the remainder of the year? And the answer to that would be yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can go on, you can email ec@uticak12.org.
Great. We do have another question again about if we have young 5s, and our district does not have young 5s, but we do have a lot of opportunities for your child. And so, again, you can find that at ucscommunityeducation.org. We have some 4-day preschools, full-day preschools, so something like that might be helpful for you. Go back up here and see if we got some more. Okay, Heidi Wright, that's a great question. She's talking about bathroom breaks. Bathroom breaks, are there restrooms in each classroom? Will teachers help if needed? Pants buttoning.
So I'll answer that one because I've had both. So I do have a bathroom now. So the child just tells us they have to go. I did have also a classroom that did not have a bathroom in there. It was in the hallway. And then we took the beginning of the class, the middle of the class, and the end of the class if they needed to go to the bathroom. We did start our day in the bathroom, especially for afternoon kids, with maybe some of the running around. But all they had to do was ask. And they are never in the hallway by themselves. A teacher or the assistant always goes with them. As far as buttons, they have to be able to take care of themselves in the stall, but we do help with buttons, and I would say twist a sister with the tights and stuff because that's hard for a 3- and a 4-year-old to do, especially buttons, but we will help with that part of it, but they do have to be self-sufficient in the bathroom stall.
We've got a great comment here from Nicole McGill, who's one of our superstars in the office, who gets this registration done for us. And she read, because you have asked about registrations and that. So let me read you her answer. The registration link will be live on this page at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. There is no documentation necessary at that time. All paperwork is made available to all registered families in August and is turned in directly to the classroom teachers, along with birth certificate to verify age. And she does give the little, what you can go to, and again, it's the ucscommunityeducation.org. early childhood, and you can get the information there. So thank you, Nicole. That's going to help a lot. So 8 a.m. tomorrow, and you won't need any documentation when you fill out that form, and then someone will get back to you. Our next question is, my daughter turns 3 August 31st. If she isn't ready for preschool the next year, can she repeat the nursery school?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Debbie Murray, I joined late. Can you reintroduce yourself and where you teach? Is there an opportunity to meet specific teachers? So do we want to start? I'll start and then we'll go around. And as far as the specific teachers were the ones representing South End tonight, but if you look, there is a bio. Each of the teachers in the district has a bio, and it will tell you, show you their picture, but it will also tell you a lot of information about them and where they teach and how long they've been teaching. So I'll start and then we'll pass it along. My name is Kim O'Keefe, and I've been teaching at DeKaiser Elementary, which is 17 Dodge Park area, South End School, for 33 and a half years, going in 34 years. I did my student teaching at DeKaiser, and I'm still there. I'd like to pass it on to Mrs. Mosley.
I'm Jacqueline Mosley, and I'm the preschool teacher at Browning Elementary, and this is my first year with Utica, but I've been teaching for 8 years.
But if we go to Gina.
Hi, I'm Gina Cummings, and I am the preschool teacher at Havel Elementary, and I have been teaching at Utica for 10 years now, but I've also taught through Chippewa Valley.
All right, and I'm Deanne Penizzoli. I teach at Bruce Collins Elementary, and I have been teaching in the Utica district for 30 years.
Great, awesome. We have another question. It's about bathroom breaks. Do we take bathroom breaks? Are there bathrooms in every classroom? And will the teacher help if needed with pants buttoning?
So I'll just go back over what I had said. Okay. So a lot of our classrooms have bathrooms. Some of our classrooms don't have bathrooms. I've had both. Like we said before, kids are not allowed in the hallways by themselves. Either a teacher or an assistant teacher will take them to the bathroom. They have to be self-sufficient in the bathroom stall themselves. Yes, we will help with buttons and tights. And I don't know if I got the rest of the question.
Just if you would help with buttoning.
Oh, yep, and we will help with buttoning, yes.
From Jessica, are grandparents and or other relatives able to pick up or drop off children?
Yes, they just have to be, oh, I'm sorry. They just have to be on the preschool, what's it called, the emergency contact forms that you fill out at the beginning of the school year.
And Amber Gibson would like to know, does Browning have any openings for the remainder of the current 4-year-old preschool?
Yes, I do, in the morning and the afternoon.
There you go. And so, Amber, what you could do is you could email at ec@uticak12.org to get some information about that and possibly get your little one in. That would be awesome. Alrighty. Let's go through our questions here. Hello, I've just joined and I apologize if this has already been asked and answered. What time do the children eat?
So not specifically how they were there, but we don't serve lunch in our preschool program, in our half-day preschool tuition programs. We do a small snack, and I believe everybody's program is different on exactly the times that we will. But all our programs, tuition-based programs, do a small snack during class.
Great. Hope that answers your question for you, Ms. Williams. So let's go through. I'm just going to skim through these, see if there's any new ones, new questions. And while I'm doing that, we can talk about how much fun preschool is in Utica Community Schools. We do have fun, don't we, ladies?
Oh, for sure.
Yes. Sometimes you wonder, do we have more fun than the kids? I think they do. But be assured, we keep talking about, oh, we're going to have fun. This is going to be great, and it is. But we also get those academics in. Your children are going to learn what they need, and a lot of that's social, how to hang up their school bag, how to take their coat off, use the bathroom when they need to, washing their hands. when they're in the circle and the teacher's reading a story, you don't touch your friend next to you. So there's a lot of skills that your child will learn, but boy, do we have fun. You go back up and see if we have any new questions. And we do not at this time. Mrs. Penizzoli, I know you're right on top of that. And you're answering.
I'm trying.
You're doing an amazing job. You're doing awesome. So parents, what Mrs. Penizzoli is doing is typing up these answers that us have answered. So as I said a little bit earlier, if you weren't here, for 30 days now, you can come back and listen to this presentation. So there might be some questions that you didn't know you had until you heard someone else say it, but you can, for 30 days, get back on and you can watch this again, and you could certainly read some of those answers.
So Kim, I see a question that I'd like to answer. It just says, if I register my child in the UCS preschool, will that make her chances to enroll in the USC for kindergarten? No. So it's not. We're the same Utica Community Schools, but we are a separate department than K through 12. So you can register at any of the Utica preschools. However, you have to go through the process of doing a school of choice or out of district for a preschool. You don't automatically get into the school that you are in if you're that's not your home school.
Great, thank you.
I don't think any parents asked, but we do a lot of communication. I send home like a weekly newsletter, and we have a Remind app, so like you're able to, shoot me a quick question if you have a question, and I'm able to get right back to you instead of, playing phone tag. And so communication is really important within, our program.
Yes, Ms. Mosley, that's a great point. And I think we all have different ways of communicating, but we all communicate a lot. As I always tell my families, maybe I'm repeating things, maybe I'm sending things home twice, but we don't expect your 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds to come home and tell you a whole lot of what happened in their day. You're going to find out about a little bit later. So sometimes you might be able to, a lot of us have question of the day. You could ask that question. It might spark some conversation with your child, but we like to give you the information because sometimes they're not going to be able to come home and say, we got a book order, it's due next week. So there's things that they can't give you. So we do make sure that we communicate often with the families. And each teacher does that a little bit different, but all of them do a great job with communication.
I see somebody is asking too that they didn't put their child in, he's 3.5, and he's worried that he's going to be behind because they didn't put him in the program this year. Is there are a lot of kids who start at age 4. We do have a lot that don't do the nursery program and that they start at age 4.
And to that mom or dad who said that, all our little kiddos are kind of in the same boat. It's been a different kind of year, but we're gonna steam forward and do a great job getting them to where they need to be. Right. A lot of the families, a couple families, have asked about what they need to know before they enter preschool and nursery school. Does someone want to take that one for them? I guess I can answer this one, and mainly what your child needs to do to enter nursery school and preschool is just join us with a happy smile. Sometimes you won't have a happy smile. There's nothing that they need to know. That will be our job to kind of get them ready to know those things. All children, we could have 16 children in our class with the exact same birth date. They're all going to be at different levels. So that's why our program is very open-ended. The creative curriculum allows that for us. And so when your child gets in with us, we'll be able to give them what they need as best as we can. Right. Do you use an app or just email, like Kid Reports?
I just use email, and I also use Class Dojo.
Yeah. I think to answer that, I think the teachers, as we mentioned in the district, we all use, have really great communication tools, but they might look a little different. So that's something you will find out when you sign up and you go to the meet and greet. Your preschool teacher will go over how she's going to communicate with you. But I can tell you that all the teachers do communicate often. We know the importance of that. We want you, because after all, you guys it's a team effort to help your child.
Kim, when was kindergarten open house again? I have a parent
It's
ask.
going to be March 18th, I believe it is. The other date I wanted to give was, as Nikki gave us that great information about registration for in-district students, which starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. I also want to mention for out-of-district families, they can register March 23rd. Okay, so I know we did have a question from a young man who said, we're out of district. What if, what are our chances? How quickly do your classes fill up? And they do. The great thing about Utica Community Schools, there's lots of options. So when you, on March 23rd, when it's your turn to register, if you, that's why you want to have 3 options. They'll be able to walk you through that. And we have, maybe you really, really, really wanted a morning, so you might not be able to go to DeKaiser, but you could go to Penizzoli, or vice versa, or hop over to Mrs. Cummings, depending on what schedule works best for you and your child. So March 23rd, and I assume that will also be an 8 o'clock start online. All right, let's see if we have any more questions. Mr. Gilbert's back with us. It's so nice to hear from you. He says, I strongly appreciate you all for the answers. Very excited to get my daughter started. Have a blessed night. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is our first time doing this, moms, dads, and families. To say we were nervous is just an understatement. But again, you have all been so kind that we appreciate it, and I think we got through it. We tried to get all your questions. I'm going to keep looking though, so if you have more questions, please put those in the Q&A section, not the chat section, but the Q&A section of your platform.
Yes, and I'm doing my best to answer all of these questions in the chat. Thank you, Deanne. I'm trying.
Again, we'll bring up that for 30 days, you can check this out and you can hear the questions. You can hear our conversations about what went on, because you might not realize some of the questions that you have. That happens a lot, I think, to parents. Sometimes they don't ask the questions and they're ready to start and they're like, oh no, I never asked this question. The preschool teachers are well aware of that. So when you start in the fall, we can always answer those questions for you. They're going to come up. And as they start, they're going to still come up. And that's why we feel communication is so important. So if you had a question, you could email or use one of the apps like Mrs. Mosley had mentioned. And again, if you would like to hop on to another session, another breakout session, you can do that. We are the tuition-based South End. So that's when we say South End, you might not know what that means. That's schools that are south of Hall Road, typically. But if you look at that brochure at ucscommunityeducation.org, there's a brochure in there and a lot of information about the different programs and opportunities available to your child for next year. And from this year, we did get a few questions, ladies, about can we sign up this year still? And I know we had said some of us still have some openings. So we would love to have them join us. Go on up here. It asks, are you peanut free? Is the question.
Yes, our classrooms are peanut and tree nut free.
Okay. And I think Mrs. Cummings had brought this up, but just bringing up about allergies, we are all trained with EpiPens every year. And if your child has an allergy, a severe allergy, we have a meeting with you and the nurse so we can set up a plan and do what's best for your kiddo to keep him safe. Okay, thank you ladies very much for all your excellent help tonight, your passion and your dedication to all of our littles. Yes, I think you will find that the UCS preschool group of teachers were very passionate about what we do. We love what we do. So thank you for that nice comment, Katie. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Oh, here we go. We have another one. Can registration fee be transferred from one community education center to Collins Preschool? Dana, you want to take that one? Can you answer that one?
I think that your best bet would be contacting the early childhood office, and they can be able to direct you with any of the tuition or fees that come up.
Yes, and again, that email is ec@uticak12.org. And they would probably, a lot of the business end of the whole preschool program gets done there. So we sometimes are able to give you some answers, but sometimes we don't know the answers for those. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings. I'll keep scrolling just in case something pops up. We want to make sure we're asking all those questions. If you asked a question and we did not answer it, I did not read it out, please just type it in again and I will get to it. As you can see, we have lots of helpers. There was that question about our grandparents and other relatives able to pick up, and Gina did a great job answering that. You just want to make sure they're on the emergency card for your child. We love having grandparents. We have a lot of grandparents join us. We love to see them.
I see a lot of questions about registration fees and payments. Like Kim was saying, your best bet would be contacting the early childhood office through the email, and they could answer all the tuition part or the money part of it for you guys.
We have another question. How many assistants or helpers are in each classroom?
So there's a teacher and an assistant in each classroom.
Ms. Katie Smith asked, I just want to confirm we don't need any documents until August, correct? And that is correct.
Okay, I believe so. I think so.
Next we have in the brochure, Havel only shows AM for nursery. Is there a different code for PM, and what time is it?
No, next year Havel will only have a AM nursery class.
And we have a question here. What is the difference between the preschool here, tuition based, to the other preschools on the other sessions?
Well, if it's North End, like we all follow the same creative curriculum, and the most molecular day is typically the same, with obviously with you know, different times. So, but as far as North End and South End tuition-based programs, they typically run the same.
Okay, and Melissa Harris would like to know, do you do music concerts, providing we are back to normal?
We do not do nursery or music concerts.
Yeah, as far as
it depends on the program.
Yeah. It does depend on the program. We do try to get parents involved, maybe like on holidays, the kids might sing songs, whatever, and I think a few might have some concerts, but that's dependent on the teacher and what's going on, as you said, if we're back to normal. We have another question here. How many kids per class?
So we have 16 nursery and 18 preschool.
And as Mrs. Cummings said earlier, there's a teacher in the classroom along with an assistant. So we are meeting all the guidelines of the state's ratio. She said, how many kids per class? Sorry if this sent twice. It sent twice, but that's okay. Sometimes we need a reminder. So that was about how many children in the class. And as Mrs. Cummings said, 16 in nursery and 18 in preschool.
I believe they're keeping the numbers low again. I think we're doing 15, and they're going to do a wait list.
Yes.
To
Thank you, Mrs.
wait and
Canizzoli.
see.
You are correct.
Yeah.
You are correct. And Caitlin White is asking, what is the ratio for preschool? Is it 1 to 10?
Yes. For nursery school, did she say?
She's saying preschool.
Oh, it's 1 to 12.
It also says, if that's okay. Also, if only 10 kids register, will there be an assistant still?
I believe they've always had an assistant in the classroom.
Especially if there's not a bathroom in the classroom. You need those extra kids, for sure. Okay.
Because you can have people register all year long. So, you know, if you may have only 10 kids at the beginning of the school year, but you could be full by December.
Yes. That is another good point that you brought up, Mrs. Cummings, that you can register throughout the year. Of course, we'd love for the children to start in September when we start. But if you just think they're just not ready, or for some reason you didn't get the opportunity to register, you can always email at ec@uticak12.org, and they would give you the information on what's available, and you could sign up. We've, I think a couple parents had asked if Collins had room, if they could sign up right now. I know this past week I had 3 new students start with us. So even as the year goes on, children can add on to our classes.
Yes, they can.
Okay. You sure got a lot of great questions. We're excited to get back and registering these kids. Again, I'll repeat that if you have a question, please put it in the Q&A section. Here we go. We've got one. Does preschool start later in the year than the rest of the elementary schools?
No, usually we start the Monday after K through 12 starts.
Mm-hmm.
So we have an open house the week of K through 12.
And Ms. Caitlin White would like to know, if your child gets hurt during class, do the parents get a phone call or an incident report? What is the protocol? Anybody want to take that one?
All the above. They get a phone call telling, well, you know, what happened in the classroom. Obviously, if it's just like a little scrape, you know, on the knee, we put a Band-Aid on, and we always communicate to the parents at pickup. If it's a little bit bigger than that, the parent's always notified, and its report is always done.
Okay. I'll do another reminder that you could put questions in the question and answer section. And this breakout session will be available to you because you have registered, will be available to you for the next 30 days. Registration for in-district families starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. and it's on the website. As I said, to get to the Community Ed website, it is ucscommunityeducation.org. And that's where you find that information. 8 a.m. tomorrow. If you are an out-of-district family, it will be March 23rd. There's also other sessions. We're getting towards the end here, but there are other sessions that you could pop into if you needed to for all-day preschool, Montessori, or even North End, if a North End school was something that you might be interested in. And Mrs. White says, ladies, this is for you. She cannot wait to register her child. So thank you for all the good information. We appreciate you too, Mrs. White. Thank you. We have another one. Do preschool students play outside in the playground during class time? I'd like to answer that one.
We do play outside. We do have large motor outside time during class. A lot of us, we don't use the playscapes outside on the playgrounds. We have our own balls, jump ropes, and age-appropriate things that we bring out for the kids.
And Mrs. White has one more question. She said, are people at pickup ID'd to pick up the children?
Yes, they are.
We have a lot of requirements through the state since we are licensed, so a lot of that happens. And Laura asked, what happens if a student gets sick, fever, throwing up, etc.? I assume while they're in class is what she would like to know.
Well, the kid
And that happens.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, if a kid gets sick in class, obviously we will kind of move them away from the other kids in the classroom, make them as comfortable as possible as our assistant or one is calling the parent for pickup. So it's just, as any situation, but you will be called right away for to pick up your child from school.
And we all know how quickly children can be fine 1 minute, and a half hour later, they have a fever. I know often when I've had to call parents to say, oh, they're not feeling good, they have a fever, they'll be like, I promise they were fine this morning. Just know that we're all aware of that. They can be fine, and then in 20 minutes, they could have a fever. So we're very diligent about keeping up on that. Not seeing any more questions, but they may come through. We've got a few minutes left here. Certainly, we hope that you enjoyed this breakout session and that we were able to answer your questions. But we're still open, so please feel free. Ask some more in the Q&A section of this platform. This is a lot different than our typical open houses. Usually we would be in our classrooms tonight and you'd be popping in and out and looking at our classroom, but I think this was really an awesome platform that we were able to use. And I hope the parents feel so too. All right.
So I see a question on here where they go to see all the preschool times in classrooms. And is there on the same page here that they can click on?
Yes, and there's they can also go to the website and the brochure is on there. Brochure went out to families a few weeks ago, but you can go right online at ucscommunityeducation.org and you can find that brochure. When you go through that brochure, it will give you the school name, the teacher name, and what times the classes are available.
Registration begins tomorrow at 8 a.m. Am I correct, Kim?
Yes, 8 a.m. online. We just had a mom ask, do you celebrate holidays in the classroom?
We do.
And another question, what is the North End program? The North End program is just preschool classes like us. We separate the district to South End and North End because it's such a large district. So in the North End program, if you were to click on to their breakout session, you would also see 4 teachers, much like you do here, and they'd be answering the same kind of questions. It's just that they're in the northern part of our district, and we are in the south part of our district. So that's really the only difference. It's location, location, location. But other than that, they use the creative curriculum and all those other questions that families have asked about ratios, about potty training, about pickup, about if someone's sick, if someone's late, those would all be the same. They follow the same curriculum. They also have the great communication that we try to provide to all the families too. Can kids bring in treats for birthdays or holiday parties?
I guess I answer from my classroom. I'm not sure there because of all the allergies. We do treat bags. We don't do treats for the whole class. If they want to hand out treat bags, that will go in their backpacks, and parents can open it with their child at home. For holiday parties, we do donations from the parents of specific items that we're doing for that that holiday party that in our classroom.
And Ms. Laura, that's a great question. I think each class might run it a little bit different, but I think you can be assured that we celebrate. So some traditional holidays, and I know some of us kind of get into some of the holidays that maybe we typically don't celebrate, but it is an awesome opportunity to teach children about differences with people. So I hope that answers your question for you. Back up here. We're going to check out chat just in case someone's in there, but we're hoping to get Q&A section. Okay. If you'd like to answer any more questions, we are here for another few minutes and we'd be happy to answer them. Mrs. Cummings did bring up on the website on this, you will find a bio, a description, a picture of all the children, or pardon me, of all the teachers, and it also gives them, gives you some information about that teacher, some of her likes, and it talks about her assistant. Our assistants are our right-hand man. They are busy. Karen Reese, Mrs. Cummings, this is for you. It is so nice to see you. So I have a daughter who will attend kindergarten at Grebner this fall. Can you tell me the start time? I have a son who will also attend 4-year-old preschool, and I'm trying to decide where to send him.
Okay, let's see. So my 4-year-old preschools, I have 9:15 to 12:15, and 1 to 4 is my Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
And how does that correlate with your kindergarten? I know schools are different. Some are early schools, some are late schools. I think that's what she's kind of asking there.
For like Grebner, I don't remember. Grebner starts at 8:25 in the morning, where Havel starts at, I believe, 9:10. I believe so. I was trying to remember. It's been a couple years since we've been at Grebner with the start times, but I believe Grebner has an 8:25 kindergarten start time.
And that's probably, to Karen, that's probably something that you can probably find out, maybe through neighbors if that's your home school, or when you register or have the open house in March. Maybe something, the time-wise, that would be more helpful for you.
And I believe too, for if they're looking at the Grebner times too, I believe Christy over at Grebner has an 8:45 start, or sorry, I think it's an 8:45 start time for her preschool program too.
Great, thank you. That's good information. But as we said, if you go on to the UCS Community Education.org website, you'll see the brochure, and in the brochure it does give you those times, so that might be helpful. If you know the kindergarten time, then you can look through the preschool. I know earlier we had the question about, do we need to go to the school that's closest to us? You can. That's your home school. You certainly can. But if that time doesn't work out, certainly look at some other options that works best for your schedule and for your child. Somebody did ask about if there was a PM nursery, and Mrs. Cummings, you had answered that for us. Sometimes we're finding our 3-year-olds are still napping, so the PM nursery school isn't always the one that seems to fill up, but there are some PM nurseries in the district. So if you go to that website and look at the brochure, you'll see all the options for the early nursery class, or the morning class, and the afternoon class. so that will give you some information. I will keep watching for the questions to come up, but maybe since we just have about 5 more minutes, does anyone else have anything to say about their program or any general information that maybe parents are going to think of at midnight tonight when they're trying to sleep? Oh, I should have asked this question, because that always happens to all of us, doesn't it? So if there's anything.
And you can also, too, if you do have any questions about any of the programs, you can also email the early childhood department. Kim told you the email. Can you tell them one more time that the email that they can?
Sure thing. That email that you could ask questions to the early childhood department would be ec@uticak12.org.
Mm-hmm. And I know also too, if you do know, you can go to your homeschools, like say Havel's mine, you can go to their webpage, and I do have like my email addresses out there, and I know a lot of our teachers have their email addresses out there that you can email them directly to answer some questions if you're looking at their schools.
Okay. Well, you know what, Mrs. Cummings, that was a great answer. And ladies, we are going to be wrapping it up now. Our session is almost over, so we will be stopping broadcast very soon. We appreciate all your questions, and we hope we were able to answer those. Teachers, I really enjoyed doing this with you guys. You're awesome.
I enjoyed this also.
Yes. So parents, thanks for coming out tonight and asking those great questions. And you are going to be able to register tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Again, I want to give you the website that you can go on to find out different times and different schools. It's ucscommunityeducation.org. If you need the email to get a hold of someone in the early childhood office, it would be ec@uticak12.org. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing a lot of you very soon. Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome to the Full Day Preschool, Infant, and Toddler Care Open House. We're so glad that you could join us today. We're going to go over our programs. We're going to answer some questions. I see that we already have some questions in our Q&A. I'll just start out that if you do have some questions, if you could type them under the Q&A tab, which is in the upper right-hand corner, instead of in the chat box, and then that way we'll be able to answer those questions for you. So my name is Cassie Edwards. I'm the Child Care Coordinator for Utica Community Schools. I oversee the school-age child care and our full-day preschool programs located at the Duncan Early Childhood Center and the Community Education Center, as well as the Messmore Child Care that is associated with our Messmore Montessori program. So with us tonight, I have Miss Kayla, who is our lead infant teacher at the Community Education Center, and Miss Tricia, who is our lead older toddler teacher at the Community Education Center, as well as Miss Kathleen Kaiser, who is the director of the full-day preschool infant and toddler program at the Community Education Center. So we'll start. We do have some questions. I do see that there's some questions in the chat. If you could click on the Q&A tab and type your question in there, we'll be happy to answer it for you. So in the Q&A, I see a question, when is enrollment and how will it work? So enrollment for our new families in the full day preschool, infant and toddler care begins March 1st. You can either call either school. You can call the Duncan Early Childhood Center at 586-797-4652. You can call, Miss Kathleen at the Community Education Center, 586-797-6979. You can also email us. Our information is on the website, ucscommunityeducation.org, or in our brochures, they have gone out as well. Tuition information, same thing. If you're looking for tuition information for any of our programs, you can visit the website at ucscommunityeducation.org. And we have another question for the Duncan Early Childhood Center. What are the hours for the half-day schedule? It's the same for both of our programs. you can do a full day. So a full day program, we're open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So the full day is included in there. A half day is 5 hours or less. So you can you pick 5 hours that work for you. Typically, we like families to come by 9 o'clock so that they can be involved in the preschool hours that the teachers are working on their lesson plans. We want to make sure that we get them engaged and that they're involved in all the activities. Rest time does begin at 1 o'clock, so it works best if you're able to pick up by 1. But if you have to go a little bit over, that's fine too. It ends at 2:45. Let's see. So the locations for full day are the Community Education Center and the Duncan Early Childhood Center. If you have questions about our traditional preschool and nursery, you can join those breakout sessions as well. Let's see, we have another question. Is there a Young Fives program within the preschool program? Or where would my 4-year-old turning 5 at the end of September end up in the classes offered? Miss Kathleen, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah.
Miss Kathleen, they want to know if there's it says Mrs. Gerber would like to know, is there a Young Fives program within the preschool program? Or where would my 4-year-old turning 5 end up at the end of September end up going? Oh, Miss Kathleen must be typing it in the chat box. That's what she's doing. So I will answer it for you while she's typing it in there. We do not currently have a Young Fives in our preschool program. If you have a 4-year-old turning 5, then they would have a spot in our full day preschool program in the appropriate classroom with their classmates. It does depend on the number of students we have enrolled at the program at the time. So they will be with their appropriate age classmates though. I have a question from Melissa Hammond. How fast do your full day programs fill up? Well, that is also dependent on enrollment and the number of students we already have. So Miss Kayla, for the infant program, because I know that's a little bit slightly or different, it depends on which program you're looking at, but Miss Kayla, for the infant program, how many infants can you have at one time and how fast does enrollment go there? Miss Kayla, your microphone.
Sorry about that. So it does depend. In our program is from 6 weeks all the way up to like a year in walking. So it's not a specific like your child turns a year and they go to the next room. If they're not walking yet at a year old, then they would stay with us a little bit longer. For example, last year we had about 2 children that were not walking yet come fall, so they returned to our room in September. So and it depends. So it just depends on their development and how far along they are. But as far as new families, and of course, mothers who are pregnant of current families, we try to accommodate them as well because their child, their older child already comes here. So it just all depends on, like last year, I think at this time we were already full for the fall. So, but yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Kayla. So that's kind of how it starts. It does depend on the classroom you're looking for. The infants, we do have a lower ratio, so it could fill up faster. We have a higher ratio for our preschool students, and we do enroll based upon availability. So if there's availability at any point in the school year, then we will enroll students. Okay. Sonia Thomas would like to know, when is the enrollment for Montessori preschool for Beacon Tree? Ms. Thomas, I would ask that you go ahead and visit our Montessori breakout session. They will have more information on that, or you can visit our website at ucscommunityeducation.org. Let's see, Heather has a question about preschool. It says preschool registration starts tomorrow. If you are looking for the preschool and nursery program, which is different than our full day preschool, infant, and toddler program, that registration is a different date. So, which begins tomorrow. So it depends on the program you're looking for. If you're looking for the full day program, preschool, infant, and toddler care, then that begins March 1st for new families, in which you would contact myself or Miss Kathleen. You can visit the website. But if it's for preschool and nursery, you can go ahead, and if you'd like to go visit one of those breakout sessions, either North End or South End, those teachers would be able to help you, or you can check on the website. But that registration begins tomorrow. Let's see. Angela would like to know, what do you do with the kids who don't want to nap? My kid turns 4 October 11th. Can she be registered for 4-year-old preschools? That is a great question. It kind of works the same in our toddler and preschool rooms. So I'll let Miss Tricia answer that question for us. Miss Tricia?
Hello. If children are not napping, what we usually do, we still have quiet time. They lay on their cots with their pillow or their blanket, and we will give them books or sometimes a quiet puzzle or some other quiet activity to do while they're still resting on their cots. They still need this time to be able to rest their bodies, so it's still good even if they don't nap.
Thank you, Miss Tricia. And it works the same in our preschool rooms. The rest time is a requirement through the state, through our licensing, but if the student's not, sleeping, they don't have to sleep. We always tell them it's just a rest time, it's just a downtime, and we can offer different things for them to do during that time. But it is a rest time for everyone, so it is a quiet time. Let me get to the next question. Okay, how old are the older toddlers? Also a wonderful question, Miss Tricia.
So our older toddlers range from 2 years old to 3.5. Once they're 3.5, they move up to the preschool full day program here in the building.
Thank you, Miss Tricia. All right, Courtney would like to know, my child will be 5 in November. What preschool would she go to? We are looking at Havel or Duncan. Do we decide, or do you? That is a great question as well. If you are looking for the full day preschool program, we only offer it at the Duncan Early Childhood Center or the Community Education Center. If you're looking at the traditional preschool and nursery program, which it sounds like you might because you mentioned Havel, you can choose. So at registration, you will be able to choose which program that you would like your student to attend. And as long as there's availability, then they would be able to attend. Emily would like to know, how does the curriculum vary from the 3 to the 4-year-old classrooms? That is a great question as well. Miss Kathleen, would you like to answer that one live for us?
I was typing one.
Oh, okay. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay, so Emily would like to know, how does the curriculum vary from the 3 to the 4-year-old rooms?
Okay. The curriculum for 3-year-old rooms are generally a little bit more working on their fine motor, working on more social aspects of the classroom. Our 4 or 5-year-olds, they've pretty much have that down, and they're learning more about their, letters, sounds, numbers, which we do go over that in the 3-year-old room, but it's a little bit less than the 4 or 5-year-old program in the way of that they're what they're given to do, because we're working on those fine motor skills, which will help with their writing and their letter sounds. They work on that, and then by the time they get to the 4 and 5s, they generally know their letters, they know their numbers, and they're doing well. So it's a little bit different, but not too much. I mean, we still go over a lot with them in their 3-year-old program.
Thank you, Miss Kathleen.
You're welcome.
Kelly would like to know, how are the academics in this full day program compared to the typical preschool programs that we have? So in the full day preschool program, we use the same curriculum. We use creative curriculum as our counterparts in the preschool and nursery. So the difference isn't so much in the academics of the program, it's more in the care that's available. Our full day preschool program, we are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. They get that same preschool learning opportunity in there, which is why we like our parents to have their students there by 9 a.m. so that they are able to get that main core learning that the teachers are working on, the small group, the large group, and the interaction. But then we have built onto it the extended care for parents that need more hours than just a 2 or 3 hour program, whether it be due to work or they just would like to give their child some more time to get used to a longer day before kindergarten. We've had all kinds of reasons, and whatever the reason may be, you know, we are here and we do. We're very happy to have you. Okay, here's a question. My son is turning 3 in April and I would like to sign him up for the summer. When is a good time to start the registration? That is a good question as well. Miss Kathleen, actually, you know what, you're typing, so I'll answer it. Summer is separate from the school year. So we have our school year program, which ends in the middle of June-ish. And then we will start our summer program. Registration for summer will not be out until after spring break. So just keep an eye on our website, that ucscommunityeducation.org, and we will have summer registration information available as it gets closer to spring and after, like, so maybe around the middle of April-ish, towards the end of April. All right, Melissa would like to know, I'm interested in the full day preschool for my son 4 to 5 days a week. Would he be in a classroom with only children attending full day, or will there be students with all sorts of schedules? Also a great question. So in our full day program, students can choose, or parents can choose to have their children come for half a day or the full day. So they will be in a classroom with the same students who are enrolled in that classroom, but some may come 2 days, some may come 4, some may come, 3 half days, and some may come 5 full days. So depending on their schedule, they may or may not see some of the other children in the classroom, but it is the same students in that classroom. So there's not children from other classrooms coming in or other programs. Okay. Judith would like to know about the hours available for full day infants. So not a problem. I'll actually let Miss Kayla tell you about that.
Okay, so our center is open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So it just, it depends if you're looking for, full time, which would be 5 days a week, or if you're looking for, like, some of our students are, 2 days a week or 3 days a week. Sometimes we will, if you're looking for part-time, sometimes we'll have 2 days or 3 days available. It kind of depends on, everybody's schedule, because not everybody is 5 days a week. But as far as hours go, we are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Thank you, Miss Kayla. And Nicole had the same question about the full day hours, so it's the same thing. Our program hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Jamila would like to know about where her son would go if he will be 3 in June and lives on given their location of where they live. So if you're looking for the full day program, you can choose where you would like your student to attend either the Duncan Early Childhood Center or the Community Education Center based upon availability. Those are our two locations for the full day program. If you're looking for the nursery program, where they have locations in a lot of the schools, then you'll want to visit our website, ucscommunityeducation.org, or you can send us an email and we can help you based on your homeschool. If you're looking for what your homeschool is, where you'd like to enroll your child, you can email us and we can help you figure that out as well. Okay, Annalisa would like to know, upon registration, what tuition amount is due? Is it just the registration fee or a portion of the regular tuition? That is a great question. So for our full day preschool program, there is a registration fee only that is due. It's a non-refundable registration fee. Tuition is not due at the time of registration. For our full day preschool program, for a student, it is a $65 non-refundable registration fee or a $90 family non-refundable registration fee. If you're looking for the preschool and nursery program, the part-time program, that program is a little bit different. They do collect the registration fee as well as the last month's tuition at the time of registration. Okay. Here's a question about her son that's 4 and he turns 5 this year while in preschool. And she wants to know if other kids will be the same. His birthday's late December, so if other students will be the same. Miss Kathleen, would you like to answer that one live for us about the students with those late December birthdays?
Yes. Oh, did I just click her out?
Yeah, but that's okay. You can just answer it about those late December birthdays.
So yeah, so late December birthdays, we do have children that are in our program. We usually have a class that is a little bit for the older children, like 4 to 5-year-olds. So we do have children that do not start kindergarten either because of their birth date or because parents want them to have another year of preschool. So we do generally have an older or a classroom for those children that are older. So they wouldn't be with some of our 3s. They would be more with the 4 and 5-year-olds. At both locations, right, Cassie? I think at Duncan as well. Correct. Yep.
Yep, that is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me get back to the questions here. Let's see.
Parents play.
The full day hours, just making sure I got all these questions. Okay, Melissa has another good question. She would like to know what kind of volunteer roles do we look for parents to play in a classroom? And that is a wonderful question. This year, due to COVID, it's been a little bit different. We haven't had any parents or volunteers or anyone in the building besides students and staff, just for the health and safety of everyone and following our COVID response plan. So right now, that is kind of how it is for us. But in a typical school year, we do look for parents to turn in the volunteer forms, and we look for volunteers to read to the students. We look for volunteers that have maybe special talents or skills that they would like to share with our students. We typically will do like classroom activities and parties where we look for volunteers to help run centers and to work with the students. So we do have a lot of opportunities for parents in a typical school year. But at this time, due to COVID, we do not have any volunteers in the classroom. Okay. All right. Also, Melissa would like to know about the communication we have with parents, especially on their child's progress. Because sometimes it's in between conference times, and you want to know how your child is doing in the classroom. And I will actually, Miss Tricia, I'll let you answer this one about the communication we have with parents.
So regular communication on a day-to-day basis, we use an app called Class Dojo. You can text from it, and we can upload pictures and class stories, so you guys can see things throughout, like just the regular day. Of course, we do have phones, so you guys can always call, or we have our email, so you can always email if it's not an urgent matter. But phone would be for anything urgent. You call directly to the classrooms or Class Dojo, even if it's just, how did Susie do it at school today? Something quick and simple, or something important. Susie's not coming to school today. You could tell us that as well. But Class Dojo is one of the things we use the most.
Thank you, Miss Tricia, so much for that. Yes, yeah, okay, got that one. Here is a question for, it says, do the kids play outside during the half-day program? So if you're referring to the half-day in our full-day program, yes, we do play outside, of course, weather permitting. If it's too cold out, then, we don't go outside, but we do like to go outside, even if it's snowing, even in the winter. We always encourage parents to send their boots, their snow gear, hats, gloves, all of it, because we do like to go out and play in it as long as it's not too cold with the wind chill. If you are referring to the traditional preschool and nursery program, again, I would visit those breakout sessions, and you can speak with those teachers from the north end or the south end, and they'll be able to answer all your questions for you. And Judith would like to know what is considered a full day in 5 hours up to 8 hours. And that is correct. A half day in our full day program is 5 hours or less. So if your child will be attending more than 5 hours, then that is considered a full day. The minimum requirements to attend our program are either 3 half days or 2 full days weekly for the program. Okay, a question from Amanda. Is registration in person or online for new families? For our new families, our registration begins March 1st, and you can contact either Kathleen or myself. You can email us. You can give us a call. Kathleen, if you could put our email addresses and our phone numbers in that question from Miss Amanda Woody, then that would be helpful for anyone, so it'll be there. But you can also visit the website, ucscommunityeducation.org, and our information is on there as well. I do have a parent who would like to know about the fees listed in the early childhood education, if that is per month or per week for the full day. So for the full day, the information you're seeing about tuition is a weekly tuition for the full day program. If you are interested in the preschool and nursery half day traditional programs, theirs is a monthly tuition. Okay. So we have a parent who would like to know if their son turns 4 in November, would he be in a 4-year-old preschool or a 3-year-old preschool? Miss Kathleen, are you able to answer that one live for us?
Which one was that? I was typing again.
Yep, thank you. So if their child turns 4 in November, will they be in a 4-year-old preschool program or 3-year-old program?
Turns 4 in November, they would be in our, we do have a 3-4 split. So it just depends where your child's birthday falls, and each year I have to look at that. I have to look at how many children, because I have to put so many children in the 3-4-year-old room and so many in the 4-5. So a November birthday turning 4 most likely will be in our 4-year-old room, 4 or 5-year-old room, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that. I have to look at our numbers and where I'm at with placing children in the room. So that's something I look at closer over the summer to let you know. But we can talk further about that too if you would like.
Thank you, Miss Kathleen. Also, again, with the curriculum, our teachers use the creative curriculum to plan their lesson plans. So as far as other institutions, it really depends on what the curriculum they use, but our teachers do use the creative curriculum. Okay, and this is a great question from Judith. She would like to know about the preventative actions in regards to COVID and what we are doing as far as masks and sanitation, visitors, temperature checks, specifically as it relates to infants. So, Miss Kayla, I'm going to let you answer that one about our COVID protocols.
Okay, so like Ms. Cassie mentioned a little while ago, we only are allowing right now staff and students in the building. So a lot of times, like parents won't actually see us teachers that are in the room with the children at the door. We do have over here at the Community Ed Center, we do have an early childhood door entrance that you would drop your child off at, and we have staff, which we call floaters, that will be at the door. Of course, all staff wears masks, and infants, of course, under 2, anyone under 2 is not required to wear a mask. But in the older classrooms, they do encourage children to wear masks. Staff, of course, has masks on. So when you drop your child off at, especially infants, at the early childhood entrance, they would get their temperature taken, which of course staff gets theirs done as well when they enter the building. And we do have a crib, emergency crib that goes down the hallway. Our classroom is the furthest from the entrance. So after they'll just have like a brief, questionnaire, of course, on the first day. And then as you go, you kind of know the questions. We say, is there, are the answers all no's or whatever? Because if you're asked every day, you kind of get to know like the questions we would ask if you had COVID exposure and things like that. So just a simple, just a couple minutes, and then we would take their the floaters would take their belongings and place the infant in the crib and bring them down to our classroom. And then at the end of the night, same thing. We do have TVs in our room that show the door, so we can kind of, once we get to know parents, we can kind of see that, if you're there or whatever, and we can get them ready, put them in the crib, and send them to the door at the end of the night. I think that was everything.
Thank you very much, Miss Kayla. Let's see. Jamila would like to know, she's looking for a nursery school for her son. So if you're interested in the nursery school or the half day, the nursery and preschool tuition-based part-day programs, you're going to want to go visit those breakout sessions. Right now, you can leave our session and you can go visit those sessions. They have the north end and the south end. And if you're specifically looking for Wiley, then you can visit the north end. Okay, and I just wanted to send or give you guys a reminder that if you have any questions, make sure that you're typing them in the Q&A tab on your box, not in the chat, because we are answering the questions that are in the Q&A box. Okay. Let's see. So we have a parent who would like to know if she signs her son up for the summer and continues through the fall and the rest of the year. He'll be 3. Do I do 2 separate registrations? She wants to sign them up for the full day preschool. Okay, so yes, if you're looking to sign up for the full day preschool for the 2021-22 school year, that begins on March 1st. If you're interested in this upcoming summer for 2021, that registration will not begin until the spring. So probably more towards April, we'll send out information regarding summer. So you can, again, check the website, ucscommunityeducation.org for all that registration information. But you would register for next fall before we do registration for this summer. Okay. Megan would like to know, is lunch provided? So typically in a typical school year, we do not provide lunch for our families. We don't really have the capability. This year, due to COVID, we have been very fortunate, and we have been receiving free breakfast and lunch for all of our students in our program. So which is very nice, but in a typical school year, no, we do not provide lunch. Parents provide a ready-to-eat lunch, peanut and nut-free for their students in our program. Okay. And we have another question. If I start my child as a half day, can I switch later to a full day? And would he be changing classrooms because of it? That is a wonderful question too. We do have some families that like to start their children as a half day just to get them used to the longer hours and then extend that to a full day. That is absolutely a possibility. You can start at a half day and extend it into a full day. That would not change their classroom at that time. So you would be able to do that and they would stay in their same classroom. Okay, let's see, we have a parent. My son is at the Duncan full day preschool program and he's 3 for the 21-22 school year. They want to know if they need to follow any other registration process or does he get enrolled directly into the preschool program? And would the program be offered in the summer too? If you have a student that is currently enrolled in our full day program at either location, you would have already received information for our current families to register because our current families are registering right now. So you should have already received an email. If you did not receive an email, then you need to contact the director. So you can either email myself or you can email Ms. Kathleen. And we can make sure we get you the registration packets because those did go out already for to register for the 2021-22 school year. And for as far as you do have to fill that out in order to be registered. It doesn't roll over. You do have to fill out the packet and then re-register them for next year. And then for the summer, again, we do offer a summer program, but that registration begins in the spring. All right, let's see what else we have. This is going well. We're getting so many questions, guys. I love it. Let me check the chat very quickly. Let me see if there's anything that we missed. If you have any questions and you're in the chat, again, we're not answering the chat questions. You do have to put them in the Q&A tab. And so let me make sure. There are session documents. They're located in the details tab below your window. So you can see some different information from our programs and some welcome letters from our teachers in the full day program from both locations. And let's see what else we have for you tonight. Okay, you can go in and out of the session. So if you've gotten all your questions answered, you've gotten some information about our full day program, you also can go and visit our traditional nursery and preschool programs, the Montessori program, the Great Start Readiness program. You can feel free to jump in and out, ask them some questions, and get some information about those programs as well. And then Miss CJ Waji is our Director of Community Education. She does have her own session as well. So if you have any questions directly for her, you can absolutely go visit her and she'll be more than happy to answer some questions that you have. So let's see. I did another reminder for everyone is that if you have registered for this event, whether you are attending live right now or not, but as long as you have registered for the next 30 days, you will be able to use the link and come back and view this event so you can hear the answers again. So you can, in case you missed something, you'll be able to go back from the beginning and watch it and watch the whole session and get your questions answered hopefully that way. All right, let's see. So a parent would like to know, is there any opening right now? Start with this paper as soon as possible. And she would like to know if you can start as soon as possible. So if you're looking for your child to start at this time, again, you'll want to email us so we can check our availability based on the classroom your student would be in. We do enroll all year long as we have the availability in the classroom. So depending on the number of days you want to attend and which days in which class, we may or may not have some availability. So you can either give us a call. I believe Ms. Kathleen has put our contact information in the Q&A, but she can go ahead and she can put it in there again, our email addresses and our phone numbers. and you can get in touch with us and we can check for you to see if we have any availability to get you started. Okay. Marin would like to know, are masks required for 3 to 4-year-olds? And the answer is yes. We do require masks for our the children in our programs to be worn at all times, except for, of course, when they're eating, when they're napping. The only requirement, I believe, is if they are under 2, then they are not required to wear the mask. Is that correct, Ms. Tricia? A nod? Yes. Okay. Yep. So if they're under 2, they are not required, of course, to wear a mask. But for children that are over 2, we do have them wear a mask, and you would be surprised, they are doing wonderful in the classroom. It's quite amazing. I mean, they've gotten used to it, and there's always the reminders that even adults, need, like, pull your mask up, put it over your nose. After they're done eating, of course, sometimes it's the reminder, like, oh, we're done eating, let's make sure we pull our mask up. So, but they are doing really, really great with it. It's quite impressive, and the kids are doing amazing. Okay, see if we have any more questions right now. Let me just check the chat really quick and make sure there's nothing over there. Okay, I did have someone ask a question about the full day preschool being available in 3 locations. So the full day preschool at the Duncan Early Childhood Center, we have our full day preschool. So that is for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. At the Community Education Center, we have the full day preschool and the infant and toddler care. So that is located at the Community Education Center. And then if you have a child that is enrolled in the Montessori program at Messmore Elementary, then there is also a option to have them in extended care as well. But that care at Messmore is only available for those children that are enrolled in that Montessori program. Just to make sure. Okay, and we did have a question again, and I know it's confusing about the half days. In the full day program, if you would like your student to attend a half day, then that is 5 hours or less. I know you had mentioned the 3 hours, but that is in the traditional preschool program where it's a 3-hour class. In the full day program, your child can attend 5 hours or less for our half days. And again, the requirement for our program is either 2 full days or 3 half days a week to be able to attend. Okay, and then Bridget would like to know about the tuition fees in the brochure. If they're for the full day preschool, are they weekly or monthly? And our tuition fees for the full day preschool are weekly. Okay. So while we have a minute and a little lull in the questions, Miss Tricia, would you like to tell us a little bit about the older toddlers and what we do in that classroom?
Yes. So in our classroom, we have children between the ages of 2 and 3.5. We follow a daily schedule, which includes your circle time. We do story. We work on even though it's early, we still start with our shapes and our colors and our numbers. We do art every single day. We'll do gross motor room or go outside depending on the weather. We do singing and dancing in here. We also we still have children in diapers in this room, so we do diapering every 2 hours. If it's not needed more, of course, if they need a change before the 2 hours, we take care of that. We have a lunch. We also do 2 snacks a day, and we take a nap, our rest time. I think that's about it. We follow the creative curriculum, which I know Cassie mentioned as well. We do that throughout the whole building here. And we also have daily sheets that we send home, which will notify you of your child's their diapers, their naps, their eating throughout the day, just so you know how much and how often it happened. I think that's about it. It's a pretty fun-filled, busy day. We keep them busy all day.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Miss Tricia. And then we'll also have Miss Kayla. She can tell you a little bit about our infant program and what we have at the Community Education Center as far as our infants go. Miss Kayla?
So here in the infant room, I think I mentioned a little while ago, our age range is from 6 weeks all the way up to a year in walking. They do have to be, if they turn a year and they're not walking, they still stay with us until they are walking. So we've had children in here up to like 16 months, 18 months, depending on, their development, of course. We do have our ratio in here. We can have up to 8 babies in our classroom at a time. Our adult to infant ratio is 1 adult to 4 infants, and that goes all the way up until the preschool program. So our younger toddler and older toddler program as well has that ratio. We do follow the creative curriculum, and our room is a little bit different than Miss Tricia's room. We do have a daily schedule laid out, but babies, they eat and sleep on demand. So what we do is we have a sheet that you guys, parents, would fill out, kind of stating their schedule that they have at home, their feeding schedule, how many naps they take a day, things like that. So we can kind of have a feel for their schedule. We do our best to mimic your home schedule here. So that's why that's important to have filled out. We do have, I believe in the documents that you can download, our infant schedule, which includes, story time and things like that, but we don't actually have like what you would call like a circle time where, like in Miss Tricia's room would say, okay, everybody, come to the carpet, we'll have circle time. It doesn't quite work like that because, every baby's schedule is different. So, it may look like, while we're changing a baby's diaper, we'll be singing a song, or if they're going to sleep, we'll be, humming or singing a song to them during that time. Or during feeding times, we do have a bucket seat table for older babies that, sometimes they'll sit at the table, or even younger babies, if they're on the floor having tummy time, sometimes we'll bring out a story and read it to them there, rather than, having all 8 babies in the same group at the same time. We want to make sure their needs are met first and foremost, and of course the learning, goes along with that. Or during the times of the day that we can kind of fit it in. And then Miss Tricia was kind of talking about this too, the daily report that goes home every night with your child. We fill this out, like she said, the diaper changes, their nap schedule, like when they napped, the activities we did, all their diaper changes are recorded, what they had to eat and drink, and then also a section 2 where we would put, like if your child needs more diapers and things like that, families provide the diapers, the wipes and things like that. So if you, extra clothes, anything like that, we would mark on here as well. And then everybody gets their own drawer, and I know Miss Tricia has cubbies, where we would store extra clothes and things like that, diapering, cream, and they all have their own areas for that. And let's see, everybody in our room gets their own crib, and you would provide the bedding. Goes for all classrooms too. Parents provide the bedding at the end of the week. Or let's say your child comes Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Monday, Thursday, or something like that. At the end of their week, we would send the bedding home to get washed for the following week. And then lunches and stuff. Right now, I know in the older programs, lunch is provided. With the babies, we do, each parent brings their own bottles that are prepared, ready to feed. And we suggest we do have a fridge in here, but we suggest to parents to put everything in a lunchbox so that way it's easier, everything's contained in one, all your child's belongings are in one container. It makes it a lot easier for us and for you. And then, of course, with our current guidelines right now, with the COVID guidelines, we do still try to maintain as much contact with families as possible through our Class Dojo app. A lot of times, we'll send photos throughout the day of your child, or, if you want to check in and just say, hey, how's my child doing today? You can always do that. Like I said, you can email us with questions, or we each have a phone in our classroom. You can call us there too if you happen to have any questions. So.
Thank you very much, Miss Kayla. Let's see. I did have a question from another parent. She did want to know, for the infants, do you stick to a schedule for them, or do you accommodate like the schedule the parents provide?
So typically we do follow that the schedule that you provide. We try to mimic it as close as possible because we do feel that, consistency is the best thing for children, between home and school. And as their, schedule changes, once they're off of bottles and they're, having baby food, we ask you guys to update this too, for that reason, because we do want to keep consistency. And like I said, we do have the infant schedule, the classroom schedule, but we do, a lot of it does kind of mimic, what most babies at that age are doing. But, we do, the curriculum wise, we do include it, maybe not like as a whole group, but just, like individually or with a few babies that are, maybe some are sleeping and the other ones that are awake that are playing on the floor will, introduce a story or do some songs or, things like that. So we are still introducing the literacy and all those kind of fine motor skills, gross motor skills, they are learning throughout the day. It just may not look like the traditional, like toddler or preschool where you're bringing the whole group for, circle time or, story time, things like that. So.
Thank you again, Miss Kayla. I did have a question. She just wanted to confirm about the registration for the full day preschool program. Melissa just wanted to make sure it was on March 1st. So yes, registration for new families for our full day preschool program begins on March 1st. The paperwork, you would need to contact either Ms. Kathleen Kaiser or myself to receive that paperwork. If it's on the website right now, it would be under the ucscommunityeducation.org under the paperwork. But I think the best way to do it is you can contact Kathleen and myself directly. And Kathleen has put our email addresses in the Q&A when answering some of these questions. Kathleen's is kathleen.kaiser@uticak12.org. You can also reach her at 586-797-6979. And mine is cassie.edwards@uticak12.org. And you can reach me at 586-797-4652. And we can get you that enrollment paperwork right away so that you'll, March 1st, it'll go out. So you can contact us on March 1st or after, and then we'll be able to send that paperwork out to you. Okay, so let's see. I think this is going very well. I'm very impressed. Some of these questions are great questions. It's been a very interesting year for us, so we're so glad to be able to do this and welcome everybody virtually to our open house that we have. It's not the typical one we usually do, but it's still nice knowing that everyone can still see us, see a little bit of the classrooms, hear from our teachers about how we run our programs. So again, if you're just joining us, our full day preschool programs, we do have the full day preschool for 3, 4, and 5-year-olds at the Duncan Early Childhood Center. At the Community Education Center, we have the full day preschool as well as the infants and toddlers. There are documents at below your window. You have documents, tabs that you can click on. For our teachers, they are just a little bit about some of our preschool teachers. You can click on them, you can download them. There's some information down there for you, so you can click on those tabs. If you have any questions, you can put them into the Q&A tab, which is in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. You'll click on the Q&A, and that's where you can type in your questions. That is where we are answering questions from, not in the chat. So if you could just hop on over to the Q&A and put those questions in there. Again, a reminder, if you are registered for this event, over the next 30 days, you'll be able to go back and view this event and watch it from the beginning. So you'll be able to, anything you missed, get some questions answered that you didn't think of, and just hear some questions that some other families have. Our preschool programs do use the creative curriculum. So our teachers, even in the full day preschool, they are planning their lesson plans. That 9 to 12 is that very important time where those teachers are working on their lesson plans, or working on them with the kids, their small group, their large group, their interactions with the students. Again, our full day program is based on the extended care as well. So we do open at 7 in the morning. We close at 6 p.m. For parents, just to have that availability. Again, some parents want their students to have a longer day just to get them ready for kindergarten. Sometimes it works out better just that way. They're used to a longer day, 4 or 5 days a week. So when kindergarten hits, it's not such a shocker. We do still have a rest time in our program. Typically it's from 1 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. Different for the infants. They kind of are on demand. So those infants are special and they get everything they want and all the love they could possibly have from our staff because they're infants. But we do try and work on our older toddlers and our preschoolers, getting them on that same rest time schedule, so everyone's on the same schedule. We do have a morning snack. We have an afternoon snack. Lunch you would typically provide. It would need to be a ready to eat, so nothing that needs to be heated up. And peanut and nut free. We are a peanut and nut free facility, so just be mindful of that. Sometimes it slips and we understand, and we just, we call our parents and we let them know, hey, this got sent in the lunch today, but just so you know, they can't have it, but we might offer them, something different just to kind of offset it. So if you could just be mindful about the nuts, because we do have those peanut and tree nut allergies in the classroom. We do, a parent would like the phone numbers again for registration. If you're looking to register at the Community Education Center, you can call Miss Kathleen at 586-797-6979. And if you're looking to register at the Duncan Early Childhood Center, you can call 586-797-4652. Okay. In the full day preschool program, we do utilize outside, of course, as much as possible. Play is a very important part. Those interactions, those teacher interactions, teacher and child, and then the peer interactions between the children are very, very important. They are learning a lot during that time. It's not just free play, craziness. They're learning how to take turns. They're learning how to use their words. They're learning, following a sequence. If I do this, this. If you do this, this. If we build together, we can do this. They are learning a lot during those times. And a lot of times the children play together and they learn things from each other. We've had children who teach other children the colors because they know it and they like to play teacher. And so they show them the colors and the shapes and they take them around the room. And sometimes they play nap time, where they play and it's really cute and they pat their backs and they tend to take care of each other. It's a really nice thing. They learn a lot from each other. If you were to walk into one of our classrooms and you see the students, around the room in different groups and playing with each other, just know that they're not just having a free-for-all, whatever they want. They are learning from each other. The teachers do plan activities that are free choice activities, and they plan activities that are small group activities. But we do allow the children, of course, that free play as well. It's very important to let them choose their activities as opposed to something that we choose for them. Because maybe a student loves the house area, but if our activities that we're all doing are involved at the table or the carpet or the trucks or the trains and not at the house area, then they don't ever get the chance to express themselves in that area. So it is very, very important and so much for them. And we especially like to do group things too and allow them to teach them games and to teach them the rules of the games. And especially they learn things like those taking turns and how to interact with other children and how to interact with the staff and learning the rules. And sometimes they learn that the rules at school may be different than the rules at home, and that's okay, but those are our school rules. So they are learning a lot in the classroom. The full day program, whether it be the infants and toddlers or whether it be the preschool program, a lot of times there are children who are there because they need to be there, right? We have parents who are working parents and they are working and they want somewhere safe where their child can be and they can learn and they're loved. And that's us. That's where we come in, because that is what we do. We love the children, we love to be there with them, and we're going to help them and we're going to get them to that next level and that next step that they're at. So whether it be an infant moving up to a toddler or a toddler moving up to preschool, there's always a next step. It's not always about the academics and, are they ready for kindergarten? Are they ready for, yes, your preschoolers, we are going to get them ready for kindergarten. We are going to do our very darn best. We do literacy, math. We work on those social skills, which are very important in a kindergarten classroom. This year's is more interesting because it's a lot of online kindergarten classroom, but they still need those etiquette rules that they know when the teacher's talking, I'm not talking, one at a time. Otherwise, nobody can understand. So I think I've said a lot now. Let's see. Is there anyone else? Miss Kathleen, do you have anything you'd like to add about our programs, the full day programs that we run?
Well, I don't know. You went over a lot of it, so it sounded good to me. I like at this location that we have the infant and toddler and the preschool here, which is really fun because the infant and toddlers just sort of move right on up into our preschool rooms, which is really fun to watch and be little babies and then watching them go on to kindergarten. So it makes me very happy. I've been here quite a few years and it's very fun to see those families. And, sometimes we get referrals from either their families, and so I still stay in contact with a lot of them. So it's a lot of fun. We're just like one big happy family here.
Miss Kathleen, could you kind of tell them about how the process for like the infants moving up to toddlers and toddlers moving up to preschool? Because sometimes, that's the question. How does that work?
Okay, so our infant room, Kayla, our infant lead teacher, she generally we will talk, and once the children are developmentally ready to move up into our toddler program, which is she had spoke earlier about that, when they're steadily walking and they're ready for that next stage of development. So in the infant room, it's the babies, and then until they're steadily walking. Then once they go into the younger toddler room, that's where they're, they have their small little group of friends. They're starting to learn to socialize, walk around, share their toys. They're being introduced to a little bit of art, to some story time. So it's a little bit of a jump for them in the way of their development. So once they master certain skills, once they get about 2 years old, they would move into Miss Trisha's room. Miss Trisha has children from ages 2 to about 3.5, depending on developmentally, again, if they're ready to move on to our preschool. So what they do in Miss Trisha's room is they are really doing a lot. They're getting really prepared, getting ready for that preschool room. So it's a great room to be in because they're learning how to sit at a circle time. They're learning how to ask a question. They're learning how to, what pencils and crayons and scissors are all about. And so it's a great introduction to our preschool program. So then once they move down to our preschool, we have our 3-4-year-old rooms. And then we do have an older 4-5-year-old room. So our 3-4-year-olds, they're working on their names. They're learning how to cut, how to write, how to ask questions. Same things they do in the toddler room, but at a little bit of a more advanced level. The teacher is working more with them and table activities with them, teaching them their letters, numbers, cutting. At story time, they'll have question and answer times. So it's more of a group participation. And our 4- or 5-year-old rooms, they're really starting to do a lot of writing. They write their own little stories. It's just really fun. I go in the room and I look at the stories they come up with, and they're quite amazing. So each age is different, but at their own level, at their own developmental level. So.
Excellent. That was really good, Kathleen. A great description. I do have a parent wondering about ratios and how many children we can have per teacher. So I'm just going to kind of ask everyone individually. So Kayla, would you like to tell them what your ratio is in the infant room?
Yes, in the infant room, we can have up to 8 babies in the classroom at a time. Our ratio is 1 adult to 4 babies. So at most, there would be 8 babies with 2 teachers in the room.
Thank you, Ms. Kayla. Ms. Tricia, would you like to speak towards the toddler ratio?
In both the younger toddler room and the older toddler room, our ratio is also 1 to 4, just like in Kayla's infant room, and we can have up to 12 children in each of our toddler rooms.
Great, thank you, Ms. Tricia. And then as far as for our 3-year-olds, if we have 3-year-old children in there, the ratio is 1 adult to 10 children. Typically, we could have up to 20 students in a classroom. This year, due to COVID and our COVID plan and the health and safety of everyone, we did lower that number to 16, so we would have no more than 16 in a classroom at any given time, just to give some more space. And again, that's the 3-year-olds is a 1 to 10, and then with the 4-year-olds, we can have 1 adult per 12 children in the classroom for the 4-year-olds. I hope that helps.
I typed it all in.
Excellent. Thank you, Kathleen. So Miss Kathleen's answering that in the Q&A too, just so you can review it there. Just a reminder, below your presentation window, there are documents for the full day program. If you're looking for some information about some teachers or the program, you can click and download those documents. If you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A tab. So it's in your upper right-hand corner, not the chat. We are using the Q&A tab. That's where we're answering the questions from. So just click on that tab and you can type in your question and we'll answer it live. We'll type an answer. If you are registered for this open house, then you will be able to review this broadcast for 30 days. So you'll receive a link, and then anytime in the next 30 days, you can always come back, visit, see if you missed anything, get some questions answered, get some information. for that. Miriam would like to know about the COVID ratios, if they'll continue for the 21-22 school year. At this point in time, like right now, we are keeping it that way. I do not know what the next school year will bring, if we'll still be in the position we're in, or if things will improve greatly to where we can increase them. So right now, I can only speak for that. That's, you know, where we're keeping our ratios right now. But the most in a 3 to 4 year old classroom typically is 20. I mean, we usually keep it at that anyway, but we can have 1 to 12 in the 4-year-old room, 1 staff member to 10 children with the 3-year-olds. And then down from there, you know, with the infants and toddlers, it just gets, you know, smaller. So I do have a parent that would like to know the difference between the full day preschool and the tuition-based preschool that is on the other session. So in the other sessions, the tuition-based preschool is a part-time program, typically 2 or 3 days a week for 2 or 3 hours a day. Some of them are 4 days a week for 3 hours a day. It's a part-time program for children. In our full day program, we are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the minimum requirements for attendance are either 2 full days or 3 half days on up to the 5 days. And you can choose your availability, your schedule based on availability. So if you have, you need your child to come Monday, Thursday, and Friday, then as long as it's available, we can enroll your child for those days. As opposed to the typical traditional preschool program that runs Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Some parents need a more flexible schedule, like maybe they don't work on a Wednesday and they want to be with their child, not send them to preschool, so then they would need another day. So the full day preschool does offer some more flexibility, as well as increased hours for parents that are looking for that or need that. Thank you, that's a great question. If you are interested in the traditional preschool nursery program, you can visit those breakout sessions. You could just exit out of this one, visit those. We do have the North End Preschool and Nursery and the South End Preschool and Nursery, as well as Montessori and the Great Start Readiness program. So those are all different tabs you can click on, get some information from those teachers. Miss CJ Waji is also our Director of Community Education, and she does have her own breakout session too, in case you have any questions that maybe weren't answered, or something specific you're looking for that you didn't get answered, or you just want to say hi to her. She's waiting over there. You absolutely can hop in there and give her a hello. Let's see if we have anything else over in the chat. If you have any questions, again, if you could put them in the Q&A tab in the upper right-hand corner, not in the chat. Okay. This is going very well. I think we're staying pretty busy, ladies. Okay. Well, while we're waiting maybe for some more questions to pop in for anyone visiting, you know, at the last minute, Miss Kayla, how would you like to tell us about your favorite part about working in the infant room?
Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. It really is. You know, we do have the moments where, you know, it gets a little chaotic in here, you know, but I would say, I don't know. That's a hard question, Cassie. I don't know. I just loving on that, you know, like they are so special, and they, you know, they develop, or they grow so fast. You know, we get them at 6 weeks and they're, you know, just this little, you know, baby. And then, you know, 3 or 4 months rolls around and they're already, you know, they're becoming a lot more observant of other children in the room, and, you know, what's going on, different noises and sounds, and, you know, and then they start crawling and walking. And it's so interesting to see that progression. You know, and like Kathleen said too, even the children that start out as infants or toddlers in our program that move up to the preschool room, you know, even just, you know, I had them as a baby and now they're, you know, in preschool about to go, you know, graduate and move on to kindergarten. It's amazing to see like their changes and development and stuff, you know, and getting to know them and their families and everything, you know.
Thanks, Miss Kayla. I know it's so hard to pick because, well, they're babies and they're adorable. So it's kind of hard to pick a favorite part with those babies. Before I move on to Miss Tricia, I did have the question from the parent about the days they bring their child weekly, whether they can change the days. So for our program, the days do need to remain the same weekly. So you can pick the days that you need as long as it's available, but they do have to stay the same every week. So you can't choose, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, and then Tuesday, Thursday, Friday this week, because our program is built around the ratios, and we do enroll students in the classroom based on the days they attend. Since they do not all attend 5 full days, we kind of build it around there so that the classroom works together. So if someone attends Monday, Wednesday, Friday, another student might attend Tuesday, Thursday, and then that makes a full day. So then we wouldn't be able to add, change the schedule and add you on another day because we may not have the availability on that day. So the schedule does need to remain the same weekly. That being said, if you had a change due to, an appointment or something come up, let's just say, something came up and your child doesn't attend on Thursdays, but you really needed them to because, something happened, you can always check with the director. And if we have the availability, we, of course, can add the day for you. But that's if the day is available. It's not always a given. Okay. So, Miss Tricia, how about you? Can you tell us what your most favorite part about working with those toddlers are?
Just like Kayla, there's so many reasons that I love working with this age. And here we have the 2-year-olds. And I love that when they come in, they can be so quiet and they don't know how to sit at story time. They don't know how to use scissors. And then throughout that year that I have them, they just go from that to, talking a whole lot, and the social skills bump up. They're great with each other. We assist parents in potty training in this room. So once we get that, it's like, yay. Just watching them grow and learn is just the best thing ever.
Excellent. Thank you, Miss Tricia. I know it's the kids that make it. It really is. They're all unique and fun to be around, and they each have their own unique thing. I mean, the things that we love about one child is going to be different than the things we love about another, just because they're all so different, but so fun to be around. Miss Kathleen, what about you? I mean, we have a kind of a different position because, we're the directors of these programs, but what's your favorite part about preschool?
Well, my favorite part is going to each classroom. I like to go in and visit all the children every day. So I go in the baby rooms. I visit the teachers as much as I can. I try to stay in contact with them to see what I could do to help out. But the most favorite part of my whole day, what makes my day, is when they come running up to me like they did in Miss Tricia's room today. They just all came, and they were all hugging me. It was just so adorable. So, I mean, it's fun to be known as Miss Kathleen down the whole hallway. I'll be walking down the hall and I hear Miss Kathleen, like all these kids. So it's just fun. I mean, I love them all. They're great kids, and, we all work to strive to make them ready for the next level of their development. And, we all try to work together and brainstorm. If there's a little problem, we try to work that out and to help them get to where they need to be. So that's our goal.
That is true. Even working with the kids when they learn new things or they catch on, or you realize, you're in there one day and you teach them something from a game, and then you go in there the next day and they're like, look what I did. And they're showing you what they learned and doing it more and more involved. I mean, it is awesome. I know that I love just having conversations with them, all of them. I mean, as soon as they can talk and they have conversations, they say the best things. Teachers could write books, and we definitely could write books about the amazing things and the creative things that some of these kids say, and sometimes it's just the best. It's just the I love yous, and you're the greatest, and you're my favorite teacher. And other times it's stories they make up, and they're very creative, and they tell you about a whole thing that happened and this whole land and this world, and you're just like, wow. I mean, they just created it out of nothing. And then there's other stories that are just really fun. And so they, I do love that the best. I do love just sitting and talking with them. And for the most part, they are just loving. They want hugs. They want attention. They love when you, I know for Miss Kathleen and I, because we go into all the classrooms, we're not specific to one. So when we come in and they run up to you and they want that hug because, you know, it's special because you're not, you know, specifically in there with them all the time. So it's a special thing. It's a special hug. They may not see you, you know, the whole day, or maybe one day they don't see you and they see you the next day. So it is special. Again, I have some of my favorites, and I love keeping in touch. And when you see them when they get bigger, it's just the greatest thing when they remember you. Mm-hmm. and sometimes they don't, but when they do, it is the best thing. Let's see. I think we've answered all the questions so far, which is great. So, let's see. I will take this time then just to remind everyone again, if you do have any questions, please put them in the Q&A tab in the upper right-hand corner so we can answer them for you. This is our full-day preschool and infant and toddler care session that you're viewing. If you have questions or you would like some information about the traditional preschool and nursery programs, there are breakout sessions for that as well. You can visit those. You can visit for our Montessori, the Great Start Readiness. We have a program for everyone, so something to fit everyone's need. At the Duncan Early Childhood Center, our full-day preschool program is for the 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. And then at the Community Education Center, we have the full-day preschool as well as the infant and toddler care. So that's nice if you have a younger child and you would like some place to put them. You know what I keep forgetting to mention is we also have Come Play With Me is on this this live open house that we have. So if Come Play With Me is another program that we offer in Utica. So if it's like a parent in child session, so if you have a young child like under the age of 3, and there's a session for that too, a little tab you can break out. So we have all kinds of programs and something for everyone. And we do hope that if this is the program for you and you're looking for either you need a longer day for your child, or you're looking for something for a little bit longer due to work or getting them ready for kindergarten, or, you know, the days, the flexibility of the days is what you're looking for, then, you know, we are more than happy to have you and to look into it. Registration for the 2021-22 school year for our new families begins on March 1st, and you can get that information, the paperwork, and you can email Ms. Kathleen for the Community Education Center at kathleen.kaiser@uticak12.org. You can also give her a call at 586-797-6979. If you're looking for the Duncan Early Childhood Center, you can send me an email, cassie.edwards@uticak12.org, or you can give us a call at 586-797-4652. Beginning on March 1st, we'll be more than happy to get you that paperwork so you can return it, you know, to us to enroll your child into the full-day preschool program. It is a $65 non-refundable registration fee. There's a $90 family registration fee if you have more than one that you're looking to enroll. That is non-refundable. And then we have our weekly tuition rates with the full-day preschool program. At registration, we only collect the registration fee, but our tuition is a weekly tuition for the program. And we do have a summer program that we run as well. So our school year program typically goes from, you know, the beginning of September to the middle-ish of June. And then we have a summer program that we run from once our school year program ends in the middle of June through August. That information about the summer will come out in the spring, probably around April, mid-April or so. So you can keep an eye on the website, the ucscommunityeducation.org, for more information about our summer program that we run if you're interested in having your child come in the summer. Anybody else have anything they'd like to throw out? I mean, we still got some time, so. Oh, I'm by myself over here, crickets. Miss Kathleen, can you tell us, because we know we have the infant room and we have Miss Tricia from the older toddler room. Can you kind of tell us about the classrooms, the other classrooms that you have at community education?
Yeah, so we have a toddler 1 room. So that's the room that moves up from Kayla's room. So there's a room in between Kayla and Tricia. And that one, the teacher's name is Miss Melinda. So she has the younger toddler. So those are typically the ones that are walking up into about age 2. So we have that program. Then we have our preschool rooms. Right now we have the 3-4-year-old room and the 4-5-year-old room at this time. So that's all we have. We have the infant, toddler 1, toddler 2, 3-4, 4-5-year-old room. Those are our programs here.
Wonderful. I know that that's helpful. I mean, we always like to know, what kind of availability we have. I know some parents had the question about, do you fill up fast? And it does just depend. Our infants move up, our toddlers move up, at the community education center. And enrollment is just based upon availability. So by all means, check with us. And if we have the availability, then we will, of course, help you out and get you started. We do have a question about the tuition for the full day program. So the full day program is a weekly tuition based on the number of days that your children attend. So if they're attending 3 full days, it's going to be one price, 5 full days, 4 half days. If you want to look at our tuition rates, you can visit our website at ucscommunityeducation.org, and the tuition rates are posted for you. We do have a question about children. We have Chelsea would like to know her children will be 3 and 4 in the fall, and would they be in the same classroom? Ms. Kathleen, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I tried to not put them in the same classroom, mostly because your 4-year-old is probably going to be 5 or closer to 5. The 3-year-old would be more in a 3 to 4-year-old room. So your 4-year-old would probably be turning 5 before the next school year or close to it. So the 4-year-old would probably be in the 4-5-year-old room, just because they're going to have to be getting a little bit more prepared for that kindergarten. So and they'll be with children more their age, 4 or 5-year-olds in that room. I just think it's best too if we have them not in the same room, only because we found typically that children will try to help their sibling out a little more than they should, because they feel like they need to. Like one will oversee the other one a little more. So we try to give them their own space to grow and learn. So we like them to be in separate classrooms. But that's a good question. I mean, we could talk further about that, but typically no. I try to keep them in separate rooms.
Thank you, Kathleen. I agree with you too. It's the same thing out at Duncan. We do try to keep the siblings separate, just because, they tend to act like siblings in the classroom. And that can be difficult in a classroom with other students, because siblings at home who are together all the time, sometimes they tend to be a little bit more hands-on, touchy-feely, fighting, because it's a normal thing that siblings do when kids are together all the time. Even our students, the children in our program, the ones that attend 5 days a week together, they find a best friend. They are used to being with them all the time, and then they start to act like siblings because they're together all the time. So I think it's good for children that are at home together all the time to each have their own identity. So to each have their own classroom, their own friends, their own teacher to themselves. So it's their own identity separate from what they have at home, because they're already at home together. They share things, they play together. So this gives them an opportunity to break out and do that, you know, with others, even with twins. So we do get that question sometimes too. I've had it both ways. I've had parents request that their twins be together because they want them together. They're more comfortable, maybe one's shyer, one's, and of course we do accommodate the best we can if we have the availability, but I do still feel like I've had twins separate and they just do so amazing when they each have their own set of friends, their own classroom to themselves, something that is unique to them that doesn't pertain to their sibling. So I do find that to be helpful. So hopefully that was what we were looking for. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, guys, you want to help me out? I mean, we're getting close, but we've talked a lot. We've said a lot about the programs. Kathleen, do you think we missed anything as far as registration and the programs? And we talked about summer.
I know you did talk about the family rate, because that was one thing I didn't, but then you just talked about that, because I was going to bring that up, because our family rate is $90 if we have a sibling down the hall, let's say. So yeah, the family rate, I think we've covered everything. The tuition is billed weekly, like Cassie said, so on every Monday you will get billed, and then every Monday by 4 p.m. The bill needs to be paid. So a lot of our parents will we'll set up an automatic deduction where it will just come out of a checking or savings account. You know, you're more than welcome to pay by check or how you like, but most parents find this is the easiest way. You can set up also to pay through Tuition Express, where you can pay yourself through your account. But the easiest way is really to set up the automatic deduction. Seems like most parents prefer that, just because they don't really have to think about it. It'll just be automatically deducted once we bill you. So that works out. Seems like the best. I don't know what else.
Yeah. That was a good call on that, because I know that is a question, you know, that we get a lot too. Just because there are a lot of ways, you know, to pay. The automatic withdrawal is the easiest, and you don't even have to think about it. You'll never be late because, you know, it automatically comes out. Another way, of course, is to register for our Tuition Express online, and you can go online and make your own payments. Just with that one, it's a little bit trickier in the sense that you have to go on 2 days ahead of time before it's due and make your payment, so that, because it can take a couple days to process, so we don't want it to be late. So you would log on a couple days before the tuition's due. And of course, you know, if you need to pay by check or whatever, you can always drop that off at the Community Education Center as well. So, and we do, we'll just refresh on this anyway, since we're at the end. Chelsea would like to know about the times for the full day versus the half day. So in the full day program, we are open from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you are looking for a half day in our full day program, a half day is 5 hours or less. We do ask that the students, your children, are there by 9 in the morning, just because we do want them to get the most out of their learning time with us. And our teachers do really focus their lessons in that 9 to 12 and really focus on learning and getting doing their lessons that they plan during that time. Of course, if you ask me, 8:30 is a great time, because they're able to get a little bit of play in before the teachers start those lessons, and they're doing their work. So it gives them some play time just to like acclimate to the classroom. But a half day is 5 hours or less. Rest time for us is like 1 to 2:45. In that time, if your student's attending a half day, it works out best if they're picked up by 1 o'clock. That way they don't fall asleep, they're not interrupted, you're not picking them up in the middle of their nap time and having to cart them out of there, and it's just less disruptive. But if you're not able to, you know, rest time goes until 2:45. So then, you know, picking them up after rest time, of course, is always an option. But we do prefer to have them there by 9, just because we do want them to get the most out of their learning in their day, with all their peers and the teachers, before that, because of course, there's preschool time, and then there's also, playtime, and there's lunchtime, and then there's rest time. So, just so that they get the most. But a half day in our full day program is 5 hours or less. And then if you're looking for a half day in a traditional preschool and nursery program, they have a set days and time. So like they might go Monday, Wednesday, Friday for a specific 3 hours time, like 9 to 12, or Tuesday, Thursday from 9 to 12. So they have specific times that they do in the traditional preschool and nursery programs. So hopefully that answers it for you as well. I think we are doing pretty good. Let's see. I feel like we have answered a whole lot of questions tonight. Let's see. I mean, that's what I have. So anything else and does anyone want to add anything else?
Someone was asking about volunteers and about the parents volunteering and stuff, and like Cassie said, because of the COVID, we don't have anybody coming in the building right now. The only ones that are allowed in the building are our teachers, staff, and the students. So unfortunately, we can't have volunteering at the time, but some of my parents, what they have done, they have brought a special book that they want to share, for them to read to the class. So it's not really them volunteering, but the child, like we had one child say, oh, my mom picked this book out special just for you to read, to the class. So, I mean, we're still trying to incorporate a little bit of that family interaction. We have the children bring in pictures of their families and their dogs and their family, their grandparents, and we talk about them. We try to have the children talk about their lives outside of school, so that it makes it fun and interesting for them to show us all that. Before COVID, we would have special people come to our schools, which was really fun. So hopefully in the future, this will happen again. We've had special events. People will come to our school and do things here. Like for dental week, we'd have a dental hygienist. We've had specials come out. We had a big space thing one year where they came out and the kids could go into that like space thing to see the constellations and stuff. So we've had different and fun things. So I'm hoping in the future we will be able to do that again. But right now we just want to keep everyone safe, and but still we're trying to introduce this fun learning experience for them. So hopefully things will get back to normal a little bit, but right now we're just doing what we have to do. Our girls are always cleaning all the time. It's like more so than ever, but they've all been wonderful about doing it, because we all love our job, we want it, so we're doing whatever we can.
Thank you, Kathleen, and it's true, and we do love it. We love what we do. So thank you, Kathleen and Kayla and Trisha, for being here in our open house. Thank you all for visiting and doing this virtually with us this year. We know it's a little bit different, but we really appreciate your time. And thank you very much, and we hope you have a good evening, and we definitely hope to hear from you soon. Thank you. Bye.
So hello, welcome to our first ever virtual open house. My name is Jessica Trendle. I am one of the preschool and kindergarten teachers at Messmore. The other teachers will present kind of areas of our Montessori classroom and things that we do in our classroom. And between sessions, we will kind of take a break. I will read any questions that are asked and answer those questions. Please use the Q&A button at the top right corner to ask your questions. We will address your questions out loud, and then I will dismiss the question afterward to show that it has been answered. Before we get started, I see that we do have a quick question. It says, hi, can I do preschool registration and Montessori preschool registration as well? That would be a question for you to ask early childhood themselves. We do not have the answer to that question. So if you contact them, they should be able to answer that question for you. All right, and we will begin.
Hi, I'm Marie Schultz, and I'm part of the Montessori team here at Messmore Montessori. And I'm going to talk to you about a couple of the areas in the classroom. But first, I want to talk about independence. Independence is an important part of the Montessori classroom. It's really the heart of the Montessori classroom. Dr. Maria Montessori believed that every child is born with the potential for independence. Independence is encouraged in everything that we do in our classroom. We show the children how to do things for themselves. Obviously, if they need our help, we help them, but we always allow them to do their things, to try it first. We teach the children to say, I go to Montessori school, I can do hard things. It is important to let children experience the joy and the sense of achievement of doing things for themselves. Independence helps develop self-confidence and self-respect. So we ask parents to encourage independence whenever they can. Let the children dress themselves. Let your child zip up their own coat. Let them carry their backpack when they come to school. And let them practice going to the bathroom at home by themselves before they begin school. And you can teach them also that they can do hard things. So I wanted to start with that because really that is the heart of the Montessori philosophy in our classroom. We have different areas in our classroom. The very first area is called practical life. And it's where we do everyday activities. We do pouring and scooping and squeezing and rolling and folding, stringing and many, many different things. It helps build concentration, coordination, independence, and order. It helps with the child's attention span. Here it shows the child's doing some pouring here with a funnel. Here it shows the children stringing work. Here it shows the children working with screwdrivers and wrenches and doing practical things. And also it applies to life because it develops that internal and external order, which is so important while developing fine motor control. We begin with the gross, obviously, and the fine motor. We begin, like I said, with simple things. Like this is a picture that they're pouring. We use glass in our classroom. The children are taught to be careful with this, to know that if you drop it, it may break. So we begin the beginning of the year with large pouring. By the end of the year, we have refined it to very small pouring with beautiful china to teach the children to help respect the things in our classroom. We work on care of the child. So we're teaching them how to do things like folding socks. We have them folding clothes. We have them sewing on buttons. We work on care of the environment. We're teaching the children how to sweep. In the fall, we put down leaves and we get a little rake and they rake the leaves into an area and they learn how to rake up leaves. They learn how to do a lot of practical things that they can apply to life. We have the children working on button frames and zipper frames. This is a tying frame. When the child's ready to tie their shoe, we show them how to do it. Obviously, we help them, but they need lots of practice so that we use anything we can do to apply practical skills. We also work with grace and courtesy. We spend a lot of time in manners in practical life. And the children, like I said, it's the first area in the Montessori classroom. The youngest child begins there, but it doesn't mean that the kindergartners don't go there too. Our class is a multi-age classroom. So we have 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and 5-year-olds. And all of the children need to practice these skills to help with their large motor, and their fine motor. Lisa, are you ready to go to the next area?
The next area in our classroom is called sensorial, and as the name states, it does involve using your senses. And this will help them clarify, classify, and understand the world around them. The materials are designed to develop skills for discrimination, order, and define the senses, as well as improve their coordination, concentration, and independence. And the materials, which are nice because they're concrete and hands-on. So some of the materials, I have some to show you. We have, let's see, well, let me start first. We have the Tower of Cubes, and I can't quite show you that, but I can show you a picture. So this is the pink tower, and this is one of our materials that the children enjoy using, and they're in the shape of a cube. And so they build this from large to small, so it's showing size for the children, it's showing the size, and they can build this in different ways. We build it vertically, horizontally. So this is the pink tower. And then we have the brown stair, which these are our prisms. And they put this also from longest, from thick to thin, I'm sorry. And they laid this also horizontally and vertically. And we also have our red rods, and which is neat about our red rods. We have them from long, so the children get a chance to hold on to this and realize how long this rod is, and that's pretty big compared to the smallest rod, which they could pretty much hold. It's a shorter width span here for them, so they can understand that this is small or short, and this is long. So these are our red rods. What else do I have to show you? We also have our geometric solids, and they get a chance to hold these, and they explore the surfaces on these solids, and it also gives them a chance. These are three-dimensional shapes, and they learn. This is the beginning start of geometry. So this helps them look at the surface area of our solid. So this is a cube, and then we also have a sphere. Okay, and let's see. And then we also have color boxes, and those are, I have a better picture here. So the color boxes, they start out with matching their colors, and then we also grade them. That means going from lightest shade to the darkest shade. And that might look something like this with the various colors. So those are our color tablets. Let's see. And all of these sensorial materials are at the beginning stages. This is pre-math. So once they've explored this area and they get really comfortable with it, then they see the transition into math. And it also helps with reading as well, because it's teaching the kids from going from left to right. These are all basic beginning skills for the children to develop. So do you want me to link to the next? So the next area, I guess I'll continue, because sensorial is pre-math, and then we lead into the mathematics. So once they have a mastery of the sensorial area, then we start moving them into our math area. And when I showed you those red rods, the children realize how long and short they are. Now we're ready to start the number rods. And so the number rods, we can make the comparison here. Our sensorial rod was just plain red, and this is our number rods. So if you look at our number rods, this helps them see quantity. So they get to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now they realize that 10 is a really big number, because we can look at this rod and see that this makes up 10. So we start with the number rods before we start introducing numerals to them. And then, of course, if we looked at our red rod, this was our red rod, and this is number 1, and they can see that this is the value of 1, and it's very small. Okay, so after they've mastered the number rods, then we move on to our sandpaper numbers, which are very cool. And these are numbers that they get a chance to actually feel. This is rough, so they can get the idea that this is the number 0. They get to trace it. And so these are our sandpaper numerals. And once they get an idea of this is a number and they understand the quantity, then we can put it all together for them. And so when we begin putting it all together for them, then we have other different activities on our shelves, like the spindle boxes, and we start using cards and counters. That's where we have a number card, and we have objects to go under each number. And we try to vary that a lot of times to match our seasons, to make it fun for the children. So those are called cards and counters. And then we get into our bead stair. And I'm just going to show it to you this way as best as I can. This gets into teens, but I just wanted you to see that these are a 10 bar, and then this would be our bead stair. So we have red is 1, green is 2, pink is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And what will happen is the children learn 1 through 9 with the bead stair, and they begin to memorize what those colors are and what their quantity is, because we end up doing more extensions with the bead stair for them in math. So it kind of builds, once they've mastered that, it'll move on to more things with our golden bead material. But our golden bead material, I'll share that really quick. And it is, so this would be a unit. This is 1, a value of 1. And then there are 10 of those units onto a 10 bar. And then we have to make, so here, if you remember when we were looking in sensorial and they were working with cubes and looking at different shapes, now we have our 100 square, which is made up of 10 bars, all made into a square. And then to make the 1,000 cube, we have 10 100 squares that are into the cube. So the children get to touch and feel these and realize that this is 1,000 and it's a big number, because if we make a comparison, we can realize that 1 unit is very small compared to 1,000. So they get a chance to start, once they've mastered the bead stair, then we kind of move them into this golden bead work for them to solve different math problems. So the repetitive use of these materials, the children will learn to recognize quantity and the symbol, counting and cardinality, and then they get into the decimal system of operation and memorization. So it just keeps building, and they really enjoy touching and using these materials to solve the problem. It makes it more concrete for them. So that's the sensorial with math. Does anyone, do we have any questions or?
We haven't had any specific about Montessori yet. There was just a question that Anne asked. I was typing the answer back to that. She asked, when will we learn about enrollment specifics? And I was just typing back to her, letting her know that this session specifically is just for parents to learn about Montessori and understand what Montessori is. And there should be another session that tells you about how enrolling and how to enroll into the programs. But other than that, there are no questions at the moment, but we can take a short pause. So if anyone does have any questions about anything that has been talked about or any other questions, you may type them into the Q&A. I do see something in the chat. It says, "Hi, all teachers. Thanks for putting this together. When will the enrollment start for preschool at Messmore Montessori?"
That enrollment, you can get that information from the website, but it's March 2nd is the currently enrolled children. And then in the brochure on page 8, I believe it is, it should have those other dates for new people. I just remembered our currently enrolled begins earlier, March 2nd. And then after that, there's a date. It's in the brochure on page 8. So you can find that on the website.
Great, thank you, Marie. Kimberly said, "Hi, really interested in getting my son in the Montessori program. He will be 5 in August. I tried to get him in last year, but didn't have any luck." Well, Kimberly, we're hoping that you can get him in for this next coming school year, hopefully. Again, if you want to check the brochure that Marie was talking about, that way you can get registered as soon as enrollment is open.
Yeah, and we are talking about curriculum and Montessori, what it looks like and what we do in the classroom. All those other questions, you can go to the community education early childhood and look under Montessori, and that's where the brochure, you can find it if you didn't receive it in the mail. So all of those enrollment questions are more suited for checking with community education.
Yes, because it looks like you got another question. "Hi, when does that enrollment session will be held?" I'm not exactly sure. If you go to the front link, which is how you got here, it should give you a list of all of the different sessions that are being held. All right, we have another question in Q&A. Heather said, "Hello, thank you guys so much for putting this together tonight. I have 2 daughters that go to Montessori school now. I want to transfer them to your school if I can get them in. I am not in the district. Do you think my chances are going to be hard? I have one turning 3 in September, and it could be for the preschool program. Also, is that full-time or part-time?"
Okay, our program, we have a morning session, and then we have an afternoon session. And we also have carousel. Our Montessori program is only a morning or an afternoon. If you need full-time, then you need to go through childcare to get that information for a full day. If you're out of district, your registration is at a later date, and there's no guarantee. We can't say, oh, you can get in or you can't get in. We really encourage people to try to get in. And, if you can get in, great. In the past, we have had some people from out of district, but not every year. We have, our school goes up through 6th grade, so that what happens is the people who have siblings get into our program first. And then anyone else who is applying, then they go from there. So please look at the brochure that's on the webpage and make sure you have your dates. So as soon as that date happens, all the registration is online and it is time stamped so that when you register, that's time stamped, so there's no argument about who was first and that type of thing. So we really encourage you to check those dates and to really be diligent about registering on time. That's really all we can tell you.
Yes, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe the enrollment for new families was March 16th, I believe. I have that written down, so double check the brochure, but I do believe it is March 16th. Chelsea asked a question. I saw there was an AM and PM session. What are the specific times for those sessions?
Lisa, why don't you take that one?
Well, right now, I mean, it's been for the AM preschool session, it's typically 8:25 to like 11:25, 11:30. And then for the PM session, I believe it's 12:10 to 3:10, something like that.
Thank you. And Stacy, our last question that we have right now, Stacy asked, in Montessori preschool, do the kids nap? The answer to that is no, the kids do not nap.
And that's why we have a full day program, so that the children, we have just the 3 hours of Montessori, morning or afternoon. But if they're in childcare, then there's a rest time. If they end up in the afternoon session, they rest in the morning. If they are in the morning session, they nap in the afternoon. But that's at our school, but not in our Montessori classrooms.
Awesome. Okay, a couple quick questions that I just saw popped up. So how will be their day? I mean, what they do right after they get in school and what's next and all. So it sounds like they want to hear what a typical day for a Montessori preschooler looks like.
Amy, do you want to talk about that?
Okay. Okay, so when they come into the classroom, we start our day with calendar and talking about the days of the week, the month, the seasons. We go from there with a presentation of some type, whether it's math or language, sensorial, to the whole group. And then we break off from there and do different types of activities, whether it's pin pushing or name tracing, or working on the lesson that they saw presented to them when they first came in. And we just help guide them through from one activity to the next. And they know that they have goals to accomplish for the day. So they know after we've gotten into a routine that there's things that they have to do every single day. And that's it. Am I forgetting anything, ladies? Sometimes we do go outside.
And then we usually end our session, with some type of music and movement or story time. And then if weather permits, we take the children outside most every day. So that's all part of our program, part of a day.
Awesome. And Michelle, I don't know if anyone saw, but Michelle said in the chat, she wrote, you can also join the Ask the Director session. And if you join that session, that's where you may get answers to your questions about enrollment and things that we are not able to answer. So you may go there for those questions. Angela said, hi, based on your experience, will a 3-year-old child experience a drawback in your program if they begin the program second semester instead of first semester?
They would enter our program only if there is space second semester. And when a child comes in second semester, they don't get the same orientation that the other children get. In the very beginning of the year, we start out with very few things on our shelves. And the children, every single thing is presented. This is how we do this work. First, we get our rug. First, we get a mat. And we show them how to do every single thing that's on the shelf. So a child that comes in later in the year comes into a classroom that is very full of material, and we take them aside and try to present each material, but it's not as easy. So if there's space, they can come in second semester, and we do the best we can to orientate them, but it really is not the same. I just want to be honest that they're not getting the one presentation after the next presentation after the next presentation and see the whole process, because it's just too hard to do when you have so many works out at the same time.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie. Christina asked, is K-6 free in district, or does it just go to K?
Free. Yes, kindergarten is free.
Kindergarten through 6th grade is free. It's regular public school education. It's a Utica community school. The preschool is the tuition-based. But beginning at kindergarten, yes, there is no tuition for public school.
And yes, our school does go up to 6th grade for that question as well. And there's a question. Hi, my daughter was registered for pre-K first year last year, but due to COVID, it was canceled. Will they have to register again? If yes, which day will be the re-registration? So for that question, you may join the Ask the Director session and they will be able to answer that question for you. Let's see, one more question and then we may move on. Is there a program or staff that works with infants born prematurely that have development delays?
At our school, we begin at preschool or age 3 is when we begin at Messmore Montessori and at Beacon Tree also.
Awesome. All right. It looks like that's all of the questions for now. So, Amy, if you would like to continue.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amy Barker, and I am part of the Messmore Montessori team. I will be showing you a glimpse of the cultural and peace education curriculum we cover in the 3-year to 6-year classroom. Montessori education is unique and groundbreaking in that it incorporates cultural and peace education that are interconnected. Over 100 years ago, Dr. Maria Montessori wrote, "The child is both the hope and promise for mankind." Montessori children gain a worldview from a young age. Children begin to realize that they are part of a larger community. Maria Montessori's goal was to promote global understanding and international peace. This understanding begins with geography and cultural lessons. In a Montessori classroom, students experience new ideas through hands-on materials. These materials are designed for each developmental level. So I will begin showing you some of the cultural materials we use to explore geography. In the 3 to 6 players use the continent maps. I have one down here where we have a song and we sing a song together. But we start as we look at the whole picture first and then break it into smaller pieces to learn and digest. In my class, we are currently learning about Asia right now. And when we cover the 7 continents, we go over the geography, the people of that culture, animals, and the culture within. This leads to the appreciation of the human family with its rich variety. We also dive into the sciences, including botany, zoology, and physical sciences. Botany is introduced with large knob puzzles, like this one, where the students can explore parts of a tree, for example. They can explore and learn about every single part, roots, branches, leaves. So it's very, very hands-on after it's been presented to them. We frequently have flowers, plants, or vegetables growing in the classroom for the children to experience as well. For zoology, it's introduced through living and non-living. We read books about and discuss needs of living things, soil, air, and water first. So they're looking at the simple forms and then moving on to more complex. The students then move on to studying objects and categorizing. Living versus non-living, plants and animals, and vertebrates and invertebrates. Physical science is introduced through real things from nature displayed throughout the classroom. Kinds of rocks, shells, and other specimens using a magnifying glass. We conduct simple experiments to help them explore, such as sink and float, and solid, liquid, and gas. The constantly rotating curriculum provides the opportunity for children to explore other areas, such as the solar system, volcanoes, and the weather. And boy, do they love to talk about the weather. As I mentioned earlier, peace education is entwined in the cultural subjects. It is a major component of the Montessori classroom. Adults, we model what a peaceful classroom should look like, respectful behavior, and because Montessori classrooms are composed of mixed ages, the older students serve as role models as well for the younger children. As a class, we begin by defining peace and what it means to each of us. We also talk about how we can incorporate those thoughts in the classroom and with each other. Encouraging the children to help care for their environment teaches them respect and love towards each other. I will end with one other quote from Dr. Maria Montessori. Education cannot be effective unless it helps a child open up himself to life. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, so as of right now, I don't see any questions, but if you do have any questions, feel free to type in the Q&A box up at the top. We will take a quick little pause to see if anybody does have any questions that they would like to ask.
I did notice one of the questions said, is it Montessori K through 6th grade? Yes, I wanted to make sure that you know that we do go, it is Montessori all the way through our school. If there's no questions, I would like to talk about language a little bit. Okay? Language begins at home, with you speaking with your child, with you reading books to your children. So before they even come into the classroom, they're working on language development, which is very, very important. So continue to read with your children, sing songs with them, give them vocabulary. When Mrs. Pecoraro was talking about the solids in geometry, when you say things like the geometric solids, and when you say rectangular prism, children love language. Today I was talking about Africa, and I was saying, Tanzania, and one little boy just kept saying Tanzania, and I would say something about Swahili, and he'd say Swahili. Children love language. They like to try out new words. So language begins well before our classroom. But once they come into our classroom, we begin with eye training, with puzzles, with sorting, with matching. When a child can work with a puzzle and see the different ways they fit together, it helps them see the difference between letters like B and D and words like saw and was. So we spend a good amount of time just puzzles, sorting, matching. We always begin with the simplest and move to the most complex. We always begin with objects. We're very concrete and move to abstraction. So we begin with the objects and then we move on to pictures. Everything we put on the shelf, we put from left to right, top to bottom, to train their eye for reading. We're not telling them any of this. In Montessori, everything is layered and it's a spiral curriculum. So everything's going from left to right, top to bottom to prepare their eye for reading. So after we do a lot of eye training, and we're constantly doing ear training with our singing, with our reading, with our vocabulary. But then we focus on ear training and we do things like rhyming, moon, spoon. And we begin with objects, always begin with objects. So we take out a star and a car. So we say car, star, moon, spoon. We're always looking for little objects so we can show these to the children so they can hold them in their hand and they can hear. We tell them that rhyming, it sounds the same at the end. We practice a lot. And then we go from the objects into the pictures. So then it's cap, map. And many times you're going to see words. You're going to see things labeled in our classroom so the children can see words everywhere in our environment. Then we go into I Spy because we're working on our ear training. So we'll say this is a monkey and this is a turtle. We say monkey, I hear turtle, I hear t. Then we say I spy with my little eyes something in front of you that begins with t. Hopefully they give us the turtle. If they don't, that's okay. We have more objects and we practice with this a great deal. After the child can hear rhymes, hear beginning sounds, then we can take out our sandpaper letters, very similar to the sandpaper numbers that Mrs. Paccarao showed. And this, we say to the child that this is ah. This is also the beginning of writing. We're not telling them that, but they start at the top and we show them the correct formation. So we've done ear training. We've done eye training. Now we're going to have the child feel this. Dr. Montessori says, what you give to the hand, you give to the mind. So we want the children to feel this and say, ah. Then we have a booklet and we'll read alligator, astronaut, ant, and we'll say the sounds again and again. And so we usually present 3 at a time. So we'll show them ah, t. Then we say to the child, show me, t. Show me, show me ah. Then when we know that they are confident and they know it, then we'll say, what is this? But I'm not going to just say, what is this? It's okay if I tell them again if they already know it. But if I say to them, what is this? And they don't know, they usually don't want to play the game because success breeds success. We want them to be successful. So in the beginning, we guide them. We tell them what it is. The second step or second period of the lesson would be to use the language again. Show me, And then the third stage would be to say, what is this? As the children move on, they practice a lot with objects again. So they've already had the lesson that this is and this is and this is book and this is. Now they're going to take objects and they're going to say toaster. I hear books. I hear book. Alligator. I hear ah. And they line these up and then they read it to the teacher. They'll say, read me your work. And they'll say toaster, tiger, teddy bear, turtle, moon, man, money. And we do a lot of that reading. Again, left to right, top to bottom. It's all the beginning of reading. Then we focus on words, and they'll have an object. So the objects, they'll match it up. Really, they just need to know the beginning sound. Bat. And then they put it here and they say, bat. And they think they're reading. It's the beginning of reading, but they get excited. So then we can move on further. Then we move on to things that are labeled. So this has a control. It's a picture of a cat, and it says cat. And then later they'll look at the picture of the cat, and they need to label cat. And most of our works have controls, so they can check their own work. And then we say to the child, before you put this away, please come and get a teacher so a teacher can check your work. So they'll come to a teacher and we'll go and we'll check their work. We always say, read me your work. Even if it's a science work, even if it's a sensorial work, read me your work. So the children are constantly hearing that and they're beginning to realize that they can read. Even before they're actually reading. As they move on, once they know a set of sounds, we move them on to the next set. After they know a few sounds, then we can start putting words together, like book, at, and do a word building. We have a beautiful work that's called the movable alphabet. And the movable alphabet is just what it sounds like. It's an alphabet, and you can move it around. It has all the letters. So the first lesson, the child learns A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They already know that. They've been singing that forever. That elemental P is a little shaky, but we slow down. And so they learn this and they build their name. Or you might say, I just want you to make me a row of So they'll put out 5 M's and we'll say, read it. And then they begin to build. They begin to build using objects. So we'll have a hat. We begin with short A. And the set of letters that we have are based on research. They're based on eclectic babbling. So they're the easiest sounds in the first set. And so much of Montessori is based on research. But they'll use objects first, and then they'll use pictures. Then I'll say to them, I'd like you to build the word rat for me. As they're doing that, we begin to introduce sight words, the, and. And before long, the child can begin reading things like Sam and Al. Sam is a cat. So they've been working on building these, and then once you introduce just a few sight words, then they can begin to read. Everyone reads at their own pace. It really depends upon the child, their ability, their exposure. Sometimes parents come to this open house and they say, oh, do they have to read before they get to kindergarten? No. Some children are reading before then, and it's wonderful, and some are not, and that's wonderful too. In Montessori, we move at the child's own pace. That's why we give individual lessons with the preschoolers. Once they get to kindergarten, we're doing more small group lessons or large group lessons, but we move at the child's own pace. And what are their interests? I have one little child who's really working hard on reading and struggling. So I've been finding out with Mom, what does he like? Well, he likes cars and trucks. Okay, let me see what pictures of cars and trucks I can have. What can I do that's going to draw him in and meet his match? In language, we also are working on writing. So many of our works, we have push pinning that we use. We have the knob cylinders. The children need to pick these objects up like this. They don't know. It's to prepare their hand for writing. They don't know when they're working with clay. We're preparing their hand for writing. When we're push pinning, when we give them, it's actually a tack. We give them a push pin, and they push pin on the line. And they do this. It's a requirement that they do once a week. Sometimes they do it more because so many of them love it. And that's preparing their hand for writing. Doing so many of the works in practical life, when they're transferring the work, we're preparing their hand for writing. We don't tell them any of this. It spoils our fun. Then we do the metal insets. In the metal insets, we show them this. The lesson is not that this is the circle. It's how to hold your pencil, where to begin. If they're starting down here, when they start making an A or any of the other letters or an O, their formation will not be correct. So we start at the top and we show them how to go around. And then they might cut that circle out and they might decorate it, but we're preparing their hand for writing. Actually, the curved shapes are leading into cursive, where the straight shapes are leading into print. We use Danilian hand style of handwriting leads into cursive quicker. So that's what we do in Montessori. But again, they learn how to trace this. They're learning to start at the top and pull down. All of this is preparing their hand for writing when they're just having fun, working on shapes. Then after we've been working on the metal insets, we'll do name tracing with the children. So we'll print this up and we'll teach the children. It shows them exactly where to start each letter. We don't want the children to start with bad habits. So we want to really get their hand prepared before we do a lot of writing. Then we just use blank paper or a blank board, and we show them to start at the top and pull down. We show them to start at the top and go around. We show them how to cross their midline. Okay? So they just practice things like this in the beginning. We actually have them start at the easel with a paintbrush with water, and they're just using the strokes. Then quickly they move to here, then they can move to squares, and then they will move to lines. But in the very beginning, they don't have that control. Now, once they get to kindergarten, we'll be doing a lot of writing on line paper, but that comes later. This is our preschool presentation. So in language, we begin, like I said, with the simplest, and we move to the more complex. We begin with concrete and move to abstract. So the children need to see the objects, pick them up and say, oster, I hear ch. And we'll say to the children, instead of saying, this letter makes the sound, and I learned this long ago when I had a little special needs child. I was showing her the sandpaper letters, and I traced it, and I said to her, T says ch. And she said to me, it talks? And then I realized, oh, and I went back in my Montessori albums and I read about it. The letters don't talk. So we'll say that the letter reads. We'll say M reads T reads ch, because that's what they're doing. They're learning to read. And the children have access to many different genres. We read to them all the time. We read to them daily. We talk about, we'll throw in fiction, nonfiction, and we talk about authors and we talk about illustrators. And then we work with the children story writing, where they will actually tell their own story. And that's the job of that work, is to help them create. We do all the writing. We do all the mechanics, because a 3-year-old's not ready to write a story. But let me tell you, 3-year-olds have stories inside them, and they get very excited. They'll begin, and we say to them, what do you want to write about? I want to write about my mom. Great. And they'll say, my dog's name is, and I'll say, oh, in this story, it's only about your mom. No, does your mom have a dog? Okay, my mom has a dog. So we try to help them realize that we're going to talk about the same topic. So they'll write all about, and they'll give us a few sentences. Then they are the illustrator, and they get to write their own, draw their own picture. And at the end, we put by Marissa, and we read it. I'll say, let me read your story to you. All about my mom. My mom is pretty. My mom has a dog. I love my mom, by Marissa. And the joy in these children's face to see their words put down in writing is wonderful. And everything is leading up to more advanced language arts. And there you go. Language in a nutshell.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marie. All right. So I do see a couple questions. Brittany asked, how would I know if Montessori is the right fit for my son?
You're asking Montessorians. So I believe that in the Montessori classroom, there is a space for every child, because the children move at their own pace. We encourage independence. We work with the children to teach them that they have responsibilities. And we teach them a work cycle. They come in, and there are expectations. If your child is able to come into the classroom and to sit quietly, in the beginning, that's a challenge. And we practice that a lot. We play games, and we sit crisscross applesauce, hands in my lap, or open and shut them, hands up high, hands down low, hide your hands where they go. All these little things to keep them engaged and to keep them, to teach them. Really, in anything you do with any person at any age, it's a matter of training. So the children come in and they learn that they need to hang up their own backpack. They need to take off their own coat. And in the beginning, some of them are just like, and I'm like, oh, let me show you how. You can do it. And it's amazing how quickly the children do learn to do things for themselves, and they learn what's acceptable and what's not. They even learn from positive peer pressure. If we're all sitting and they start standing and jumping up and down, everyone's looking at them a little odd. They realize, oh, I'm not doing what they're doing. So if your child is excited about learning, if they want to touch things and do things, then I feel they're fine for Montessori. There are some people that say Montessori is not for everyone. I'm not convinced of that. I've been teaching Montessori for more years than you could guess, probably. And I've seen children of all capabilities in the Montessori classroom. It's for you to do some research, to look into Montessori and to understand what it is and what we do. You could probably answer that question yourself, because no one knows your child as well as you do.
Awesome. Thank you. Angela asked, does the curriculum include the basics in regular preschool?
Mrs. Pecoraro, do you want to answer that one? You're too quiet.
Well, I think it goes a little, I think you'll get a little bit more. I mean, it will cover the basics of regular preschool, yes. And it like Mrs. Schultz says, we do follow the child. So if your child is showing interest in more or moving ahead at a different pace, then we're going to be able to offer that for your child. So yes, to answer your question, yes, it will cover the basics of preschool and then some, I believe.
Great, thank you. Chelsea asked, how is the transition from Montessori to other public schooling afterwards?
So I think as they transition to the upper grades, you do see that they tend to go more to the textbooks. So that, I mean, there are a lot of Montessori materials in the upper grades, but there's also more textbooks in with the materials. So that's transitioning and getting them ready for junior high and high school and beyond.
Awesome, thank you. Heather said, my question to you guys is, how do you know that Montessori is right for your child? Like I had mentioned, I have a 2-year-old and now who is in a Montessori program and a 5-year-old. So next year, if they were to get into your program, would they be in the same class, being that one will be 3 and one will be 6 at that time? How long does it normally take for us to see a difference in the Montessori teaching? My biggest fear is it works for one child and not the other child. How would I know?
Well, first of all, when a child comes in, we have the multi-age group. When your children come in, if they're the same age group, you can make that decision. Some parents say, oh, I want them in the same room. I want them to grow with their brother or their sister, with their sibling. And other parents say, absolutely not. So really, that's a personal preference. Sometimes with twins, some parents want twins together and some parents want twins separated. Again, you know your child best so that you could answer that question. How long do you see the effects of Montessori to take effect? I don't know. I have parents who say right away, oh my gosh, they're learning so much. All children are capable of learning so much. With Montessori, we begin with the whole, as Amy talked about, Mrs. Barker talked about. We talk about the planets. We talk about the universe first and the planets. And the children are naming the planets. And then from the planets, we go to the earth and the parts of the earth. And then we talk about the continents. So the children in our program, just because they're exposed, are singing the names of the continents. Now, do they know everything about these continents? Not yet. But if you say to them, can you sing the continent song? Sure, they can sing it like any other song. But the idea is it's exposure. It's the layering of that. And you need to kind of do a little bit of research on Montessori to see if it's best for your child. I said earlier, in my experience, of over 40 years working with the children, I have found that every child could fit in some way. For some children, you need to work more with them in one area or another area. It really depends upon, the child, the teacher, the classroom. But every child is invited into the Montessori classroom because we are a community and we work together. If we have a child that has a need, we try to meet that need, and we are accepting of all the children. We talk all the time. When Mrs. Barker talked about our cultural experience, we talk about all different races of people, how important it is that we accept all people. In peace education, Dr. Maria Montessori said peace begins with the child, and we're constantly talking about that. We have a peace promise that we talk about, that we say every single day, that, we work together for peace. And we talk about in our thoughts, in our words, and in our actions. So, you as a parent know your child. If you understand Montessori and you understand that it's a philosophy about how important every person is and how unique every person is, then you'll figure it out if it's the best for your child or not.
And also, in addition to that, I have siblings, brothers in my class right now, and you would never know that they are. So just because they're so into what they're doing, and they're 2 years apart. So they're, the older brother is obviously doing kindergarten work, and then the preschooler is doing preschool work. So they're definitely, I haven't seen an issue with that at all.
Yeah, I have lots of siblings. I have 3-year-olds and 6-year-olds, and I have twins, and I have a lot of different siblings in the classroom, and I have over the years.
Yeah, I also have a couple sets of siblings, and I have a 3-year-old preschool in my class, and her 4-year-old sister is in Mrs. Barker's class because that parent wanted them to be separate. So it can go either way. We definitely do see both. Stacy asked, I was told the morning Montessori preschool at Beacon Tree starts a little later than Messmore. Is that true? I believe I was told 9:15 a.m. Cassandra is the Montessori teacher at Beacon Tree. Cassandra, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, so we do start at least for now, we're starting at 9:15. Our morning class is from 9:15 until 12, and then the afternoon class is from 1 to 3:45. So our hours are a little bit different from the ones at Messmore.
Great, thank you. All right, we have another question. Would Montessori be easier or harder for a child who speaks a foreign language at home? My daughter talks a lot and gets frustrated when unable to express herself or be understood. Thanks for all the information.
We have a lot of children with that come in not knowing English, and it's a little difficult for them in the beginning, but I think because we have so many different materials to show them in different ways, and they listen to us use the language and naming the things we're doing, we do a lot of repetition. They do eventually pick up the language and begin to understand. It doesn't happen right away, but I've had some that started at age 3, and by the time they stay with me until age 6, you would have never known they've had a language barrier. So they do learn well in the classroom, coming from a different language.
And also the children from age birth to 6 are in a sensitive period for language. Dr. Montessori talked about the absorbent mind. So many people talk about how the mind is like a sponge. That came from Dr. Montessori over 100 years ago. And she talked about the stages, in birth to 6 is the most perfect time to be exposed to other languages. If I try to learn a language right now, it's much more difficult for me because I already think in English. And everything I try to learn in Spanish or French or Italian, I'm trying to think, what does that sound like in English to remind me? Because I don't think in those languages. But a very young child is able to do that. They learn their language at home, their primary language, and then they come to school and then they learn a new language much more quicker because they have that absorbent mind and they're in their sensitive period for language.
Great. Is there school age Montessori within the district, or it's just preschool?
As we mentioned earlier, we have at Messmore, we have preschool through 6th grade Montessori. At Beacon Tree, they only have preschool Montessori.
All right. Do you do any meals or snacks in the nursery program? If yes, how are food allergies handled?
We do have snack for the class. You provide your own snack. Yes, we are sensitive to allergies. So depending on what the allergies are in your classroom, the teacher will specify that to the class. But we've always been a peanut, tree nut free classroom, and we only allow fruits and vegetables to be eaten during snack time.
Awesome. This is my first time sending my first child to a schooling program. I have no idea whether to bring to Montessori or regular preschool. I am not exactly sure which is good, and how do I make a decision? My daughter will be turning 4 in November and she hasn't started to speak English. So please, can you assist in educating me to make the right choice?
I really think that's a personal preference for you to see Montessori. In Montessori, we have all of our materials are hands-on, and the children are able to work with them, and that will help with the child with a different language. having the materials to look at and that type of thing. I just noticed my battery's running low, so I'm going to plug in and someone else can talk about that question.
All right. So I think that, like we said, I think that question was kind of answered earlier. Like Marie was saying and the other teachers were saying, as a parent, you do know your child best. So I think that's kind of a personal decision that you would have to make. So there's that question. The next question is, UCS, any preschool have school bus service available? I don't believe any preschools do, right?
Messmore is a school of choice. We don't have any busing available to our building. Preschool to sixth grade, so you will have to provide your own transportation to bring your child to school.
Awesome. And Chelsea said, what is the classroom size? How many students in a class typically?
Well, in the morning we have one teacher, we have one lead teacher and 2 assistants. So we typically have about 25 children total in the classroom. And that's a combination of 3, 4, and 5-year-olds.
Awesome.
The afternoon classes, there's afternoon preschool. They have 1 lead teacher, 1 aide, and I believe no more than, is it 20?
20.
All right. Is the K-6 Montessori still tuition-based, or is it covered for free?
Covered.
So K-6 is free, yep. Is Messmore preschool program different from Beacon Tree program? If so, what is the difference? When does the registration start?
One difference is at Beacon Tree, it's only preschool. They do not have kindergarten, so they do not have the full range of age 3 to 6.
As far as like the day-to-day and the curriculum and going through Montessori, it's exactly the same thing. So it's just, imagine it just as only the preschool class, but our classes are exactly the same that you would get at Messmore in the preschool program. So the curriculum that you'll be getting and the Montessori education will be the same.
Awesome, thank you. What is the difference between Montessori and regular preschool program? Because Montessori program is very limited. So what is my child missing if they are not able to join the Montessori program?
I would say the materials. Our materials are based on Dr. Maria Montessori's teaching. Sensorial is based on the senses. The child feels everything. When Mrs. Pecoraro talked about sensorial, she didn't tell you the hidden part in there. She didn't tell you that it's all based, every single thing is the cubes, 10 centimeters, 9 centimeters, 8 centimeters, 7 centimeters. It is based on metrics because Dr. Maria Montessori was the first woman doctor in Italy. But the children, once they start getting into measurement, we do inches, but I always have to show them the centimeters. They can go over and they don't believe me. So they have to measure the centimeter cube and the second cube and the third cube and to see that. And they don't realize that when they're working with the red rods, it's a meter. So there's so much in Montessori. We talk about thick and thin, big and little, short and long. And the children actually, there's a material. So they feel this is long, this is short, this is big, this is little, this is thick, this is thin. So I would say the biggest difference are the materials. We have squaring chains. The squaring chains, we're not actually teaching the children the whole formula. We're not teaching the children algebra, advanced math in that sense. But we take the squaring chain, and it's a chain, and it has five bars. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And you fold it, and you show it's a square. And you say, this is called the square of 5.
I have the 4.
Oh, Zach, show them how you fold it, how you can see it right there, how you can visually see it.
This is the square of 4. These are 4. So we have 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what Mrs. Schultz is saying, if you were to fold it, it will equal this.
You actually see the square. The Montessori materials are amazing. Now, I am very particular about Montessori, so, but for the children to see a 1,000 cube, like Mrs. Peckerauer showed, and a unit cube, and to hear that this is 1 unit or a 1, and then you put 10 of them together, well, now you have a 10. You put 10 of those together, now you have 100. You put 10 of those together, you have 1,000. For the children to actually feel that and see that. And it's throughout our entire classroom in every single area. We tend to have more materials, and I don't want you to think I'm saying we're better. There are a lot of great, wonderful preschools out there. I'm just speaking of Montessori. And Montessori has amazing materials. And we have a lot of materials. We've had different directors in the past, and they say, well, how many shelves do you have? How come you have so many shelves? Because we have so much work, and we rotate the work, and we refresh the work. But materials are definitely the biggest difference in the 2 different programs.
Absolutely, thank you. Will more Montessori classes be added if there is high demand for this type of teaching?
It hasn't been in the past. There has been a high demand, and we still have our 4 rooms at Messmore and our 1 at Beacon Tree. So I don't believe so, but you can keep asking and encouraging that.
Ask and you shall receive, right? Maybe that will work. Also in the chat, Nancy posted a link, and it says register for Montessori on March 16th. So that date was March 16th for new families. And there is a link in the chat that you are able to click on as well. So thank you, Nancy, for that. And I see a couple more questions popping in. Let's see. Hi, my son is going to be 4 in March. He was registered for pre-K first year for September 2020, but due to COVID, it was canceled. Do we have to register? Oh, it disappeared on me. There we go. Do we have to register again? If yes, which day will be the re-registration, or do they get privileged to register early? Thank you.
I would say that is a question for community education. If they were already in our program, I don't know. So you really need to make sure you ask community education that particular question. But children re-register every single year for preschool. So if they're a 3-year-old, they register as a 4-year-old. If they're a 4-year-old, then they have to register for kindergarten. After kindergarten, then it's an automatic registration. There's still always forms to fill out. But they would still need to register. I just don't know if they would get a preference. I can't answer that.
Awesome. So yeah, you may go to that Ask the Director session, and they may be able to answer that question for you. And Paula put in the chat that you may email ec@uticak12.org with any of those questions that we are not able to answer for you. And at the moment, I am not seeing any other questions. Let me scroll through and double check, make sure we answered all of them, but I believe that we did. All right, so we can give it a minute if we want to see if anyone else does post a question, but as of right now, all of the questions have been answered. Not seeing anything else at the moment. Brittany said, my son was yelling when you answered the classroom size question. Could you please repeat it? Lisa, I believe you were answering that question.
Yeah, classroom size in the morning is typically about 25 children, 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. And then afternoon is just 3 and 4-year-olds, and that's about 20 children.
Great, thank you. Nancy also wrote in the chat that the event will be ending in 30 minutes. So if you do have any questions, make sure you get those questions in for us before the event does end. Or if there are any other sessions that you would like to attend, you may do that as well. Okay, we have a question. Enrollments could be in both schools, Messmore and Beacon Tree, just to have more chances to get in. So they're asking if they're allowed to be enrolled at both Messmore and Beacon Tree.
I would say that's a registration question where we're talking about curriculum. So they could email ec@uticak12.org, EC meaning early childhood.
Awesome. Not seeing any new questions yet.
And if there's people who come in later to the meeting, this meeting is being recorded and it's going to be available, I think they said, for 30 days. Is that true, Jessica? Is that what you heard?
Yes, so 30 days after this date, it will be recorded, so you will be able to go back in and watch the whole thing if you weren't able to come right on at 6:20. Nancy also wrote, please visit the Details tab in each session under the presentation window for downloadable documents. And she said, yes, that is 30 days. So for 30 days, that is available for you to either rewatch the session if you want to rewatch it again or watch anything that you missed. Harsh said online, February 11th says pre-registration, nursery, and preschool.
But that's not Montessori. That's not for Montessori. Montessori has a different date.
Yeah, so for new families, for Messmore, for Montessori, it will be March 16th. Will this year's phone call or online registration on March 16th? So everything is online now. So all registration is online from now on. Nancy wrote in the chat, as a registered attendee, you can revisit this event anytime over the next 30 days to rewatch any or all sessions. Use your confirmation email link to access. Kelsey asked, how difficult is it to get into the program?
That really depends from year to year how many people we have apply. So that's a tough question to answer. We are a popular program, but like I said, it's a tough question to answer.
All right, so it looks like this is the end of our session. Thank you so much for joining us for our first virtual open house. Once again, if you missed the whole session or you came in late or you would like to rewatch the session to answer some of your questions, it will be available for 30 days. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Hi, I'm Sue Parks.
I'm Michelle Tatterley.
And we are the teachers of the Come Play With Me program. Come Play With Me is a program for toddlers and parents. You come together. It's like a pre-nursery school. We meet once a week. If you have a 2-year-old, they will come for an hour and a half. If you have a 3-year-old, they will come for 3 hours, or 2 hours, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm looking at the comments. Everyone can hear us good. If you have any questions, put it in the chat and we will definitely, in the Q&A, we will definitely answer your questions. So kind of, I'm going to run through the day, what it might look like when you come into our program. We start off into a gross motor room or we go outside. That's done for about 15 minutes. And then we come into the classroom, and during that time for about 45 minutes, it's free choice time. Also at the tables, we have different activities that are based on a theme. We kind of base each week on a theme. During that time, it's the free choice for 45 minutes. They can choose to do the tables or free choice. After that, we do a cleanup. We have a little bell. We do a cleanup song, and then we go into a circle time. During circle time, we do fun songs. We try to keep them very active because most 2- and 3-year-olds are pretty active. We do learning songs. We do a welcome song. Based on the theme, we might do some things like that. Or if it's, like fall time, winter time, we will do songs based on that. We do a lot of repetitive songs. So something that you might hear over and over and over again, but children really appreciate repetitive play and repetitive songs. So we do a lot of that. And then after circle time, we have a short snack that you will bring in. And then after that, we come back to the circle, sing our goodbye song, and then it's time to go. If you're in a 3-year-old class, the time's extended a half hour. So we do a little bit more developmentally appropriate activities for 3-year-olds. Do I have any questions so far? If so, you can put it in the Q&A. They do not need to be potty trained for our program. We do have a diaper deck and a bathroom in our classroom. So that's a plus. I know sometimes some kids, if they're not potty trained, they can't go to the nursery program. So a lot of times they come to our program. And we do try to keep the 3-year-old program very similar to a nursery program. Obviously, the big difference is the parent is in the classroom with the child. Let's see here. Anything else, Michelle, that you can think of?
It's just a really good transitional program before your child goes off to school on their own. That way they get familiarized with being in a school, they get familiarized with being with a teacher, and with other kids, and getting that just basic schedule down.
Yep, exactly. We do, during the school day, we do art projects that are taken home daily when you come. We work on fine motor because that's so important for 2- and 3-year-olds because they're never going to be able to cut with scissors or write with a pencil if they don't have the muscles in their hands developed. So we work pretty much exclusively every day. We have a round table that's dedicated just to fine motor skills. And we also do music and movement. We do gross motor. We do songs and finger plays. We do things like that that are exciting. Are the 2 and 3-year-olds? They are okay, Amanda's asking, are the 2- and 3-year-olds classes together or different? They are separate times. The 3-year-old classes are on Tuesdays from 11 to 1 or Thursday, 9:30 to 11:30. The other classes are 2-year-olds. If your child is teetering, like November, December, then you have the choice either to do a 2- or 3-year-old. Kind of up to you. A big skill that we work on is our social skills. Sharing is a very hard skill at this age. So, we try to help the parent along with the child on sharing because that's a very hard skill. And as the year goes on, it's amazing to see how friendships are starting to be formed and things like that. So it's great. And then they're starting to get that ability to share and to realize that not all these toys are theirs, they're everyone's to play with. So, and the room, as you can see, is not set up. We, unfortunately, we're not able to have Come Play With Me this year. We are going to start it in the fall, so the room will be set up then. But right now it's kind of all clustered together in different areas here. Yeah. So, any other questions? Also because the uniqueness of Come Play With Me with the one-on-one belief, we only allow the child registered and the parent or caregiver. We've had grandmas, grandpas come, we've had moms, dads, we've had nannies come, but only the child that's registered and a parent 18 and over can come to the class. Sometimes they ask mom and dad both come, and we don't mind that as long as, you know, at circle time, we just let one parent sit with the child at the circle, because sometimes that can get a little crowded. But we believe in the one-to-one togetherness. Let's see here.
Sorry, we lost our monitor for a minute.
Okay. What's up with that?
But classes do start in September, a little bit later than the traditional school setting. We start just a few weeks after they do.
Yep, but we run on the Utica community calendar. Whatever breaks Utica has, those are the same breaks that we have. Our program is only at Duncan this year, which is on 26 Mile and Romeo Plank. We have an early childhood wing attached onto the elementary school. So that's kind of unique, and you know, we have our own playground here and our own gross motor room. So we're very fortunate to have that. If your child's in the 3-year-old class, we have a very small little tiny library that we take the kids each week as well. So I know kids get excited about that. They get to check a book out, take it home, and then they bring it back the next week. Amanda, that's a great question. Unfortunately, due to class sizes, we cannot do any makeup classes. Kids become familiar with the adults in the room and the children in the room. We do max the classes out at 12 students. So if, you know, we're going to different classrooms, sometimes that can mess it up. So unfortunately, you cannot make up a class if your child is ill. And Come Play With Me is a play-based program. We believe children learn through play. So that's why we have a lot of, we have a lot of things to facilitate that. We have blocks, we have puzzles, we have a house area that has little tables and little refrigerator and play food, play plates, things like that. We have lots of baby dolls. We have some dress-up clothes. We also have an area just for manipulatives. We've got Legos, and we have farm animals, zoo animals. We have cars. We have trains. We have a train. Yep, train set. Things like that. So that's all done during free choice time, and kids can choose to do what they want during those 45 minutes. We do go on field trips. It's an exciting part. The kids really enjoy it. We usually do 2 field trips a year. They are a learning experience that usually we have a theme or 2 prior to that, and then we get to do the actual field trip, which is a great hands-on learning experience for them. In the fall, we do an apple orchard, and in the springtime, we do a nature center, sometimes, or a firehouse that sometimes we go to. Depending on what teacher you have. But those are, like I said, are great learning experiences because they're all hands-on for the kids, and they really enjoy that, and we also enjoy it.
Stephanie has a good question. Can they sign up for twice a week?
That is a great question. Yes, you can. I have had probably only a handful of parents that do that. Sometimes they go to different teachers, which that's what I would recommend if you are going to do it twice a week, because if you sign up for the same teachers, you're going to be doing the exact same thing. I know that the teachers try to do similar themes and similar projects, but each teacher has their own teaching style, so that might be a little bit different during circle time. But yes, you are allowed to come more than once a week.
We're just muting ourselves in between.
They told us to do that for background noise. Do you have any questions? Anyone else have questions? It's a wonderful program. I mean, I've been doing this program for 26 years now. This is Michelle's second year. And we're very happy to have Michelle. It's just a wonderful program because you get to have a connection with other moms or dads as well. I know I've had families 10, 15 years ago that still get together and still in contact with each other. So that's a great aspect of it. And the kids even, you know, they'll make friends. And like I said, it's all in a school setting. We do have the same routine all through the school year, so the kids know what to expect. Amanda, the time slot, it's, let's see here, what was that? Can you,
Is it possible to make up a class on a different day?
We did answer that. I'm not sure if that's your question. If you could put in the chat what that was again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stephanie asked. Thank you. Are the time slots on the brochure fixed or subject to change?
Nope, they're not. That's what they are. Every year we change a little bit, but in the brochure is the set times. Sometimes, you know, a class, if it doesn't have enough enrollment, you know, that class might not run, but most of our classes fill up pretty quickly. So if you are interested, I would suggest registering on the day that you can. And I believe that day is, let's see here, March 16th. If you're in district, you can register on that day. If you're out of district, you can still register for our classes. We have usually tons of out of district families that join us, and that day is March 23rd.
And if you are a working parent and are still looking to come, we do have the Thursday evening classes. So those are also an option if you can't make the daytime.
And those do fill up quickly just because in the evening, and that is great. You know, it's something to look forward to during the work week. And, you know, we have dads, we have moms. Like I said, we've got grandmas and grandpas.
It's really nice.
Yeah, wonderful. For those of you just joining us, this is the Come Play With Me program. We are a play-based program. We believe that children learn through play. It's how they really make sense of their world. Kind of a day, I'll kind of run through a day, what it will look like in our program. We are a once a week program, whether you're in a 2-year-old, which would be an 1.5-hour class, or 3-year-olds are 2-hour classes. So when you come in, some classes start off in a gross motor room or outside. That's usually what we start off with, or sometimes it ends in the evening. That sometimes I believe that's how we end.
Our last class of the day ends.
Yeah, and then for 45 minutes, it's free choice time. It's choices on what the child wants to do. That could be any of our interest areas, which would be manipulatives, the house area. We have blocks, we have a Lego table, things like that. Also during that time, we have centers, and those are different activities we have at the tables. Those could be related to the thing that we're doing. A lot of times it's gluing, it's cutting for the older kids, or even we do cutting for 2-year-olds later in the school year. Once they develop that fine motor skills, which we work on strengthening all throughout the school year, we do painting. We do a lot of fun, messy things that you would not want to do at home. We have a sensory table that we put a lot of fun things in there. Let's see, it's my first time with district. So what you could do is you can email and go to the Utica Community Schools Community Education website, and you can email them that question and let them know your address, and then they will let you know. Or Michelle can type in the phone number, 4660. Yep. And you can call tomorrow and ask what your homeschool would be. And going back to our class day, so like I said, the first 45 minutes is a free choice, and we base our program off themes. So we have a lot of fun things to do during the 45 minutes. They will usually 99.9% of the time bring something home. They're very proud of their creation. We do have paint smocks and things like that. We do encourage the children to dress in play clothes because they do get messy. We like to explore. And like I said, we do things in here that you probably don't want to do at home. We even do like glitter and, like I said, paint, gluing, all that fun, messy stuff that is appropriate for school. And then after that, we go into a circle time. That can last, in the beginning of the year, we do try to keep it somewhat short. But for my 3-year-olds, sometimes that's a half hour. As their attention span grows, then circle time will get a little longer. But we usually start off with a welcome song. Then we do some fun songs. We do finger plays. We do songs related to whatever theme we're doing or whatever season it is. We do some of the songs, and they are learning activities, learning songs. They just don't realize that they are actually learning. Oh, yeah, that's okay. How many children are in each class? We do like to have 12 or fewer in the class. It is a good size considering, you know, that means 12 adults in the class. So we keep our classes maxed out at 12. After we have a circle time, then we go into a brief snack. They will make a placemat in the beginning of the school year that stays in the classroom. It's amazing how quickly kids will start knowing what placemat is theirs because we have their name written on there pretty large, and they start recognizing the letters of their name, what their name looks like. We have a small snack. We are a peanut-free program, as all early childhood programs in Utica Community Schools are peanut-free. So you bring a small snack, a small beverage, and then after that, we go back into circle and do a goodbye song, and then we give them always a stamp or a sticker at the end of the class. Kids love that part. They look forward to what stamp they're getting, what sticker. I do stamps. You do?
I do stamps as
okay,
well.
Yeah. They love that, and they're mortified when that stamp is washed off. So we do that, and like I said, we have a drying rack. They take home their projects each class. And so it's a lot of fun. And a question was asked, if you missed it, if there are makeup classes. Unfortunately, we do not have any makeup classes. Due to the number of students that we have, we like to keep the classroom consistent with the same parents, the same children, so we do not allow makeup classes. We also do not allow any siblings, even if they're little babies and they're in their carrier and you think that they'll be quiet, due to regulations and for safety reasons, we only allow the child that's registered along with a parent. You can, maybe 1 week mom can come, the next week dad can come, maybe if grandma wants to join us. I've even had a few families had out-of-town guests and they could bring one adult, additional with them. That's always exciting. I even have grandmas and grandpas come and they just sit in a chair and watch, and they love that. And we love when grandma and grandpas come as well. So, so anyone's allowed to bring your child as long as they're 18 and over. We do have a bathroom in our room with a diaper deck. The children do not have to be potty trained. That's a great thing about our program. Most of them, like I said, are 2. We would like them to be 2 starting in September. Or if for the 3-year-olds, if they're 3 by November, December, then they could be in the 3-year-old program. We do go on field trips throughout the school year. We usually do 2, one in the fall, which is the apple orchard. Our field trips are a learning experience that are things that we've done in the class prior. So a lot of it, when we go there, is all hands-on. We'll talk about apples the week prior, things that we might see. We talk about apple trees, things like that. So when we do go on the field trip, it's all hands-on, and it's something that's familiar, something that we've been talking about. And then in the spring, we like to do a nature center field trip. That's my favorite. I absolutely love it. Another great hands-on learning experience for the children. During field trips, it's only the child registered and a parent or 2 on the field trips as well, because we want the one-on-one experience. Amanda, we look forward to seeing you in the fall. For art time, we do have art smocks in the classroom, but we do ask that your child dress in play clothes because they do get messy. We're a very hands-on program. Lots of fun learning activities that we do, and we don't want them to be feeling hindered by, getting things on their clothes. And we also try to dress in our appropriate clothes too, because sometimes I think we go home messier than the kids. I don't know how that happens, but it does. I go home with glitter sometimes, and
Paint in the hair.
Yeah, paint in the hair. Oh, that's funny. We also believe in process art. That is the process of the child doing the project, not the end product. Not all suns are going to be yellow. We might have a blue sun. We might have a 3-eyed person. But that's with the parent and the child together. That's a great learning tool when you sit down with them and, if we're doing something that requires eyes, how many eyes do we have? We have 2 eyes. Where would those eyes be? Like I said, it's such a great thing to have when we have the parents in the classroom. Yep, so Paula put on the chat if you are, yep, if you need to know what if you're in district, out of district, or what your homeschool is, then you can email the UC at uticak12.org. Or EC, I'm sorry, I think I said UC. EC at uticak12.org. But for the Come Play With Me program, it doesn't matter if you're in district or out of district, whether this is your homeschool or not. We allow anyone to come to our program. That's what's so great about it. Also, kids can bring a backpack from home. Kids absolutely love this. They love bringing their backpack, but we always do recommend a change of clothes. Sometimes they'll spill water on them. Paint will get that on them and they, can get upset. So always a change of clothes, always sometimes an extra snack in there is always helpful. I know a few times kids, they sit down for snack and you give them goldfish because that's what they wanted when they left home and they've changed their mind. So
Bring some variety.
Yes.
Or someone else has something.
Yes, but we do ask not to keep it a meal time. It just has to be a small little snack. We don't like to take too much of our time to do that. But kids do appreciate the snack. They get very thirsty in the classroom. So, and it's a great time for socialization for them. They sit at the table with their other friends, and you'd be amazed in how they start communicating with each other, even at 2.5 years old, because they start learning who's in their class. They become friends. So it's just wonderful to see. We do ask for parent participation, and that really is important at circle time. Like I said, sometimes we will get up and do some dancing. We ask that parents do that as well. You're an example for your child. A lot of times if we see a parent just sitting there, more than likely your child's not going to get up and participate. So, and like I said, we keep circle time very active because we have to. Otherwise, we're going to lose all of them. So we're kind of up, down. You will definitely get a workout. So that's kind of a plus for you.
Bring your dancing.
Yeah, there you go. I know it's a workout for us. The beginning of the year, I'm always like out of breath, but as the year goes on, you will definitely feel better. And whether you're new to the program or maybe this is your second or third child, the experience is all going to be the same. It's spending quality time with your child. As we all know, they grow up so quickly, and it's so nice to have this one-on-one time with them. It's time away if you've got other siblings at home, you work, it's time dedicated just to that child with no laundry, no phone, none of that. So it is really, I know I've done it with my kids. Michelle actually wasn't in the.
I've done it through Lake Orion. But
That's right. Yeah. And it's a time that you never will get back, and it's amazing because, like I said, time goes by too fast.
Feel free to put any questions in the chat or in the Q&A so that we can answer anything that you have on your mind.
Absolutely. Different skills that we do work on. If you didn't hear my previous announcement, we work on fine motor skills. We work on gross motor skills. We have a dedicated room that has a big slide. It's got blocks. It has balls. It has basketball nets. The kids absolutely love this part. And like I said, especially during the winter, it's so good for them to be physically active. And kids really enjoy that room. We also we work on cognitive skills that promotes a healthy brain, healthy development. We do finger plays, we do counting, we work on colors, we work on sharing, things like that. We do a lot of repetitive things in the classroom because children appreciate that, and that's how they learn. So we might do a color song 5-6 times. But once they master it, they feel more confident, and it's great to see that. We also work on social skills, which is really huge at this age. Got a question? Registration question. Do I pick up? I answer it. Yeah, here we go. Usually if you pick 2 classes, that should be good. If they cannot fulfill those 2 classes, they will call you and let you know. But mostly if you pick your first choice and then your second choice, you should be pretty good. Especially if you register in March sometime, then you should be fine to get that whatever class you want. It's when you are registering like in August or July that might be a little tricky.
We do ask that you bring your own snack just because of food allergies and things like that. It just makes it a little bit easier on the classroom. And if you do have a severe food allergy, we just ask that you let us know privately at the beginning of like the first week of class. And then if it's something that you would rather not anyone bring in, we kind of try to do our best to accommodate for that.
Yep, and we are a peanut-free program. We do not allow any snacks at all during the school year, and that's a early childhood policy. So, and like Michelle says, if your child has an allergy, please let us know. We try to work around it. But considering each parent brings their own snack, that usually alleviates some of the concern if your child's getting, you know, something that they shouldn't. Our school year does start late September. We're usually somewhere September 20 something. And that way we usually start a week after nursery preschool, and then we end at the later part of May, usually right before Memorial Day. But we do work on the Utica Community Schools calendar. We follow that. So any breaks that they have, that does include our class.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yep, we answered it. And I was mentioning how, you know, this is big for social skills. You know, this might be your child's first experience being around other children rather than if they have siblings. So it's, you know, something that takes time. Sharing, like I said, is a very big issue in the beginning. We try to help them work through it. The teachers always step in if we feel that it's necessary. Sometimes parents appreciate that, and for whatever reason, the children sometimes listen to the teacher more so than the parent. So we try to guide them through that. You know, a lot of times in the beginning of the year, kids do something called parallel play, where they're playing kind of next to each other. They're not really interacting. They might do a little visual, like, you know, I noticed you here, but most of the time it's just by themselves. As the year progresses, we see them more into cooperative play, which is amazing, and we love that. That's when they might start sharing with someone. They might start playing exactly with what they're doing, especially in the kitchen area. They might be cooking something and feeding the babies, and then they might start doing that together. A lot of times they might have that one or two friend that they look forward to coming to school and seeing each week. So it's great when we start seeing friendships formed. Is that? They are not built into the tuition. We do go on 2 field trips a year. In the fall, we go to the apple orchard, and the teacher will let you know what the cost is. Usually we get a group rate, so it's a lot cheaper than what it would be to go on your own. And that usually includes apples, a hayride, cider donuts, and the play area. So that's something that is paid separate. That's a great question, Nadia. And at the Nature Center, it's a very minimal fee, a couple dollars, and that's, you know, usually you pay the day of the field trip, but that is not based in the tuition. Yes. So Nadia, unfortunately our program did not run this fall because we have parents in the classroom. They were not allowing any adults in any of the Utica schools. But in the fall, we are expecting everything to be back to normal. As far as masks, we are going to stick with CDC regulations. So I can't tell you right now what that answer will be. We follow whatever regulations they have in place. And I'm sure we would know that in August. We do have a welcome to come play with me parent meeting, usually a week prior to class starting, and it's just for parents, and it's in the evening, and we will discuss at that time. We go a little more into detail about the program. If you have any questions then. And at that time, whatever the CDC is recommending at that time, we will know. But it's just too hard for us to predict right now. But right now, we did not have Come Play With Me classes this school year.
He also has a question. Can others come on the field trip as well, like my husband or my mother? Yes, we do encourage if you and your husband would like to come together, or you and your mom, you're more than welcome to bring someone with you.
Great questions, everyone. If you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A or the chat, whatever one works easier. For those of you just joining us, welcome to the Come Play With Me program. I'm Suzanne Parks.
I'm Michelle Tatterley.
We have been doing Come Play With Me for quite a few years now, and it's something that we both enjoy. It's a wonderful experience for you and your child. We run through the school year, through Utica Community Schools school year. We start late September and we end in late May. We are off the same breaks that Utica is off. So if you have an older child in one of the in the schools, we have the same breaks. Well, first of all, Nadia, congratulations on having your baby. That's so exciting. Yes, it's very easy. I do have to say the phone lines might be busy. So if you just keep calling, then you will get through, because we do have quite a few staff members that are taking registrations that day. If she can't get through, like I said, just keep trying, or maybe wait another hour, but you should be able to get through. There should be no problem. And if you register on that day, you should get the class that you would like. It's if you wait months later, some of the classes fill up pretty quickly.
And if you ended up not getting the class you like January, they have a reopening date. So if the class still has some open availability, you can try that class again.
Yep. Or even sometimes the class might be full, and for whatever reason, someone has to disenroll, whether they're moving or something comes up. So if there's a class that's full, you can always check back and see if that spot opens.
Or even if your schedule changes.
Absolutely. We will put that phone number, 797-4660.
Make sure I have it right.
Yep.
Certain phone numbers. I want to make sure I have it all right.
Maybe like one of the first. Okay, we have a question from Michelle. We are registered for the Wednesday morning class. Do we know who the teacher is yet? We do not. We do have a few teachers in mind. So we will, as soon as we know, you can probably call back in another couple of months and ask that question, or you can email the early childhood office and they will be able to tell you who that teacher is.
I am not sure how she registered.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. That's a good question for Michelle.
Yeah. Maybe put that in the chat, and then maybe she'll be able to answer that from you.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. Sometimes if you have a child already registered in nursery preschool, you're able to pre-register for classes before it's open to the public. Michelle, unfortunately, I'm not teaching it this year. I mean, I am teaching at Flickinger. I'm teaching nursery preschool because the program didn't run this year. I was placed over there, and so I will also be there in the fall. I will not be in Come Play With Me. Michelle will definitely be here, though.
Yeah. I'm sure if my fall classes don't fill up, I will be teaching them all.
Yep. We also have another teacher, Andrea, that will fill in some classes as well. We just need to figure out her schedule.
Yep.
Oh, Mary Jo. Aww. Oh, I love Mary. I love that family. Oh my goodness. I've had all of their kids. Wonderful family. So once you're in Come Play With Me for the fall, and when it's time to register for either if you're in the 2s and you want to do it 3 the following year, or nursery preschool, you are able to pre-register before it does go to in district and out of district families, because we accommodate our families that are currently registered. So that's kind of a little bonus there. So then you're able to get what class you want before it's open up to the public. So that's maybe how Michelle pre-registered, I guess. Yeah. Next time you talk to them, Michelle, please tell them I said hi. In fact, Ben, I have a rose. I'm not even sure. He gave me a rose before, and I still have that. I think I brought it to my other school. For those of you just joining us, this is the Come Play With Me program. My name is Suzanne Parks.
I'm Michelle Tatterley.
And we are here to tell you a little bit more about Come Play With Me. We got a question? Oh, thanks, Michelle. Awesome. That just made my night, I'm telling you. I think they're in Chicago or something. I think they moved. But anyways, we're the Come Play With Me program. We are at Duncan Elementary, which is at 26 Mile in Romeo Plank. And we are in the early childhood wing. There's the elementary, and then we're attached onto the elementary. We're at Duncan early childhood. We've got Come Play With Me. There's nursery preschool programs. There's full day 3, 4, 5-year-old programs. So we have a lot here, which is wonderful. Our program lasts from September to May. We do ask that an adult stays with your child at all times. For 2-year-olds, the class is an hour and a half once a week. And for the 3-year-olds, it's 2 hours once a week. The 3-year-old program is on Tuesdays at 11 to 1 or Thursday mornings, 9:30 to 11:30. Our 2-year-old programs are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday evening, and Friday day. So we have a wide variety of classes, whether it be during the day or in the evening, whatever works around your schedule. We try to kind of keep that accommodating to parents based on their schedule, whether you work or not. Our classes do fill up quickly. Some classes fill up a little bit more quickly, and then others, especially the morning classes and especially the evening. So if you are interested, I would highly recommend registering in March sometime. That your child does not have to be potty trained. We do have a bathroom in the room with a diaper deck. So that's a great feature. Sometimes the 3-year-old might not be ready for nursery school, might not be potty trained. So this is a great alternative to that. Like I said, parents stay in the classroom with the child. The 2-year-old class is an hour and a half, and it goes by so quickly. So by the time you're here, I mean, it's almost time to go. So it's packed with lots of fun activities. We do about 45 minutes of free choice time. During that time, the child can choose to do any of the areas that we have, whether it be the housekeeping area. We have a manipulative area. We have got all different types of animals, plastic, obviously, farm animals, zoo animals. We've got trains, we've got blocks, we've got Legos. And then also during that time, we have activities at the table, and we base those activities off of themes that we work on each week. We usually do a gluing project, a painting project. We have a round table that we keep dedicated to working on fine motor skills, eye-hand coordination, little learning games and things like that. Children really enjoy that table. And during that time, your child can come do the projects at any time. We do have paint smocks. We do encourage you to wear old clothing because we do get quite messy. We also have an easel that the kids can paint on. We have a sensory table that they really enjoy, whether we put water in there, beads, rice, what else? All kinds of things. Sometimes we put snow and we let them paint the snow. So depending on what we're doing, we've got fun things there. That's always a crowd pleaser. We also do a circle time that lasts anywhere for 2-year-olds, anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes, and 3-year-olds anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. Obviously, the 3-year-olds are going to have a little bit more developmentally appropriate activities. Their attention spans are a little longer. So we do fun finger plays, songs, dancing, and there is actually a lot of learning that goes on during circle time. We do a lot of repetitive songs. Children love that. They know what to look forward to. Sometimes if we don't do a song the following week, they'll ask for it. So circle time is a fun time. And then we do have a snack that lasts maybe 5-10 minutes. That's something that you will bring from home. All early childhood programs are peanut free, so we ask that you do not bring anything that has peanuts. If your child has a food allergy, please let the teacher know at the beginning of the school year. If it's airborne, obviously that's something that we will accommodate on, or if it's maybe dairy. The fact that you're bringing your own snack is kind of nice because you know exactly what they're getting. And then we do a goodbye song. And then it's time to go. They get stamps at the end, which they look forward to. We love that part. You bring your projects home each week. Sometimes we say save an old pizza box, and you can put that right in your car, put those projects in there, because sometimes they're still a little wet or messy. So it's a fun hour and a half or 2 hours. If you have any questions, you can always put it in the Q&A, or you can put it in the chat. We also ask that you only bring a child that's registered to class. Parents, if you, like maybe one week mom wants to come, that would be wonderful. Dad might want to come the following week, or maybe it's something special and you both want to come. We do allow that. Sometimes grandma wants to come, or grandpa. We do ask that we limit how many adults do come. Usually we like to max that out at 2 because our room, can't accommodate everyone. And let's see here, what else? We do have a gross motor room that the children love to go into. We usually spend 10-15 minutes there. There's a slide, there's blocks that they can cubes that they can crawl through. There's balls, there's basketball nets, there's blocks. Kids really enjoy that. We do class parties. Yes, we like to celebrate fun things, especially like birthdays. We definitely sing happy birthday. And like Halloween, we do fun activities for Halloween. We do little trick-or-treating in the classroom. Kids dress up. Sometimes during the holidays, we'll do like a book exchange, and they make mom and dad a present. That's always fun. And I'm trying to think, Valentine's Day. Yes, we like to do, things like that. Valentine's Day cards. And so, yes, we do like, we keep it simple. Our program, we keep the routine the same each week. So when we do have a party, we try to kind of keep it low key. Sometimes children don't like when there's when there's too much going on. But we definitely do recognize those fun days. Those are, the kids enjoy them, parents enjoy them. So, yeah, good question. We do go on field trips. We try to go on 2 a year. We usually try to go in the fall to an apple orchard. This is usually done during your class time. That always doesn't happen at the exact time because it depends on the availability of where we're going. The field trips are always a learning experience, hands-on learning experience that's correlated to what we have done in the classroom. That's why for apple picking, it's really great for toddlers. We talk about apples and what we're going to do there, what they can expect to see. We talk about farm animals. So when they do go there, they have an idea of what to expect.
Yes, you do. You receive a monthly calendar that will go through all of our themes that month, along with any special days to keep in mind, whether it's a field trip or a little class party. We put all of that on a monthly calendar for you.
We don't necessarily do a monthly newsletter just because parents are in the classroom. So usually during snack time, that's when we will tell you any reminders, anything that's coming up. I know some teachers might use a text messaging system that they can send out reminders that way. So yes, we do, like I said, like Michelle said, a calendar with the themes that we're doing or anything that you might need to bring in, but not necessarily a newsletter. We do have a bathroom in our room. The children do not have to be potty trained, but some kids do work on it throughout the school year, and that's always good because sometimes you'll see some friends going. And we have a diaper deck that in case you need to change their diaper, that's there, and that's in our classroom, which is really nice. We do have a playground that the children do go on. Unfortunately, just because we start late September, we're only usually go out a few times in the fall, and then we usually don't go out again until late spring. We do not go out when it's cold outside, and in the winter, it's just too much for the little ones. So we usually only go out when it's appropriate, when the weather's appropriate. We do work on all areas of development for the child. We work on their fine motor, which we do a lot of. We work on their social skills, sharing, all that. We work on the cognitive skills. We do colors and numbers, lots of learning activities that way. We do work on gross motor skills because we have a room that they go to or we go outside. We work on all those types of skills to let the child, each week the child will work on those.
It's a really great program to start off with your child. That way you're in the program with them and they're getting used to being in a school setting and getting used to it like a schedule so that, time to clean up, we need a transition to circle time, and you're there to support them and make that transition a little easier before they go off to school on their own.
Yep, and we have a lot of nursery preschool teachers that tell us, I know which ones have been and can play with me because they know what to expect. And when the parents are in the classroom, it's great because you're helping facilitate whatever they're doing. So it's a great experience.
Making it positive experience.
Absolutely.
For their first school setting.
That's great, Nadia. We're excited to have you. Okay, Michelle's question is, do you have some apps or materials we can access to start working on things at home with them? Unfortunately, no. Everything we do is in the classroom. It's all hands-on. So, so we do not do anything. If your child is in the classroom and they choose not to do the project, we can always put a little goodie bag together with the materials that they would use for that activity, and you can always take it home and do with it at home. But we don't have any materials that, you know, we can disperse prior to that.
Currently, I am assigned to the Thursday evening classes, and then we do not have our morning teachers picked out quite yet. That's kind of just being discussed right now.
Yep, we do have some candidates. We want to make sure it's the right fit for the program. So we will make sure we have someone that's experienced and perfect for the job. I saw that Q&A with the 3 on there, and I wasn't sure. Yeah. Yep. Any questions you have, you can put it in the Q&A or the chat. We'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions. Because our program is a one-on-one, we do ask that no siblings come to the classroom, only the child that is registered and an adult, whether it be the mom, the dad, the grandma, grandpa. I've even had nannies come if parents are working. We do have evening classes for the working parent, which is wonderful. And those are Thursday evenings. We have a 5 o'clock class that goes till 6:30. And then we have a 6:30 class that goes till 8. And then we do have programs that run through the day, Monday through Friday. For the 2-year-olds, the 3-year-olds are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. On Tuesday, it's 11 to 1. Thursday, it's 9:30 to 11:30. The 3-year-old classes are 2 hours long versus the 2-year-old classes are an hour and a half. It's a week. Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes, Nadia. The class times are correct, and they do not change. Those are the class times and the class days that we have.
Thank you, Nancy.
Nancy put in the chat the link to register for Come Play With Me to make it much easier. Thank you so much. You just click on that link and you're able to register for the classes on March 16th. And if the phone lines are busy, just keep calling back or wait a little bit and call back. If you call on that first day, you will more than likely get the class that you choose. But classes do fill quickly, so I suggest to register within that first week or so. Out-of-district families can register on March 23rd. Yep. We do ask that when they come to the program to wear old clothing, and that also includes the parent, because like I said, we do get messy. We like the children to explore with different types of materials, whether it's going to be glue or glitter or paint or slime, or I mean, we do all kinds of things in the classroom, Play-Doh. So we do ask that, the child does wear old clothing. We do have paint smocks in the classroom. The children do usually take something home every day. They're very proud of their creation. We do process art, something that the children will do on their own. Not everything's going to look the same, and we don't want it to look the same. It's each child's unique project that they did. Not all suns are going to be yellow. They might be blue or purple. Not all arms are going to be on the side. They might be up and down. So, but that's what's great about having the parent toddler team, is that you can sit with them and, teach them about how many eyes we have. Where do you think the arms would go? Things like that. If you have any questions, you can put them in the Q&A. If you have any questions, oh, there we go. Thanks, Nadia. We so look forward to meeting you and your child. It's a wonderful program. We both did it with our kids, and now they're older, and I miss those days. That one-on-one, it's amazing time. The question earlier was asked if we do any makeup classes. Unfortunately, we do not do any makeup classes. We like to keep the classes the same, with the same parents, the same children. It gets too difficult if you miss and you go to a different class. We like each class to have a max of 12 kids, which would meet 12 adults. And we like to keep the classroom size so it's not so crowded. And we found that having 12 kids and 12 adults is just perfect for this classroom size. We do have a bathroom in our room. We have a sink in our room. We have an easel that is always open. We have a sensory table that we like to put a lot of fun sensory items in there, whether it be rice or beans or water. Kids love the water. We put sometimes snow, and they can paint it. Corn. We sometimes put strips of paper, and we put scissors, and we will always help the children, because this is probably one of the first times that they're holding scissors. So we work with that. But we do activities prior to that to strengthen the fine motor, eye-hand coordination, so they're able to cut with scissors and write with a pencil. We do ask that the child bring a backpack to class, and in that backpack you might want to keep an extra change of clothes in case they get dirty or wet and they need to change, and also a snack, and sometimes an extra snack just in case. We do a snack during the day. We all early childhood programs are a peanut-free program, so we ask that you keep that in mind when bringing a snack. If your child has an allergy, please let the teacher know, and we will try to accommodate that. Especially if it's an airborne allergy. We do have a basket near our sink that if your child ever puts anything in their mouth, that gets washed daily. We do try to sanitize our room often. The tables get sanitized all the time. And our cupboards and our shelves and our toys do get sanitized. We try to keep everything nice and clean because, we have children as well. And so we keep everything clean, so when we go home, we're not carrying home any germs. If you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A or in the chat, whatever is easier for you. We are always in the same room. We do not switch rooms. This is our designated come play with me room. It's not shared with anyone else. We do have classes Monday through Friday, and that includes Thursday evenings. We have 2 classes for 2-year-olds. So we have classes, try to accommodate everyone's schedule throughout the week. 2-year-olds, it's an hour-and-a-half class. 3-year-olds, it's a 2-hour class. It goes by very quickly. We do have centers that we have open during free choice time. Free choice time is about 45 minutes. And during that time, we have different activities at the table. We base each week off of themes, which you will get a calendar for. And so you know what theme we will be doing each week. And any important reminders or anything that you need to bring in would be on those calendars. A lot of times during snack, that's when we can kind of, if you have any questions for the teacher, or anything that's kind of a time where the kids are sitting, enjoying their snack, where we can have conversations. We try to give you any child development articles that we have, or any good information that we would like to send home. We do that. We also do scholastic book orders. It's a great way to encourage literacy skills, and that's done on a monthly basis. A lot of times you can get really great books for pretty cheap from Scholastic. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the answer in question or in the chat. Thank you so much, ladies. Absolutely. We can't wait as well, Michelle. It's honestly such a wonderful experience. Come Play With Me has been around I've been doing it for 26 years, and it was years previous. So it's a wonderful program. And to spend that one-on-one time with your child is priceless. It really is. It's amazing. And I know I used to call it a date night because I used to do it in the evenings because I taught during the day, and it would be our little date night. And like I said, it was just our time together. The event will be closing in 30 minutes, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the Come Play With Me program. My name is Suzanne Parks.
I'm Michelle Tatterley.
And this is the Come Play With Me program. Our program's a little unique. We have a question.
Currently, registration isn't open until March.
Yeah, March
So,
16th.
Unless I think you're enrolled in a current program, I think we have to wait until March.
Yeah, I think that's why you're having issues not accepting the registration, because that's for March 16th. If you're in district, if you're a Utica resident, if you're not in the Utica district, then that date is March 23rd. I want to say it's March 23rd.
It is in the chat.
All that.
Nancy posted it. Registration is March 16th.
Right, and then if you're out of district, March 23rd. March 23rd for that. Let us know if that answered your question, Carolina. If not, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions. So we were talking about the Come Play With Me program. Our program's a little unique. This is where the parent and the child come together. And you will stay the full class with your child. We offer classes for 2-year-olds. We'd like for them to be 2 by September. We do are a little bit flexible with the dates, as long as it's within a couple weeks or so. And if you have a child that's turning 3 by November, December, then you would register for the 3-year-old program. Our 3-year-old program is on Tuesdays from 11 to 1. It's a 2-hour time frame once a week. Or on Thursday from 9:30 to 11:30 for 2 hours once a week on Thursdays. We also have our 2-year-old programs that are an hour and a half. And those are once a week, Monday through Friday. We've got different classes that you can sign up for. March 16th is registration date. Please. Oh, yep, the details in the tab session. Yep. If you click on the UCS tab, in the chat, then that will give you a lot of information on registration. So you are to stay with your child. We ask that you only bring the child that's registered to class. It's a one-on-one experience for you and your child. Mom can come, dad can come, a grandma or grandpa can come, an aunt and uncle, as long as they're an adult that's 18 and over. And class, like I said, is about an hour and a half for 2-year-olds. And for 3-year-olds, it's a 2-hour block. During that time, the class goes by pretty quickly, but during that time, we have free time, which is the majority of the classroom, which is about 45 minutes. And during that time, your child can choose to do whatever interest area they want to do, whether it be the art easel, whether it be we have a sensory table with different items in each week. We also have different areas that they can go and play in the classroom. We're looking forward to it too. Thank you so much. Yep, perfect. Whether it be, we also have activities at the tables. We have 3 tables. The one that we have dedicated just to do learning games, learning activities to strengthen fine motor, eye-hand coordination, things like that. The other 2 tables usually are an art project of some sort to go along with themes, which we do each week. And those art projects can get messy, so we do ask that, you know, you wear your play clothes, both parent and child. We do have paint smocks. Those are activities that usually go home each week. And then after the 45 minutes, we do a cleanup song. Then we usually join at the circle time where we do fun activities. We try to engage the kids as much as we can by doing singing, dancing, finger plays. Sometimes we pass things out to work on colors, and we'll do a little magnetic story, and they have, you know, when it's their turn, they'll put their color up on the board. Kids really enjoy that. And then after circle, we do have a small snack. That's something that you are to bring from home. All early childhood programs are peanut free, so we ask that you not bring anything with peanuts. We do ask that snack is kept very simple, very small. You will also bring like a water or juice for your child in a cup. And then after that, we come back to circle, sing our goodbye song, and then it's time to gather their belongings, and then they get a stamp on their way out. So it's a very fun, fast-paced classroom. We allow 12 children and 12 adults at each class time. So if your child is absent, you can let the teacher know. You don't necessarily need to, but sometimes it's nice to know who's coming and who's not. And then, unfortunately, we do not allow any makeup classes because we like to have the same students and same kids in the class, and only coming once a week. We like to keep that consistency. We do have a bathroom in our room with a diaper deck. They do not have to be potty trained, but a lot of times, especially when they get older, they'll see some of their friends starting to use the potty, and that really is a great incentive for the children to start using the bathroom as well. If you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A or in the chat, whatever's easier for you. Oh, we muted, sorry. We do like to go on field trips. We usually do 2 a year, one in the fall and one in the spring. That normally takes in place of class. Usually we do not have class that day. The teacher will let you know far in advance all the details. Usually during snack time when the kids are busy eating, it's a little quieter, and that's when we can give you any information, upcoming information, things like that. Yes, good point, Nancy. If you missed any part of this in the beginning and you want to see Q&A or the videos, because you're pre-registered, you have 30 days from today to go back and view the videos or any questions in case you missed something. I know I've repeated myself several times, so I apologize, but if you missed anything, that's a great opportunity to go back and look at the video. And you can do that for any of the programs in the early childhood programs at Utica. You use your confirmation email link to access that. Yeah. If you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A. We'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions. We do have a parent welcome back, usually the week before class starts in mid-September. And that's when it's just the parents come, and we will kind of go a little more in depth about the class. We kind of break down what exactly we do, why we do it, and that's if you have any more questions during that time, we will answer questions, and then at the end you are able to see the Come Play With Me room. We stay in this room all throughout the school year. We do not switch rooms. Kids become familiar with the room. Like I said, the other kids, the other parents, friendships are starting to form, once school starts, which is really awesome to see the progression of their social skills. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions. And you have, like I mentioned, you have 30 days to go back and watch this. If you thought of something and wondered if we talked about that, you can go back and check that out. All you do is click on the email link that you use to go on to this session.
And we did have a question earlier. If you wanted to sign up for multiple classes, you are more than welcome to sign up for multiple classes. We do ask that you choose to maybe do more than one teacher, just because the classes are the same throughout the week, and each teacher has just a little different style. Our arts and crafts and our themes are usually the same, but we each have like our own little style when it comes to circle time and things like that.
We do encourage as much parent participation as possible. You're going to set the example for your child, and that includes circle time. And I know sometimes we are dancing around and acting silly, and I know teachers appreciate when you're also doing that. And your child will appreciate that. A lot of times if you're just sitting down and you can't, then the child kind of responds to that. I mentioned earlier, you will definitely get an exercise workout in our classroom. So you're getting a 2-for-1. Sometimes the first few weeks of Come Play With Me can be challenging for some students because this can be overwhelming. They're not used to, all these kids and all these unfamiliar parents in there. But the more you come, the more they'll start to understand the routine and they know what to expect. And they look forward to each class. I've got a lot of parents that say they wish they could come every day because their child will ask, when is school?
Yes, thank you all for attending. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening to come and listen to us. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We have about 15 minutes left.
and we would love to answer any of your questions. We do a lot of messy art projects also. So keep in mind to wear play clothing, and so that way the child can not feel restricted in what they do, and they feel comfortable getting dirty and getting messy, because we do a lot of messy things in here. Things I never would do at my house, so great to do it in class. And we do a process art. It's open-ended for the child. It's not something that's going to look the same. We want them to go through the process of doing the art, and we want their own creativity to come out. A lot of times they're so excited about what they did, and they can't wait to show other family members of what they did. So that, we do ask that you bring home projects each week. Sometimes you forget. We always have a drawer there that we put forgotten artwork in case that happens. But a lot of times students or the children really are excited to show other family members what they did. Do we have art smocks in the classroom? I know that was asked. We have all types of learning areas, whether it be the art easel. This is all done during free time. We've got the sensory table, which we put all kinds of things in there: water, rice, beans, all kinds of things like that. Fun little fishing games. We have these blocks that the kids can build with in there. We have a house area with baby dolls and play food. We have little shopping carts, little strollers. We have fireman jackets, things like that. We also have an area with blocks. We have some plastic farm animals, zoo animals. We've got a Lego table. Our room is not set up right now for that, but it will be in the fall. We want to thank you for coming and joining our session tonight. We hope that we see you in the fall and that you learned something a little bit about the Come Play With Me program. And we hope you have a great night. If you have any questions, a lot of times you can go back into the chat. If not, you can email on the link there, and we'd be more than happy to answer any questions. It was great seeing everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right. Just scroll down a little bit so I can see everybody. All right. Hi, and welcome to the Great Start Readiness program. My name is Amy Campbell. I am here with Mrs. Rebecca Mace and Mrs. Melissa Zielinski. We are lead teachers for the Great Start Readiness program. Mrs. Mace and I are here at Schwarzkopf, which is in Sterling Heights at 18 and Van Dyke. Mrs. Zielinski is at the north end of our district, which is 25 and Hayes. Is that right, Mrs. Zielinski? Okay, 25 and Hayes. And just a reminder to everyone is we can't see you, but you can see us. So we encourage you, if you have any questions, to please type them into the Q&A that you see, and we will answer questions as they come in. So so please ask any questions. So that's what we're here for. So I guess while we wait for any questions, I can tell you a little bit about our program. We are a free preschool program to income qualifying families. If you are interested in more information, knowing what that means for being an income qualifying family, then I would encourage you to contact our Great Start office and talk to Dana, and you can reach her. Maybe Mrs. Mace, you could type this into the Q&A. You can reach Dana at 586-797-6930. If you would like more information, she would be able to help you with information on income eligibility guidelines. If you are interested in enrolling in Great Start, the registration process is going to start February 22nd. So to do that, you could go to the Utica K-12 website and click on, at the top, there's a link that says schools and then a drop-down menu, and you'll see early childhood. And when you click on that, you'll see all of our early childhood programs, and then, of course, the Great Start Readiness program. To register, you would click on that and then see a pre-application form. So you want to start there, and then there's also other forms there that you would need for registration. We are enrolling 4-year-olds who will turn 4 on or before September 1st of 2021. So if your child will be 4 years old before September, on or before September 1st, 2021, then this is for you. Currently, right now, all of our programs are full-day programs throughout the whole district. So for instance, my program goes from 8:35 in the morning till 3:25 p.m. Everyone varies throughout the district. I don't know, Mrs. Zielinski, what are your time frames?
My hours are 8:45 to 3:35.
Okay. So yeah, we're all somewhere within that window, but it's pretty much a 7-hour day for the kids. Utica offers many Great Start programs throughout the district. There are 2 right here at Schwarzkopf, which, like I said, we're at 18 Mile and Van Dyke. There are 3 at Gibbing, which would be Canterbury and Dodge Park. There are 3 at West Utica, which is like Auburn Road and West Utica Road. We have 1 at Havel. That's Shaner and roughly 19 Mile. There's 1 at Beck Elementary, where Mrs. Zielinski is, 25 in Hayes. And there's 1 at Dresden, which is Riverland and Canal, about that area. Okay. All of our programs use the creative curriculum along with Teaching Strategies Gold. So what's unique about our program is we use this Teaching Strategies Gold, and it's an assessment tool that we use. It's a wonderful tool, and it helps our teachers assess exactly where your child's development is, and then we build on what their strengths are. So this tool really helps your child become successful in their learning. So we're very proud to be able to use this tool in the Great Start Readiness program. All of our daily routines and any of our Great Start programs include music and movement, large group time, small group time. Small group time is really allows us to have a little bit more one-on-one with your child. There's that. We have what's called work time, which is 1 hour of uninterrupted, like a free choice, or you might hear it called center time. We are all day, so we do provide free breakfast and lunch, and there's also a rest time. So, and then another unique feature of the Great Start program is our teachers do home visits. We come and see you twice a year. We do the first one in the fall, and that's to get to know you and your child. So your child is, knows their teacher when they enter the building for those first days of school, and they feel comfortable with them. And then we do another one in the springtime around March, which is right around kindergarten readiness time. So that's a nice time to meet with your teacher if you have any concerns or questions over getting ready for kindergarten. Our program does participate in field trips or off-site learning possibilities. Remember, again, if you're just joining us, welcome. I encourage you to type any questions you might have into the Q&A. That's what we're here for. You also can pop in and out of sessions. So if you're just coming to ours and you want to listen in, you can leave at any time and then come back as well. So again, welcome to the Great Start Readiness Program. My name is Amy Campbell. I am here with Mrs. Zielinski and Mrs. Mace. Mrs. Mace and Mrs. Zielinski. We are lead teachers for the Great Start program. Mrs. Mace and I are here at Schwarzkopf, and Mrs. Zielinski is at Beck Elementary. That is at 25 and Hayes. So again, a reminder, you can see us, but we can't see you. So any questions you have, please type them into the Q&A and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions. So while we wait, then I could just go over some components of our program. We are a free preschool program to income qualifying families. So if you would like more information on what that means for income qualifying families, then I encourage you to contact our Great Start office. And you would want to talk to Dana, and Mrs. Mace has put that in the Q&A, her phone number, and the phone number is 586-797-6327. And Dana would be able to give you more information on our income eligibility guidelines. If you are interested in enrolling for Great Start, the registration begins on February 22nd. And the best way to do that is just go to the Utica website, which is uticak12.org, and click on schools at the top. And then that's going to have a drop-down menu, and you'll see early childhood, and click on that. You'll see all of our early childhood programs, and then, of course, Great Start Readiness. So when you click on the Great Start Readiness tab, you will see pre-application. And on that pre-application, you'll click that, fill that out, and there's other forms there that you'll be able to submit right to the Great Start office. So we are enrolling 4-year-olds if your child turns 4 on or before September 1st of 2021. So if you have a little one that's going to be 4 before September 1st of this year, then this program is for you. All of our programs currently are full day programs. So all day, that's about a 7-hour day. For instance, my program ranges from 8:35 to 3:25. But they vary throughout the district. Utica offers many Great Start classrooms throughout the district. We have 2 that are here at Schwarzkopf. There are 3 at Gibbing. There are 3 at West Utica. There's 1 at Havel, and 1 at Beck Elementary, and 1 at Dresden. Do we have a question, or was that just?
We do.
Was that what? Oh, okay.
There is a question.
Okay. What is the question? I can't see. Oh, wait. Hang on one second.
Is it?
Oh, I see it. No. Oh, okay. The great question. Thank you. Is the program only for kids who live in Utica District? No, we do take out of district children as well. So yes, you definitely can go on and apply and fill out those forms on the Utica website. Okay, great question. Thank you. So yeah, we have, and then 1, I don't know if I finished that, but we have 1 at Dresden. So all throughout the district, all of our programs use creative curriculum, which is a research-based play curriculum. And then with that, we are very proud to also use Teaching Strategies Gold. That is an assessment tool. It's a wonderful tool that really helps us target right where your child's development is. And then we build on what their strengths are. So it really encourages learning, and it helps your child become successful in learning. So our daily routines include small group time, which is more one-on-one with your teacher. There's large group time, music and movement, outside play time. There's also our work time, which is sometimes you'll hear it called center time or free choice time. Because we are all day, we do provide free breakfast and lunch. There's one of the other unique features about Great Start is that all of our teachers get to do home visits. So we come to you, we come and visit you. We do them twice a year, and we do one in the beginning of the year. That's in the fall before school starts. And this allows your child to meet the teacher, get to know her a little bit. So, that way that takes away some of those first day jitters since your child is entering school for the first time. So we do that home visit at the beginning, and then we do a second one in the spring, which is right around March, which we're getting ready for kindergarten roundup. So at that time is a good time for your teacher that can talk to you about what we need to do for kindergarten readiness. Let's see what else. Again, remember, if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A. We're here to answer any questions.
Good question, Amy.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Timothy Lyons. I'm a member. My daughter will be turning 4 in August. Spring in the fall with this. Okay, so this question, hang on, give me 1 second, Timothy. Let me scroll down. I was wondering in the fall, will this program be 5 days a week or every other day? Thank you, great question. I didn't even cover that. The program is 4 days a week. We are Monday through Thursday with no school on Fridays. Okay, Mrs. Mace is going to put that in the Q&A too as well. And
There's another one here asking if we can pre-register before the 27th.
So I don't want to misspeak here, but I was told February 22nd is when you'll be able to go to the website and start to fill out the pre-application forms. That's the first thing that you want to do is fill out those pre-application forms. And then there's some other forms on there too, I believe Dana said, but definitely want to get that pre-application form filled out. Thank you for the questions. That's so much nicer than me just talking. I love it. Okay. So again, February, Mrs. Mace, do you want to put that in the Q&A? That registration for Great Start can start February 22nd. Great question. Timothy, I hope I did okay answering your question. Okay. Oh, there we go. I just had to scroll up. Okay.
And Ms. Campbell, they are looking for what forms are they looking for on the website?
When they get to the website, they're going to want to obviously click Great Start Readiness, but then it's going to say pre-application form. And then with that, then I think I don't know if it'll be ready on February 22nd, but then there will be other links to forms that are going to be needed to fill out for the program. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Let's see. Yep. Runs Monday through Thursday, no school on Fridays. Classes are currently full day programs. Okay. By the way, thank you for your service, Mr. Lyons. All right. Okay, again, my name is Amy Campbell. I am here with Mrs. Zielinski and Mrs. Mace. We are lead teachers for the Great Start Readiness program. Mrs. Mace and I are here at Schwarzkopf Elementary. This is at Van Dyke in 18 Mile. And Mrs. Zielinski is at Beck Elementary. She is at 25 Mile and Hayes. That's at the north end of our district. Again,
I'm sorry. We have another question.
Oh, good. Okay, hold on. Let me scroll up. Hold on. Do children typically get placed at the school nearest their home? Yes, Dana tries. The Great Start secretary does a great job. She tries to place children either in their home schools or as close to their home schools as possible. Right, so she spends a lot of time trying to organize all of that, but she definitely tries it. And then on your application form too, you can put a request for your school. So we don't have Great Starts in every elementary building in the district, but they are throughout. We have them here at Schwarzkopf, they're at Gibbing, West Utica, Havel, Beck Elementary, and Dresden. Okay. But yes, we work really hard to get you either homeschool or as close as possible. Okay. All right. So again, we are a free preschool. We are a free preschool to income qualifying families. If you wanted to know more about income qualifying, I would encourage you to contact our office. Like we have another question for March. He's turning 4 this March 14th. Yes, if he's turning 4 March of next year, no, he would need to be, if he's turning 4 this March, yes, then he'll be 4 by September 1st. So perfect age then. The question is, I have a son turning 4 March 14th. Can I enroll him? If it's next month, yes, for sure. That would be perfect. Great question. Thank you. Remember, everybody, you can always ask us questions anytime. Pop them in there. We'll do our best to get them answered. As I was saying, if you wanted to know more about that, about entering into the program, just call our Great Start Readiness office. The phone number is in the Q&A answers, but you can ask for Dana and she would be able to give you more information on our income eligibility guidelines. Okay, let's see. If you are interested, registration starts February 22nd, and you could go to uticak12.org website, click on the schools link at the top, and from there you have a drop-down menu to early childhood. Click on that. You would see all the early childhood programs offered in Utica, but you would click on the Great Start Readiness program. From there, there is a pre-application form that you would want to fill out. Okay, and then I'm sorry.
Amy, it looks like someone was asking a question in the chat section.
Okay. Okay. Let me go over to chat. Hi, I see George. He says hello. I don't see any other questions though. Hang on, let me try to scroll down a little bit. No, if you want, do me a favor, if you're watching this and you have a question at the top, try to type them into the Q&A section. Okay.
Ms. Campbell, I think he's asking, it says Great Start classes start at question mark. So I'm not sure if he's asking at the time. Might be asking what time they start.
Okay, if you're asking about time, they vary throughout the district depending on what, oh, thank you. Yes, Elena, if I'm saying that right, yes. Okay, definitely can still enroll, okay? And any more questions, definitely take those enrollment questions. Dana would be a big help too with that. And again, that number 586-797-6930, 797-6930. Definitely contact Dana about those questions, but I can say the answer to that is yes. Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, I was answering a question about start time. So they vary throughout the district. It just depends on what elementary building you are in. Here at Schwarzkopf, our day starts at 8:35 and dismisses at 3:25. But everybody is different. So, Mrs. Zielinski's class starts at 8:45. It just ends. Mrs. May's class starts, a little bit different time than mine. So we're a little bit staggered throughout the district. If you call Dana, you can ask her about it. I don't want to give any times out because sometimes those times can change too. So, but you could always contact the Great Start office for sure. Okay. All right. I hope that Kelly answered your question. All right. Okay. So yeah, I'm just checking here to make sure I didn't miss anything. All right. Mrs. Zielinski, Mrs. Mace, you'll let me know if you see something pop up that I miss. Okay. All right. So we are free preschool for 4-year-olds turning 4 on or before September 1st. Currently, all of our programs are full day programs. The start times vary just depending on what elementary building you are. We have Great Start classes throughout the district. We have several different buildings. There are 2 here at Schwarzkopf. We are at 18 in Van Dyke. There are 3 Great Start classes at Gibbing. Gibbing is at Canterbury and Dodge Park. That would be between 15 and 16 mile. And so, okay, I'm going to have to do the math here. So good. 2017. So he will be, unmute yourself, Mrs. Mace, please.
I think that would make him turning 4 in November.
Right, okay, yes. So if your son turns 4 in November, you definitely want to call the Great Start office about that. So he would actually be 3 years old when he starts the program. And you could talk to Dana about it, okay? And she might be able to give you some more information about 3-year-olds in the program, okay? And again, Dana's number, 586-797-6327. Oh, in person, George, please. We hope, okay? Great question, thank you. We are always going to abide by the CDC guidelines, but we are really hoping we're already on our way to being back up and, across the district being face-to-face. So we're working on it and praying for in person. So, okay. But we do have just a good point to make is when we did go virtual, we had the capability to do that, and we had to. We started out face-to-face, and then we had that pause for a little bit, and we had to go virtual, and we did it, and we were successful with our Teams classes and our Zoom classes. Just keeping parents informed, still keeping kids academically involved in what was going on in the classroom, and just getting them prepared for when they returned. So we're ready. Okay, great question. Thank you so much. Okay. So again, all of our Great Start programs use the creative curriculum. With the creative curriculum, we also use Teaching Strategies Gold. We're very proud of this component of our program. The Teaching Strategies Gold is an assessment tool. It's a wonderful tool that your teachers will use to help assess exactly where the child is developmentally. And this helps your teacher build on where your child's strengths are at. So that way they are successful in their learning. It's a wonderful tool that helps us help the children become successful and excited in their learning. So our daily routines. Do I have a question or no? Probably. No? Okay. Our daily routines consist of music and movement. We have large group. We have small group. The small group component of our day really allows your teacher to work one-on-one more with the children on those academic skills. We have outside time. There is a 1 hour of uninterrupted free choice time, also maybe called center time or work time, where your child is working independently in the room. So another unique feature of our program is your teacher will do home visits, and we do 2 home visits a year. These are great because your teacher gets to come in. I know I love this opportunity because I get a chance to meet all the kids before they start school. And I come and I meet them, and then that way they know me, they're comfortable with me, and I think I speak for all the teachers when I say this is a great opportunity for us to get to know the little ones, so that kind of does away with some of those first day jitters, and we just get to really get to know our families. And then we typically do a second home visits in the springtime, right around kindergarten roundup. And that way we can go in and kind of talk to parents about, you know, any kindergarten readiness questions that they might have. So we do participate in off-site learning experiences or field trips. Your teacher may do anywhere between 2 and 4 a year. So again, I encourage you, if you're here, you can pop in and out of sessions. We can't see you, but you can see us. So if you're here and you have any questions for us, please go ahead and type them in the Q&A and we'll do our best to get to them. Okay? All right. Water. All right. Again, my name is Amy Campbell and I am with Mrs. Zielinski and Mrs. Mace. Mrs. Mace and I are here at Schwarzkopf Elementary. We are at about 18 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. And Mrs. Zielinski is at 25 Mile in Hayes at Beck Elementary at the north end of our district. Again, a reminder, we can't see you, but you can see us. So feel free to type us some questions in the Q&A. While we wait for some questions, I can just kind of go over again what the program is. We are a free preschool program that is to income qualified families. And if you are interested in knowing more about income qualifying, then I would encourage you to contact our Great Start Readiness office and speak with Dana. And that telephone number is 586-797-6327. And if you are interested in registering, the registration starts on February 22nd. So to do that, you could go to uticak12.org, and then in the link on the top, there is a place to click schools. And then the drop-down menu, there's early childhood, and you click on that. You would see all the early childhood programs that Utica has to offer. And you would click on the Great Start Readiness program. In that link, there is a pre-application form, and I would encourage you to get that pre-application form filled out. Okay, and you can start that on February 22nd. Let's see, currently all of our programs in the district are full day programs. We are 7 hours a day, and we are all throughout the district. We have 2 here at Schwarzkopf, and that's Mrs. Mason and I, again, 18 in Van Dyke. There's 3 at Gibbing, that's Canterbury and Dodge Park, which would be between 15 and 16 Mile. There's 3 at West Utica, which would be Auburn Road and West Utica, I think. 1 at Havel, which is Shader and about 19 Mile Road. 1 at Beck, which is Mrs. Linsky, that's 25 in Hayes. And 1 at Dresden, which is Riverland and Canal area. Okay. And I encourage you, if you have any questions, to type them in the Q&A. You can pop in and out of our sessions at any time. All of our programs use creative curriculum. And along with creative curriculum, we also use Teaching Strategies Gold. We are very proud to be able to use Teaching Strategies Gold. This is an assessment tool that best supports children by looking exactly where their development is, and then your teacher is able to build on what your child already knows. And it really helps your children build their confidence in learning and helps them be successful. Our daily routines include large group time, music and movement, there's outside playtime. We have small group instruction, which allows your teacher to become more one-on-one, to work on those academic skills. We are all day, so we do provide free breakfast and lunch. We also have a rest period in our day. I don't even know if I mentioned that one yet, but we do have rest time, about a 1 hour rest time for the kids. Another unique feature to our program is that we do home visits, and we get to come and see you twice a year. The first one is in the fall, And it usually takes place before school starts, and your teacher will come out to your home and visit you and your child at your house. And this is a great opportunity. I know as the teacher, I absolutely love it. This is my opportunity to be able to meet your child and get to know them before they come into my classroom. And we get some time to spend together a little bit before school starts. So it's very helpful, and it really lets us get to know our families. And then we do a second home visit in the springtime, right around March, which is about kindergarten readiness time. And we get a chance to talk to you about your child being ready for kindergarten and any questions you might have. That is a very hectic time as you get ready to prepare your child for kindergarten. So yeah, so we do home visits, and then we do participate throughout our school year in off-site learning experiences, which are field trips. Your teacher may plan between 2 and 4 a year, okay? So again, if you have any questions, go ahead and type them in the Q&A, and we're happy to answer them. Oh, all right. So Mrs. Zielinski, do you want to share with us what does a typical day in your classroom look like? Like, what do the children do throughout the day?
Well, beginning upon
unmute yourself.
arrival, we greet each other. I did. I think there's a delay. Beginning at arrival, they come together, they greet one another, we enter the classroom together, we share a meal together. They're encouraged to build relationships there with one another and with their teachers. We practice our writing skills every day. We sign in every single day, learning to write our names. We do a large group where we sing a welcome song. We have a message board that tells us any important information. The children are the message board helper. They help read that message every day. They help write the message, what we're having for lunch, if we're having any special guests in the classroom. During our large group, we usually do some music and movement. We will play games and we read a book. We do a small group, which is skill focused, like you said. We're working on rhyming and alliteration, letter recognition, counting, patterning, sorting, and from there they plan their day, and then they have that hour of work time where they're self-directed. They choose the area of the classroom that they want to play in, and we know that the children's work is play, and they learn so much through play. We clean up, and then we recall. We talk about what we did that day. After that, we have some outside time. We come back in. We read another book. We have lunch. We settle for an hour and have some quiet rest time. When we get up, we have a little less than another hour of some choice time in the classroom. It's a little more low key. We have a little more outside time, another book, and then we're ready to go. It's a very, very busy day with a lot of learning.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome. Yep, that's very close to, it sounds like a lot like our day, for sure. Yep, lots of fun. My kids right now are really excited about writing, which is wonderful to see because we really are getting prepared for kindergarten. And even with our pause, I feel like they're ready. Like they are loving coming up and being a part of the morning message. They're writing in letters. They know letters, they know sounds, and they're starting to put all that together. And that's such an exciting time for them because they're pre-literacy skills and they're kind of starting to read. And we do a funny thing with our morning message in the morning, and I'll leave out the letters in our message. So I'll write it like ood orning, ooh a, and so I'll talk funny, and they get really mad at me because I'm missing letters. So they'll come up and they'll write the letters in themselves in the morning message, and it's amazing. It's wonderful to see that. So it's just it's magical. I don't know how else to explain it. It's magical.
Exactly. They have, you can just see the pride that they have in themselves when they're figuring this out. They're just, building their self-confidence and coming up there and their knowledge and their skills. It's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, it really is.
And facilitate.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. We absolutely love it. And today in small group, we were working on some rhyming skills, and for about 3 of them, and rhyming is a difficult thing to teach. Pre-literacy skills in themselves can be just difficult sometimes to teach. And, we've been talking about rhyming and singing these songs all year and deciding what rhymes and what doesn't. And for about 4 of them today, it hit, and I just saw their faces, like, they're like, I understand, like, I got, they didn't come right out and say it, but they just knew that they had finally like understood what that meant, the rhyming. And then, the rest of the day I got to hear them make up rhyming songs, and then I sent them home singing rhyming songs to their parents all day. So I'm sure they're really appreciative of that. But it was funny, and I was really excited at the end of the day to step out and talk to the parents and say, we had some children today really understand rhyming, and they're really understanding letters and letter sounds, and it's such an exciting time. So I had one parent text me. We use blooms as a part of our communication in our classroom, and I did have a couple messages on my blooms from parents saying, yes, so-and-so has been rhyming in the back seat the whole way home and all the way home. So
congratulations.
It's very exciting. So yeah. So as a teacher, it's very exciting to hear that. So yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love it. You're correct. Rhyming is really hard, but usually once everything falls in place, it's like, oh, I got it. A light bulb turns on, and then that's it. But it can be a tough road to get there.
Yeah. I'm like, please. Oh goodness. Yeah, it was really exciting. So all of that stuff, it's kind of that first that that they've just really, and I feel like with this program, we're really good at building that foundation, that literacy foundation, because, you don't even think about it sometimes that, reading from left and right has to be taught. Pointing to the pictures in the book has to be taught. And I think that the teachers in the Great Start program do a great job at those pre-literacy skills that really build that foundation to help them become strong and successful readers. So another reason why I'm just really super proud of this program and what it does to help us get ready for kindergarten.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, okay. I can start again and just kind of go through. And I encourage you, remember, if you're here in our session, that we can't see you, but you can see us. So please, at any time, feel free to drop a question in the Q&A, and we will do our best to get to your questions, okay? Again, welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by the Great Start Readiness Virtual Open House. I'm Amy Campbell. I am here with Melissa Zielinski and Rebecca Mace. We are all lead teachers for the Great Start Readiness Program. Mrs. Mace and I are here at Schwarzkopf Elementary. We are at 18 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. And Mrs. Zielinski is at 25 in Hayes at Beck Elementary at the north end of our district. Just a reminder, we'll just type something in the Q&A. While we wait for any questions, I'll just kind of go over again a little bit about the program. We are a free preschool program to income qualifying parents. If you are interested in knowing more about our program or what that means to be income qualifying, I encourage you to contact our Great Start Readiness office and talk to Dana. Her phone number is 586-797-6930. You can talk to her. She will definitely have more information on income eligibility guidelines. If you are interested in enrolling in Great Start, the registration process will start February 22nd. You can go on the website, that's uticak12.org, and click on schools, the drop-down menu, and then you will see early childhood under that, and click on that. When you see early childhood open up, you'll see all of the early childhood programs offered in Utica, and of course you would click on that Great Start Readiness. And that's going to take you to a link for a pre-application form that you would want to start to fill out and submit to Dana. I believe there's going to be other forms there that will need to be filled out too, but start with that pre-application form and get that into Dana as soon as possible. Let's see, we are enrolling 4-year-olds that turn 4 on or before September 1st. If your child turns 4 after that, call Dana and talk to her at the Great Start office. But if your child is 4 before September 1st of 2021, then this is the right program for you. Currently, all of the programs in Utica are full-day programs. They're all different start times and dismissal times. It just depends on what elementary building that you are in. But again, we are all full day, which is a 7-hour day. We offer Great Start programs all throughout our district. There are 2 Great Start programs here at Schwarzkopf, and again, we are at 18 in Van Dyke. There are 3 at Giving, which would be at Canterbury and Dodge Park. That's going to be between 15 and 16 Mile in Sterling Heights. There are 3 Great Start programs at West Utica. West Utica is located on Auburn Road, where Mound turns into Auburn, and Utica Road there. Havel Elementary has 1 Great Start program, and they are on Shaner Road, right around 19 Mile. Of course, Beck Elementary, 25 in Hayes and Shelby Township. And Dresden is in Sterling Heights, and that's going to be Riverland and Canal. All of our programs use the creative curriculum, and alongside the creative curriculum, we use Teaching Strategies Gold, which is a wonderful tool that all the teachers use to help assess exactly where your child's development is, and help them. What it does is helps them build on where their strengths are at to help them become successful learners. And that's super important. Creative curriculum is a research-based curriculum. It is a play-based curriculum because we know children learn best when they are playing. Our daily routines include large group time, small group time. Small group instruction is more that one-on-one time where your child's teacher is able to work with some of those academic skills. In a minute, I'll ask Mrs. Linsky to go through her day again. That sounded really nice. I think it gives a much better explanation about what our child goes through in one day. So, because we are full day, we do provide free breakfast and lunch. Another unique feature of our program is that we do home visits twice a year. We do the first one in the fall before school starts, and this is a great opportunity. I know I love to do them, to come out to the homes and meet the families and the children, and really get to know everyone. This also helps with sometimes those first day jitters that children tend to have about coming to school, because they get a chance to meet the teacher one-on-one and spend some time with her. And that will help with that first experience with coming to school. And then in the springtime, in March, we plan a second home visit, and that's right around the time, like right now, we're looking forward to kindergarten roundup already. You know, our little preschoolers are getting ready to start thinking about going off to kindergarten. So this is going to be our opportunity to talk to our families about what it means to be kindergarten ready, and obviously answer the many questions that come along with getting our children ready for kindergarten. So again, if you are here at our session, remember you can always hop in and out of the sessions, and please, if you have any questions at all, go ahead and you can put them in our Q&A. Okay. All right. And Mrs. Zielinski, if you could tell us again what it looks like in a typical day in your classroom.
Okay, so we arrive at 8:45 and we greet each other. We enter the classroom together. The children, they'll put their things away. We do have a question of the day. So every day after their things are put away, they wash their hands, they come over and answer a question.
we do studies in the classroom with the creative curriculum. We're doing a study on simple machines, so we're asking questions right now about simple machines. We check in a lot how they're doing socially, emotionally. One of my favorite questions is, how do you feel today? So we check in with that, and then we go to breakfast. After breakfast, we start our large group. We do a welcome song. We read a book. We play games. We do the message board. As I mentioned earlier, we have a message board helper, and they come up and they point to each word as we read it. And then they help write the words in, what we're having for lunch. We let them know all the important information, what we're doing for small group, what we're having for lunch, if we're having any special visitors. We play games and read books. And then we transition to a small group, which is more skill focused. We're working with books this week, so we're making sure, we're turning the books, we're orienting them right. We're turning from pages front to back, and we're talking about the titles, the spine, the front cover, the back cover. Do we read the words or the pictures? We talk about the adults can read the words, they know the words, but directionality. But the children can still read the pictures. You can look at that picture, and you can tell with a story, page to page with those pictures. The other group that we're working on this week, we're doing some fine motor work to help them build those muscles in their hands. We're lacing alphabet letters. We're patterning with some Unifix cubes. Small group, I would say, lasts no more than 15 minutes at the most. The children then plan their day, where they want to start their day, what they want to work on in the classroom. Our classrooms are set up, you said centers or interest areas. There's dramatic play where, they have a kitchen set up. We have a little store in our classroom, which is really nice. We have a literacy area, which has a listening center. It has a library. It has a writing center. We have toys and games where there's lots of problem solving skills put to use there with puzzles. We have a lot of materials to sort and pattern. There's a lot of fine motor that they can work on there. And they just choose where they want to start their day and what they want to work on for the day. And they can go over there and start that and change their mind and move to a different area of the classroom. We come back together after cleanup, after a full hour of uninterrupted time where they get to choose and be directed, self-directed to what they want to do. We clean up and we come back and we recall. We talk about what we did that day, any discoveries we made, any kind of art we created, whatever the children feel is important and relevant, they get to share because it's meaningful to them. After that, we go outside. We have a half an hour outside. We do go outside in all kinds of weather as long as it's above 20 degrees. We haven't been out in a couple of days, but
this has been a rough week. I think we can all say that for sure. Rough week.
We definitely need some fresh air, but we get creative in the classroom, so we're still moving our bodies. We've done some really fun obstacle courses. We climb under tables. We have a basketball net that we'll bring out. We have cones and we have a balance beam, and we put all these things together. Today we had a great time. We have indoor snowballs, so we did that for a little while.
We did. We went ice skating today. We made wax paper ice skates and skated around the room. My gosh.
We still want them. I mean, that's a skill that they need as well. They need to build those big muscles. They need to be able to run and catch and throw, and luckily we can do that in our classroom. After that, we come back and we read another book, and we have lunch, and we have our rest time. When we get up, we have another short play time. It's a little more low key. We read another book, we go outside, and we dismiss. It is a full day.
Yeah, it is a full day. I'm amazed at the end of my day how fast things have just gone by, because we are just busy from the moment they walk in the door to the moment they leave. And it's amazing. It's crazy. So again, if you're joining us in our session, just a reminder that we can't see you, but you can see us, and we encourage you to type any questions in the Q&A.
I have one now.
Okay, we have a question. Let me see if I can. All right. Give me 1 second. See if I can get it. Mrs. Mace, you may have to unmute and read it because I can't see it for some reason.
The question is, what about the children's rest time? If they need to take a nap, are you providing a bed or sheet?
Okay, hang on 1 second. And let's see. Let me just try to scroll up here. Okay, for some reason I can't see the question, so I'm just going to go off of what you said,
Okay.
Mrs. Mace.
Yeah. So you want me to just answer that?
Yeah.
Our school day does include an hour-long rest period. The program provides cots for the children, and then in any classroom, the children will bring in a small crib-sized blanket and a pillow, something small if they want, depending on the storage needs of the classroom. But the children bring those weekly, and they go home every weekend to be washed.
Thank you. Great question. Thank you. For some reason I can't see that on my side. But all right. Yeah, so yeah, rest time is I'll just talk a little bit more about rest time. It is a really important part of our day. We certainly are busy from the morning. You know, the children now are hopefully on a routine, and they're getting up early, coming to school on time. They have a full day, 7-hour day, and then going home at night, hopefully getting a good night's rest. And in the middle of that day, we have just been so busy and on the go that it's just a nice hour of, you know, giving their bodies a chance to relax and rest. It is not a mandatory sleep time. Sometimes children just struggle, especially if they're a little bit older too. Sometimes I know in my class, I've got a lot of 5-year-olds, and they're kind of coming out of that nap time. So this is more of just a quick 1 hour rest, recharge our bodies. I typically will give my kids something like a book or a whiteboard or something to work on during rest time, just quietly, because I do have some children that like to rest. So we spend the time with the lights dim, some nice music playing, and I will go cot to cot. If your child wants their back rubbed, if that helps them to relax, or if they want a book read to them, it's just kind of a nice time where we just rest for a little bit, recharge, and then in 1 hour, and then we're right back up and doing it all over again until it's time to go home. So everybody's room is a little different. Sometimes you might have a room with some younger 4s in it, and they really require that rest time. And sometimes this year I had a lot more that were a little bit older 4s and 5s. So our rest time looks different than what my rest time looked the year before. It just varies a little bit. But none of the children are made to rest or to sleep. It's just a rest time, and then we try to help them just sort of rest their bodies. So I hope that answered your question. Again, I allow my children to bring in a bag a pillow and a blanket. They have the same cot that they use every day. They're not using somebody else's cot from the day before. And we disinfect the cots every day. And I don't know, that's it. I don't know, Mrs. Zielinski, is it any different with your class?
No, it's pretty much the same. Once the children finish lunch, sometimes they'll sit on the carpet and they'll read a book. Then as we get the cots out and help them get them prepared, we encourage them to work, again, just getting those sheets and blankets and pillows out on their own, more independence that builds their confidence. The more that they can do on their own. We listen to some nice music. We turn the lights low. And I think that I agree with you. They just really need it. They need to recharge. Even if they don't sleep, they need to recharge their bodies and their brains so they can continue on for the rest of the day.
Yeah, a lot of times I have parents say to me, oh, my child is not going to rest, and I say that's fine. They don't have to nap. It's just that 1 hour rest time. And as the year goes on, the parents I've had parents say, we really appreciate that rest time. It seems to sort of help out, even out that schedule for them for their day, especially in the afternoon. Where if they're able to sort of have that time to rest and get recharged a little bit. So. Yeah.
Ms. Campbell, there is a question in the Q&A area.
Okay. I see. Now I see. Okay, I didn't see it before. George's question about the nap, but then I just see the answer, which is thank you. Is there another one?
There is. This one is, can I enroll my child after he turns 4 next month for this year still?
Well, for this school year, no, I think enrollment is full for this school year. We're already looking ahead. You can call the Great Start office, but I believe that I would think most of our programs are full already right now. But I also at the same time don't want to misspeak if there was an opening in one of the classrooms. So I can't see. For some reason, I can't see.
If the child is currently 3 right now, they're not age eligible for this year.
Oh, no, then yes, I'm sorry. Yep, then no, I can't see the question. So, but yeah, no, so not for the school year, but they would be ready to start in the fall of 2021. They definitely would be ready if they're going to be turning 4 before September 1st. And I hope I answered that. I apologize, I can't see questions. Are you typing that into the, thank you, Mrs. Mace. Yeah. So not for this school year, but definitely for 2021. Okay, now I see it. The question is, could I enroll my child after he turns 4 next month for this year still? So this year is 2021. So you would be enrolling to start in September of this next fall that's coming up. Okay. All right, I hope that answered your question. Again, we encourage you to type questions in the Q&A. We'll try to get to it. There's a delay on my side with the questions, so I'm kind of relying on Mrs. Mace to help me out with those. So again, this is the Great Start program. My name is Amy Campbell. I am with Mrs. Zielinski and Mrs. Mace. We are lead teachers for the Great Start program. Mrs. Mace and I are at Schwarzkopf Elementary. That's in Sterling Heights at 18 and Van Dyke. Mrs. Zielinski is at 25 Mile and Hayes, and it's in Shelby Township. We have, okay, let me see. Yeah, that didn't, no, I don't have anything at all. I did click that. Should I have anything? Oh, okay, maybe that's what it was. Okay, I'll try that. All right, sorry about that. We, like I was saying, we have Great Starts all throughout our district. We have 2 here at Schwarzkopf. There are 3 at Giving. Giving is at Dodge Park and Canterbury. That's going to be between 15 and 16 Mile in Sterling Heights. There's 3 at West Utica. That is at where Mound turns into Auburn Road. So Auburn and Utica. There's 1 at Hable Elementary. That's on Shaner, close to 19 Mile. Beck Elementary, like I just said, 25 in Hayes. And Dresden, which is at Riverland and Canal. Hope I got that right. All of our programs throughout the district, the Great Start as well, we use creative curriculum. And the unique thing about our program with Great Start is that we use, alongside creative curriculum, we use Teaching Strategies Gold. And that is an assessment tool. It's a very good assessment tool. We're very proud to use it. It really helps us target exactly where your child's development is at. And then it lets us build on their strengths. When we do that, it helps children become successful in their learning. So it's a great tool. We're very proud to use it. Another feature of our program is your teacher will do 2 home visits in the year. We come to you, and we do the first one in the fall, and it's usually right before school starts, and this is a great time for us to get to know you and your child, and spend some time with you and your child before school starts, and that many times will take away those first day jitters that we have when we're entering preschool. It's nice to know a familiar face when you come to school on the first day. So those home visits are really good to do. And then we do another home visit in the springtime. So right now we're looking forward to doing our home visits in March, which is right around kindergarten roundup, right around the corner. We are already talking about the preschoolers that we have now are getting ready for kindergarten. So our next home visit we'll have the opportunity to talk with our parents about kindergarten readiness and any questions that they might have surrounding getting ready for kindergarten. So we love our home visits. We love the opportunity to spend time with our kids and our families. So again, if you're just joining us, please feel free to type any questions in the Q&A. We'd be happy to answer them. All right. Let's see. So again, Mrs. Campbell, Mrs. Zielinski, Mrs. Mace, we are lead teachers. Mrs. Mace and I are at Schwarzkopf. Mrs. Zielinski, so you talked a little bit about your day and the structure of your day. Are you doing, so I know Mrs. Mace, because she's right across the hall from me, she was doing a water study recently, which was really super cool. And then I think now she's doing a pets or animal study. Do you also do studies in your room? Are you doing a study?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have taken on simple machines, which is new. I've never done it before. So it's a learning process with it's a learning process for me along with the children. But they are so eager and engaged. We're talking about wedges and what wedges do, how these simple machines help us out in everyday life. We're talking about screws and levers, and you just seen them talking about fulcrums. The fulcrum goes in the middle of the seesaw, and you can balance it out, and it's great. And you know, I'm putting all these materials in the discovery area, and they're building these things. We built a pulley. It was great. I put a little cup on the bottom, and we were putting things in there, and it kept tipping. So we were talking about how can we fix this, and we just needed to, you know, attach it on 2 more sides so it balanced the cup out, and then we could roll it up the pulley. It was great.
Oh my gosh!
Exciting.
Now, is that one of Creative Curriculum's new studies? Is that a newer one?
It is. It is. Okay. I have just the at a glance pages. I don't have the entire binder. If you want to share, I could share with you.
Yeah.
But it gives us a nice outline, and I just wanted to try something different. We did tubes and tunnels last year with the kids. Mm-hmm. So that was a neat experience for them. Just, you know, being surprised at all the different ways that we use tubes and tunnels every day, you know, a train tunnel, and, you know, it's a lot of fun to learn alongside with the children, you know. Right. We're good with the tree study and the clothing study and the pet study, but, you know, taking on something new is exciting for me, I think, as it was for them.
Sure. I really enjoy the studies that we've been doing, and if by chance you're just popping in to listen to us, we're talking right now about how using the creative curriculum that we use studies in our room, and the studies supplement what's already going on. Teachers in the Great Start classrooms are already working hard on academics and pre-literacy skills and math skills, cognitive, social, emotional, all of that comes into play. But then alongside that, with creative curriculum, we're also using studies which go further in depth into something than to just have like a weekly theme. And depending on who the teacher is, the studies can vary. I recently, we just finished an exercise study, which is the children absolutely loved the exercise study to be able to talk about. You know, it really builds on things that they know about already. And I took that on because we had a couple, well, I have mostly boys in this room, and they love soccer. Like that's what they do and their dads do. So we kind of started with that, and then we build off of that. And then our vocabulary went from, what do our bodies do, and perspiration and heartbeat and being healthy. And now our 3 or 4 week study about exercise has led us now into a nutrition study. And that's kind of the direction the kids helped us take. They went that way. Like, you can't, one of them came up with the thought that, well, you can't really play exercise. You can't play sports very well, unless you're really in shape and you're eating healthy. Well, what does that mean to eat healthy? And so now we're really working on nutrition and what it is to eat, good foods and be healthy. And they're all about being healthy now. So it's fun to take these studies that the kids kind of come up with on their own sometimes. And, sometimes we introduce them into the classroom, but at the same time, like, sometimes they come up with it on their own, and then we can lead them in the direction that, they're interested in. So that helps them become successful learners too. So, and sometimes, to be honest, a study may bomb in the first week and you may decide it's not working and we can move on to something else. But other times I've seen studies go 6-7 weeks and the kids are 8 weeks and they're really excited about it. So we do enjoy doing that, and it seems to really build on language and vocabulary and speaking skills, science knowledge. In this classroom, we are doing science experiments and things all the time. So lots of activities going on in this room. So yeah. Again, if you're just joining us, we are the Great Start Preschool. We are a free preschool to income qualifying families. If you are interested in learning more about what that means for income qualifying families, then I would encourage you to reach out to our Great Start Readiness office, and what you could call Dana, and you can reach her at 586-797-6930. She would be happy to go over what income eligibility requirements are. If you are interested in registering for Great Start for next year, 2021, fall of 2021, that registration starts February 22nd, and you could go to begin the registration process. You can go to uticak12.org, and on the main page, you'll see at the top a link that's a tab that says schools, and you click on that. In the drop down, you will see early childhood. That's going to be under community education. You'll see early childhood. Click on that early childhood link, and it will take you to all the early childhood programs that Utica has to offer in community ed, and you would click on the Great Start Readiness program. From there is a pre-application form that you want to start and fill out and submit that and get that started. There will probably be other forms there too to fill out, but definitely get that pre-application form filled out, and you can start doing that on February 22nd. We are enrolling 4-year-olds who turn 4 on or before September 1st of 2021. So if you have a 3-year-old who's getting ready to turn 4, and they're going to be 4 by September 1st, then this is for you. Currently, all the programs in the district are full day programs. That we have several elementary buildings. Not every elementary building in the district has a Great Start preschool program in it, but there are several. The class start times and dismissal times are different, just depending on what elementary building you would be in. So there are 2 Great Starts here at Schwarzkopf. We are at 18 in Van Dyke. There are 3 at Giving. That's at Dodge Park and between 15 and 16 Mile and Sterling Heights. There's 3 at West Utica, 1 at Havel, that's Shaner and near 19 Mile, 1 at Beck, which is 25 in Hayes, down in Shelby Township, and 1 at Dresden, which is River Nand Canal. So I hope those directions are right because I've been giving them all night long. But I think they're close. So again, if I encourage you, if you have any questions at all, to go ahead and type them into our Q&A. So, I'm going to talk a little bit, let's see. I'm going to do a little bit, again, just about creative curriculum, and then I'll ask Mrs. Zielinski to run us one more time through her daily schedule and kind of talk a little bit about what that looks like. But before that, so all of the Great Start programs use creative curriculum. We were just talking a moment ago. We do use, it's a play-based creative curriculum. As play-based, it's research-based, and play-based we know is so important because children really learn through playing. So, but the unique thing about this program is that it uses the assessment tools to go along with it. So our daily routine has large group and small group, music and movement. We have a rest period during our day. The small group includes more one-on-one instruction time to work on some of those academic skills. Because we are full day, we do provide free breakfast and lunch. So I'll hand it over to Mrs. Zielinski, and she can tell you a little bit about what her daily routine looks like.
There's so much. There's so much. I'm going to try to go through this again and remember all of the little things.
I know.
So we arrive at 8:45. We gather together and greet one another. That's a job. Every child in our classroom has a job to do. We're a community in our classroom, like a family in our classroom, and we're all responsible for taking care of that classroom. So we have a greeter, and the greeter, has options, and the child being greeted has the choice. How would you like to be greeted today? You want a peace symbol, or I don't remember what they all are because I'm usually out with the parents, but you make the heart symbol, whatever it may be, and they get to choose how they're greeted. We come into the classroom together. They put their things away. They wash their hands. They check in by answering the question of the day. They have their breakfast together. The teachers sit with the children, and we enjoy our breakfast with them. We carry on conversations, share information with them. Children are actually very responsible in the classroom, very independent. Once they're done with their lunch, or excuse me, their breakfast, because we've had breakfast before lunch, they clean up their area. They take their straw out of their milk, they throw that away, they dump the rest of their milk in the sink. They throw away whatever they, their wrappers or whatever they didn't finish at breakfast. And then we move over to the carpet, they sign in, and then we do large group. We start with it's very consistent, a consistent routine in the classroom, gives the children confidence and security in their environment. We do a message board. That's another job. Somebody is a message board helper. They point to each word as we read it. That, again, is very consistent, and the children know exactly what it says. Good morning, preschoolers. We talk about punctuation when we're reading the message board. The punctuation's all done in a different color than the text, so they recognize it. They know that a comma means we need to take a pause, and a period means we need to stop. So we're working on all those skills. When we get down to the bottom, we talk about what we're doing for small group, if we have any special guests coming in, any change to our day. Maybe we're going to, have a fire drill that day or something. We would let them know that ahead of time. On the bottom, we talk about what's for lunch. We are very artistic and draw a picture of, pizza or whatever it may be. And then they know what it is, and we talk about the sound, and then they write that letter for the particular food item it is.
We sing songs, we play games, we read a book. We may do some music and movement for large group, and then we transition to small group, which is skill focused. After small group, they plan their day, and we plan in different ways. This week we're using keyboards, and they search the keyboard and they type their name. So you know, finding those letters isn't always easy, especially if you have a very long name. But you know, we help them, we assist them. But it's another skill that you know, they're recognizing those letters, they're spelling their name. So we try to keep it fresh and fun. Different ways of planning. Sometimes we'll have them write. Sometimes we'll, you know, we could use a puppet or make a phone call and let them know, you know, what would you like to do today? Where are you going to start your day? And they'll let us know. They'll make a plan for their day, and then they usually carry that out. They change their idea as they go. You know, most children visit, I think, most areas of the classroom. I'm not sure about your classroom, but in our classroom, everybody is everywhere all the time.
All the time,
These
everywhere.
are busy little people.
All the time, everywhere. Yes.
They're so engaged in what they're doing. You know,
Completely, yes.
It's really wonderful to watch. It's really wonderful, and to watch them building the relationships, the friendships between each other. It really is, and problem solving is, we're coming into that part of the year where they're beginning to solve their own problems, which is really good to watch as well. After we finish our choice time, we come back together and we recall. We talk about what we did that day. They can share an art project that they did, or something they wrote, or something they created. We are often asked to take pictures of what I built. Look what I built. Take a picture of it so we can share it. And we print those pictures out and we hang them up all over the classroom. There's such pride in their accomplishments. After we recall, we usually go outside, so we're working on those gross motor skills. Again, inside lately because of the weather. We don't go outside when the wind chill is less than 20 degrees. When we come back in, we do another book. We read at least 3 books as whole groups, often more. In the classroom, the children really like the listening center, so we try to change those books frequently. That's another independent area that they get to use in the classroom. They know how to push play and stop on the CD player, so that's great. We get second book. We have lunch. We have a rest time, and then after that, there's another short play time, another book. Another, a few more activities maybe in that second large group roundup, and we go outside and then we go home.
Yeah, busy day. Yeah, you mentioned 2 things that I want to kind of pinpoint, and that I haven't had a chance to really talk about, and that was one of them is like you said I'm outside talking to the families usually, in the morning, because they're usually doing their sign-in thing. And that reminded me, the family involvement component of this program is huge. It's so much about what we do and what we are that, we have the home visits twice a year that we're, visiting with the families. We do parent-teacher conferences, twice a year. And then each day, teachers are stepping out and, speaking to parents either before or after, classes, to let them know, what we've been doing, in the room. Volunteering. I mean, this year obviously was a little different, but moving forward, super excited to have volunteers back in the room, and parents that can share and be part of what we have going on in the room. Those are so important. I know a big component for me is mystery readers. I love having them come in and having parents read to the kids. So such a big, definitely a big part of the Great Start program. Oh, sorry. Hang on. And that's what happens when I stand still too long. So, but yeah, a big part of the Great Start is just having the family, and the family involvement is big. So, And then the other one, you talked a little bit about watching them problem solve. And that led me to think of a couple of things, and that's how, like in the beginning of the year, where their skills were at, like building and things like that, and how now it's become more elaborate, and some of their thought and their cognitive thinking, and to watch that grow. But also their social problem solving has been amazing. When they come in at the beginning of the year, there's not a whole lot of taking turns and sharing and entering into a group successfully, and all of those skills that they're going to need for kindergarten. And I think as Great Start teachers, we really recognize those skills that they're going to need to enter into kindergarten and be successful. So we are working on them, on their level all the time, and helping them work through those emotions that they're having, talking to them, as that was in his hand first, and could you ask him if you could use it when you're done? Giving them the language and the skills that they need to be able to be successful in social problem solving, so that, when they get to kindergarten, that they're able to communicate with their friends and their teachers. So again, I think those are some things that in the Great Start program we do really well, and that's working on the social emotional development for sure, and then the family involvement. Those are two of my favorite things, and I didn't mention them once in this but yeah, so again, let's see, I think we've got about 15 minutes left. If you're popping in and out of sessions, again, we encourage you to ask questions and type them into our Q&A before we end today. But again, Amy Campbell, happy to be here with you at our virtual open house. I am with Mrs. Rebecca Mace and Mrs. Melissa Zielinski. Rebecca and I are at Schwarzkopf Elementary in Sterling Heights at 18 in Van Dyke. Mrs. Zielinski is in Shelby Township at 25 in Hayes, and we are lead teachers at the Great Start program. So we are, registration for Great Start is going to start February 22nd. You can do that by going to uticak12.org. Finding at the top bar, you'll see schools. Click on that into a drop-down menu, and you will see early childhood. That will be under the community education component. Click on that, and then you'll see all of the early childhood programs. Click on the Great Start Readiness one. There is a pre-application form that you can fill out and submit that and get that going. We are enrolling 4-year-olds who are going to be 4 or turn 4 on or before September 1st of 2021. So if you have a 3-year-old who's turning 4, then the Great Start program would be for you. We are full day programs across Utica. That's they vary depending on what elementary building you are in. For instance, my day is 8:35 a.m. to 3:25 p.m. So 7-hour days. We do provide free breakfast and lunch. Yeah, so if you are interested in registering, just visit the website and get that. If you have any questions, I encourage you to call the Great Start office. Our Great Start office, Secretary Dana, will be more than happy to answer some questions. She could go over income eligibility guidelines with you, and also help you, take you through any paperwork that needs to be filled out. So, but yeah, I encourage you to call her. The number's 586-797-6930. So, I don't know what's left here. February 22nd. So let's see, Mrs. Meese, do you have anything to add to anything? No, I don't. I feel like there's probably so much I've missed talking about. I don't know. Yeah, like family involvement, that's so big. Our daily routines, our classrooms are set up with the centers. We have a block center and discovery center where a lot of our science and technology might be taking place. We all have a dramatic play area. This is really a good area for that social emotional development. Also, we have each one of our classrooms is equipped with a library center with maybe a listening center in it, lots of books, writing desk to encourage writing. We have our block center is usually where our large group takes place. We have a lot of focus on literacy and counting in these areas. We have an open art center where the children are free to create their own art and explore. And I don't know, I love the environment in a Great Start room. I just really feel like it's inviting. Our teachers are really good at encouraging learning. We are compassionate about what we do. It's our goal to get children ready for kindergarten, and we love it. We love what we do. So, we certainly appreciated this time tonight to be able to talk about the program and all of the great things that the Great Start Readiness program offers. So I'll just do it one more time. So again, my name is Amy Campbell. I'm with Rebecca Mace and Melissa Zielinski. We are lead teachers for the Great Start program. We encourage you to call the Great Start office if you have any questions about registering. Otherwise, registration starts February 22nd, and you can go to the website to do that. We do have Great Start classes throughout the district. They are, there's 2 here at Schwarzkopf, there's 3 at Gibbing Elementary, I think it's Gibbing Administrative Building, 3 at West Utica Elementary, 1 at Havel, 1 at Beck, and 1 at Dresden. So Great Starts are not in every elementary building. The Great Start office will do their best to place you in your home school or as close to your home school as possible. The programs are full day. They are 7-hour days, the same as a regular K-12 school day. And yeah. So, anything, Mrs. Zielinski, you'd like to add before we I think we'll probably start wrapping it up here in a few minutes.
That pretty much covered it. I mean, you talked about the art area is definitely one of my favorite areas. Just how much independence it encourages. You know, they follow their own ideas, and if they want to paint today, they can get out, paint. If they want to, you know, color or whatever it may be, make a collage, everything is right there available, and they just follow their own initiative, you know. And that's when it's really special, when they bring it back to recall and they tell you about what they created, because from start to finish it was their idea.
Yeah. Yep, definitely one of my favorite areas, the art area, for sure. Yep. Oh my gosh, there's just so much to cover. I hope I've scratched the surface.
There probably is, and this is new for all of us. And thank you. You've done a wonderful job.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. I mentioned that we obviously provide breakfast and lunch every day. You should know that our breakfast and lunches are geared towards healthy lunches, where obviously we want. Oh, okay. I'm being told I'm going to stop the broadcast in about 30 seconds. So, okay. I want to say thank you to everybody for popping in today. Thank you for checking out our Great Start Readiness program. It's been a pleasure to talk to you about it. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my.
In which session do I go if I'm interested in the preschool program for Burr Elementary? If you're interested in Burr Elementary, you would go to the South End Breakout Session. That's the South End Breakout Session. I have two questions, one from Christina and one from Michelle. They're both interested in DeKaiser 4-year-old program. If you're interested in the 4-year-old program that would at DeKaiser, that's Miss O'Keefe, and she's actually in our South End Breakout Session. You are so welcome, Sarah. I'm so glad that you could come to and join us in our early childhood open house, our virtual open house tonight. Please feel free to check out all of our breakout sessions and learn more about our programs. We have our North End breakout session, which will encompass all of our nursery and preschool programs that are north of Hall Road, and all of our South End preschools are south of, obviously, Hall Road. We also have our full day daycare, which is located at two centers, one at the Community Education Center here at 17 in Dodge Park. The other one is located at Duncan Early Childhood Center. So please visit that breakout session and answer questions or ask questions there. We also have a Montessori breakout session going on that encompasses our 3-, 4-, and 5-year-old Montessori program at Messmore, and our 3- and 4-year-old Montessori program at Beacon Tree. And our Great Start Readiness programs, we have 11 different classrooms located throughout the district, and they would be love to hear any. So like I said again, my name is CJ Wadji. I'm the Director of Community Education, and I'm so excited to welcome you here tonight. Please feel free to ask any questions. There is a Q&A tab on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Please place any of your questions in there. There is a brochure with all of the preschool and nursery school information. If you look at our website, ucscommunityeducation.org, and download from the early childhood tab. Also on this platform page, a link to our early childhood brochure is on there. This is what it looks like, and that should have all of the information for you. I don't know what to say now. So again, North End, Wiley Elementary would be North End breakout session. So there's many reasons why people choose Utica Community Schools early childhood programs, and among them is our teachers. We have some very high-notch, very caring teachers in our preschool programs, and I think you'll see that when you join our breakout sessions. Please feel free to ask them any of the questions that you may have. We realize that you may be a little nervous with your preschooler or nursery school the first time entering school, and they're here to help you and answer all of your questions. Our preschool's programs, all except for Montessori, use the creative curriculum, which is a research-based curriculum approved by the state of Michigan. We actively engage our children in studies, a little different than our theme-based. So these studies are areas of interest that our students can actively participate in touching and feeling and learning. And as we do this, we are incorporating our math and literacy and our social studies. So we're very excited to welcome you. Like I've said before, we have our tuition-based preschool programs. Typically, they run anywhere between 2 hours to 3 hours, 2 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, or 3 days a week. We also have our Montessori program, which encompasses our 3s, 4s, and 5-year-old. They incorporate all of the content areas that you'll find in our Michigan State standards. We also have a Come Play With Me program, very unique. So if you want to have that opportunity to attend a class with your students where they can get a little social skills, you have some circle time, please join Ms. Suzanne and Ms. Michelle in the Come Play With Me breakout session. We also have our full day program. So there we have infant, toddler, and preschool care that's incorporated with the aftercare. So if you are a working parent that wants your child to be in a preschool setting, learning those key things that get them ready for preschool, or even those toddlers, those social skills, that precursor to learning, this is a good option for you. The program is open from 7 to 6. We have some very caring staff members in that program. It's a very well-liked program within the district. And again, that's at 2 locations, one at the Community Education Center and one at Duncan Elementary in the Early Childhood Center. We also have our Great Start School Readiness program, which is an income-based preschool that's free for qualifying families. Again, they use the creative curriculum like our other early childhood classes. This year, they are all full day. They're located at different areas of the district. Some of those areas are Schwarzkopf, Burr, Havel, Dresden, Naomi Gibbing, and Beck Elementaries, also West Utica. Please stop in the session. Ms. Campbell, Ms. Mace, and Ms. Zielinski are there to help you with any question you may have regarding the Great Start School Readiness. As well as our early childhood programs, community education, we extend beyond that traditional K-12 programming to meet our diverse community. The Utica Community Schools Community Education Department also offers school-age childcare, enrichment programs for both children and adults, and adult education and English as a second language for adults. These programs are offered with the same commitment to quality that characterize our nationally recognized programs and services. Please visit ucscommunityeducation.org for any information on our programs, whether it's early childhood, school-age childcare, enrichment programs, adult education, and ESL. We do register throughout the year and all of our programming. I don't even know what to say. Upcoming, you'll find a summer brochure coming out, or check back on our website. You'll be able to see some of our programming that we have for our early childhood. In the summer, we do offer enrichment classes. We'll have kindergarten readiness classes. We will also offer velocity and STEAM classes for our preschool children during the summer. We will also have a school-age childcare program in the summer, so we'll offer childcare for those children in grades kindergarten through 6th grade throughout the summer. Most of the questions that you'll find that you're looking for answers for, you'll find on our website. So please look at ucscommunityeducation.org for any information. Please note that our early childhood department with your registration is very busy this time of year. If you have any questions specifically for our early childhood department, you may email them directly at ec.uticak12.org. Again, that's ec.uticak12.org, and one of our caring staff members will be happy to get back to you. Make sure if you have any questions that you use the Q&A tab that's located in the upper right-hand side of your screen. Again, please feel free to type any of your questions in the question and answer portal on your screen. We recognize that this is your first opportunity in a school with your children. Please know that they are in great, capable hands with our dedicated teaching staff here at Utica Community Schools. We have teachers that have taught here for up to 33 years. They are a dedicated staff that are looking to ensure that your child has a good experience in school. All of our programs in Utica Community Schools Early Childhood are licensed, and all of the teachers are qualified by the state of Michigan to instruct young children. Teachers and assistants do attend professional development each school year to ensure that they're up to date on all of the learning techniques that are necessary to help your children. Please note at Community Education, we also offer enrichment programs. So you may see some of our programs coming up that are after school, like Young Rembrandts, if your child is interested in drawing or writing, or you may be interested in a velocity class as weird science. We also offer sports camps in the summer, so you might want to try your hand at baseball or soccer. Oh, I have a question here. I joined the late session, the process for Montessori preschool program. If you want to join the Montessori breakout session, you can join them. If not, if you're asking just about registration, registration for Montessori begins in March. So if you look at our website or on our district, it is March 16th for all of our in-district Montessori families. I hope that answers your question. Feel free to join the Montessori breakout session and ask them any questions you may have about that. So this year, that's a great question about our registration. This year, we are not doing phone-in registration. It is a new process, so it will be online. So we ask you to go to the ucscommunityeducation.org, click on the Early Childhood tab, and it'll say a pre-registration form. Please fill out that pre-registration form. We'll ask for first and second options, and then a representative from the Early Childhood office will call you back to confirm your registration. So again, you may register online, go to ucscommunityeducation.org, look for the Early Childhood tab, and you'll have a pre-registration form. There you'll fill out the pre-registration form, and a representative from the Early Childhood Department will get back to you. So I'm looking here, we have another question. It says, can we enroll in the ongoing preschool program for the current year? So currently, we're taking just until March for our preschool families. So if we have availability, you may register. Then again, please email. The registration link is for the upcoming school year. So if you want to register for this school year, if there's openings available, we will register you up until March. Our Montessori program is, however, full. Yes, all of our programs are first come, first serve. We recognize our homeschool families first. They get first preference for their preschool, and then it's first come, first serve. Let's see, we have some more questions coming in. And it is about our process for registration. So again, yes, please go to our Early Childhood webpage, fill out the information. Homeschool will get first preference. They will be placed first, and then the rest of the families, first come, first serve, will be placed. Great questions. Thank you. I have another question. Can I register for Montessori preschool and regular preschool? You can register for both. Obviously, you will not get in both, so you'll end up paying a registration. So I wouldn't recommend it. If I could probably get a little more information. If you're not sure on which program to attend, I would ask you to go to the breakout sessions, meet the teachers to really understand what programs. Montessori is a Monday through Friday programming where most tuition-based preschools are either a 3-day or a 2-day program. I have another question here from Lauren. My homeschool is Jack Harvey. Am I understanding correctly that there is no nursery and preschool program there? You are right. Currently, we do not have a preschool program at Jack Harvey. You can look at other South End schools that are close. I would recommend, I know Browning is close to Jack Harvey, but you're right. Jack Harvey does not have a preschool in that elementary. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in and talking to us. Anytime you have any questions, check back and ask us. Like I said, the greatest opportunity is to talk to some of the teachers, hear about the days, hear about their program. Each of them have similarities, but Montessori program does run differently than tuition-based. So just getting a feel for, what you're looking for. We do have in our tuition-based program, if you look on our webpage, ucscommunityeducation.org, if you go through the schedules and look on the pages, I just wanted to show you, you will have a listing of all of our preschool locations and the times, and you'll be able to see a wide option of when start times, locations. We do have some 4-day preschools, some are 3-day preschools, and some are 2-day. We have another great question. Not all preschools do have a homeschool. We ask that you can look for a class. You can look for a class that is close to your homeschool. If you look at our brochure too, you'll find many of your questions answered in our brochure that is online. And there is a question and answer page. Oh, looks like I have another question. I'm interested in Montessori preschool, but what if I do not get a seat in the preschool? Can I enroll in preschool after registration past date? Yes, you can. We are taking preschool registrations for the next school year from now up until when school starts. So typically our registration is ongoing. We know it is a first come, first serve. Few of our buildings may fill up, but we are ongoing with our registrations almost the entire year. Like I said, even up for this year, up until March, we're registering. Hi, if a child has completed preschool in Montessori, will it give a guarantee to get admission into kindergarten Montessori? No, there is no guarantee. If you're in a 3- and 4-year-old program at Montessori, that is not a guarantee that you will get into kindergarten in that program. That process is entirely different. What teacher, I have another question from Michelle. What teacher teaches nursery school for De Kaiser? That would be Miss O'Keefe. Miss O'Keefe, which is actually running one of the South End session, is the teacher for De Kaiser. Let's see. Yes, feel free to pop into that session and talk to the teachers there. I have another question from Lauren. What time does online pre-registration open up tomorrow? We should have the link live by 8 o'clock. And it is a first come, first serve as the time. So we do look for your homeschools first. So we will register all of our families that are, let's say, Collins families. We will make sure that they get placed first. So yes, you're a first come, first serve, but we will make sure that our homeschool families that are calling within that window when we're registering, that they have first preference. So give us some time too. So you're going to be filling out that online registration form, and then one of our early childhood representatives will call you back always say, bear with us, give us a little bit of time, because during preschool registration time, we are very busy. We have great teachers, great classes, and everybody wants to get in. So our office gets very busy this time of year. So I ask that you are please patient. So go ahead and fill out that pre-registration form, and we will start calling you back. Please note that if you are out of district, your registration time is also listed on page 2. Your registration time would be March 23rd for our out-of-district families. So we do service our out-of-district families just a little bit later. Since the online pre-registration, it is just a free registration application. So it timestamps you, so first come, first serve. As soon as that link opens up, feel free to fill in all of your information, and as soon as an early childhood representative is available, they'll call you back. Homeschooling means families who live in UCS. So correct. So our homeschool is based on your attendance area, so your address, so where you're slated to go to elementary. So that could be either Collins Elementary or Oakbrook Elementary, DeKaiser. That's what we're talking about for our homeschool. If I'm a DeKaiser homeschool, that does not mean that I have to choose DeKaiser Elementary for my nursery preschool. I can choose to go to Collins Elementary. I will get second preference to go to Collins if DeKaiser is my homeschool. Who teaches nursery school at DeKaiser? I'm having trouble navigating through the booklet and sessions. That is very difficult. So Kim O'Keefe teaches nursery school and preschool at DeKaiser Elementary. She is in our South End session. So why don't you feel free to pop in there and talk to the ladies there, and you can meet Miss O'Keefe. There we go. Where can we find a list of homeschools? Well, we don't have a list of homeschools on the website. You're very welcome to email the early childhood office at ec.uticak12.org. Leave us your address. We can look it up in the directory and let you know where your homeschool is. If you know you have an elementary near you, that could be it. I'm not sure if that answers your question, if you wanted to give me a little bit more.
I have one online. I mean, if it's just one here and there,
I know.
It's easy to look up.
I can also try, I'm not sure if you're still on the call, if you type your address, I can try to look up your street code. And I will repeat the email for you. So if you have a question for the email, or I can, if you give me a minute, I'll try to get another computer booted up to look for a street code for you. It's ec.uticak12.org. That's ec.uticak12.org. If you want to type your address in there, I can try to look that up for you. I need the street name and the zip code. All right, let me check. Give me 1 minute, Mr. Patel. I'm going to look at that. All right, so on Victoria Drive, it looks like Havel is your homeschool.
If it's between 1 4, yeah.
Or 1 4. Yep, Mr. Patel, it looks like you're at Havel. Let's see, Stephanie has another question. You live, what is your, okay, on 48042. Let me double check on yours real. Or 2. Okay, Stephanie, give me 1 minute. I'm going to try to look up your address right now so I can see what your home's. Stephanie, it looks like Beacon Tree is 54,000. The 54,000. Stephanie, it looks like Beacon Tree is your homeschool. Looks like Beacon Tree again. And again, if you need further help with your street code and knowing your homeschool, feel free to email us at ec.uticak12.org and we would be happy to help you. You're welcome, Stephanie. I know sometimes that's confusing when you live close to 2 elementaries as well. Beacon Tree is a North End school. Miss Basilisco and Miss Bell teach at Beacon Tree. We also have a Montessori program at Beacon Tree. Miss Basilisco is on the line in our North End session. So feel free to pop in and say hi to Miss Stacy. Again, if you have any questions for me, feel free to type them in the Q&A, which is located on the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That's where I can see your questions and answers. I would be glad to help you with any question you may have. We just have such a great early childhood program with Utica Schools. I'm so excited to tell you about our teachers and our programming. I've been with Utica for quite some time. I started as an early childhood educator and just loved this district and loved what we have done with our early childhood programming. I don't think you'll find any more dedicated early childhood staff. They love sharing their stories and their read-alouds. I have another question here. Sura, which school offers full-day preschool? So the Community Education Center, which is located at 17 in Dodge Park, has a full-day preschool with extended care. Duncan Early Childhood Center, which is connected to Duncan Elementary, also has a full-day preschool program. They have a full-day program for 3 and 4-year-olds. At the Community Education Center, our programs start at infant. So we have infant, toddler, nursery school, and preschool. I hope that helps you, Sura. All right, I have another question, Mr. Patel. Just to confirm, Montessori preschool registration will begin March 16th at 8 a.m. Only online, no more phone-in registration. Correct. We are not doing phone-in registration this year. We're trying to do all online. It makes it very more convenient, we hope, for our families, so you can fill out that pre-registration form with all of your information, and then one of our early childhood representatives will call you back and let you know if we have placed you in your first or second choice for what's available. And yes, our Montessori registration, if you look on page 2, does begin March 16th, right, for all of our in-district Montessori families. Again, our full-day programs are at the Community Education Center, where we offer full-day care from infants through preschoolers. Oh, you're very welcome. Duncan Early Childhood Center offers programming for 3- and 4-year-olds for our working class families that need care all day. Additionally, if you're looking for that nice time to spend with your child and to do a class with them, our Come Play With Me program is also offered at Duncan Early Childhood Center. Miss Sue and Miss Michelle are in our breakout session for Come Play With Me. Feel free to pop in and check them out. That's a great opportunity, especially with your younger child. If you're not sure they're quite ready, that's a great program to spend some time with your child. I have another question from Stephanie. I'm planning to start my 2-year-old for Come Play With Me. Will that give a possible pre-registration link for Montessori email for next year? So if you are currently enrolled in one of our early childhood programs, we always let you know when registration is coming up, and you will get to register early. So all of our families that register for our early childhood programs the next year, they will have the opportunity to register before the general, at that time, the general public. So yes. Please feel free to visit Miss Sue and Miss Michelle with Come Play With Me. That is such a great program. I brought my children through Come Play With Me as well and had a great time doing circle time and art activities. The beauty of doing your Come Play With Me is you can do arts and crafts and paint at school and save at your kitchen floor.
Doing great.
I have another question from Megan. Can I register for both the Montessori preschool and regular preschool in case my son does not get into the Montessori program? You would be required to pay for the registration fee. You can register for both, yes. So you can register for both. It's so exciting this time of year, registration, getting all that anticipation ready for school and seeing our kiddos start their career with Utica schools. Such a great beginning of the program. I know my children went through nursery school with Utica Community Schools as well. Had a great time. They're now in their 20s, going to Oakland University, Grand Valley University. But they still have fond memories of their early childhood Come Play With Me teachers and preschool teachers. Oh, Stephanie, you're very welcome. I hope you get in as well. Great. Remember, a lot of the questions that you're looking for answers to, you can look for this early childhood brochure on our webpage at ucscommunityeducation.org. Look for the early childhood tab, and you can download this. It's has all the information that you're looking for. Registration fees are dependent on if you're in district, out of district, if you're registering for a family or individually. So all of the information is located in this brochure. Additionally, check out our webpage, our website at uticacommunityeducation.org. Look for some of our enrichment classes. Maybe when your preschoolers are in preschool, you'll have a little bit of time to take a class for yourself, whether it's computer skills or yoga. We also have adult education for those students who are looking to complete their high school education, or if we have families that are looking to refine their English speaking language, we offer ESL classes for our adult learners as well. I hope everyone is enjoying meeting our early childhood teachers in the breakout sessions. Please feel free to ask me any questions that you have. I know our dedicated staff is doing a great job answering all of the questions that you may be having. So just to remind everyone also that we do have school-age childcare for our families as well. So once your student reaches kindergarten through 6th grade, if they need before and after care, we also offer that. Please, in the summer, look for some enrichment classes, Velocity Junior classes for your preschoolers. We have little classes such as superheroes, little chefs, little scientists that are offered by our dedicated early childhood staff. Additionally, we also offer our kindergarten readiness so that your child can hone up on some of those skills that they may need to get ready for kindergarten. For our early childhood programs, we have a great question. So for the homeschool, will there be a bus service? So for our early childhood programming, there is no bus service. Parents are required to bring your student to school and drop them off. So again, there is no busing for early childhood. Most of our schools will have the dedicated spots where you can drop off, walk your child up. You will be required to check your child in just for their safety and security. So that'll be a great opportunity too when you pick up your child every day from your early childhood classroom. You'll have that opportunity to speak with your early childhood teacher. So you can ask those questions. What happened during the day? What did they learn? We know that our earliest learners learn best with hands-on exploration. So sometimes you don't get those paper pencil dittos coming home knowing exactly what they did in class. But please know that as they're stacking those blocks and they're talking about whether they're rectangles or cylinders or prisms, that they're learning those shapes and those spatial relations. Sometimes they're counting that they're stacking 3 blocks, 4 blocks. So at drop-off or at pickup time, you'll be able to talk with your early childhood teacher and learn a little bit about what learning is going on, so what they're actually doing during the day. Don't forget, it's also so important, those social emotional skills, all those skill sets that help them become students. Miss Massetti, currently Miss Massetti is in our South End school. She's at Schwarzkopf. You can download her bio off of the South End breakout session. Miss Massetti is not on the call tonight, but her biograph, all about her, meeting her, can be found in the South End breakout session documents. That would be under the details tab. So if you look under the details tab, you can find all of our early childhood teachers. And we have a meet the teacher, a little bio, so you can learn all about our teachers. Tonight, you see just a representative of some of our North End and South End tuition-based teachers. Preschool registration will open at 8 o'clock on the date mentioned, yes. So that's the pre-registration form. So feel free to, that link will be activated at 8 o'clock. Feel free to fill it out. And like I said, a representative will call you back. Please be patient. We have many, many early childhood families that utilize our service, so it takes a little bit of time for us to get back to you. You are so welcome. Always helpful and glad to answer questions at any time. If you have questions, feel free to email us at ec.uticak12.org. Again, that's ec.uticak12.org, and we would be happy to answer any question you have for early childhood. Again, we also offer enrichment not just for early childhood, but we offer enrichment for our school-age children as well. This will be before, not before school, after school, and during the summer. We have such courses as TGA Golf, Young Rembrandts, if you want to have a budding artist in your family. We also have other weird science classes that you can. I have another question. It is website, not an email, I think. So if you are looking for the email to ask questions, you can email us at the ec.uticak12.org. Or if you're looking for the registration link, go to ucscommunityeducation.org. Look for the early childhood tab. There you will find a link, right? The link will be available tomorrow. See, I have another ec.uticak12@utica. ec.uticak12@utica.org. Michelle, yes. Thank you. Yes, the Google Doc is going to be, it is a pre-registration document, which will be live tomorrow at 8 o'clock. There you go to ucscommunityeducation.org and look at the early childhood link. It is, I am going to answer ec.uticak12.org is our website. I'm going to try to type the answer. I know it's hard. I can't talk and type usually at one time. I am going to put the early childhood email address in the question and answer. All right, I am putting that in the chat right here. It's EC. right. I'm hoping you can see my question or my answer here. It's ec@uticak12.org. I think it's up there. ec@uticak12.org. I hope you can see that. Well, I hope you're enjoying your time meeting our early childhood professionals today. I'm so excited. I hope you're getting all the information that you're looking for. I know this is such an exciting time with your littlest kiddos. Oh, Mr. Patel, you're very welcome there. I hope you're enjoying meeting our teachers, getting to hear a little bit about the days of what your children will be incurring in our early childhood classrooms. There's so much learning and activity that's going on. They will come home and talk about how much they played and how much they have had fun. And please know that through that play, we are teaching them all of the standards of preschool so that they are learning and getting ready, prepared to join our kindergarten at Utica Community Schools. I have another question. My son receives speech services through MISD and will probably be transferring to Utica Speech Preschool in the fall. Is there any more information on that program? So typically, talk with your speech therapist. So early childhood, if they're in a typical classroom, many of our preschool students do receive speech services, but it's a more of a pull-out, or the parent has an appointment and they make an appointment with the speech pathologist. That doesn't affect them registering for a preschool class. So you would need to speak with your team to see if it's just speech only or if there's an IEP, an IFSP. So it's really hard to tell, but we do have also in our Great Start Readiness program some students who receive speech services. Currently, that's a full-day program, so our speech pathologist would either go into the classroom or pull the child out to give them some services for speech. Anne has a question here. Is the pre-registration that is open tomorrow for families that are in district and nursery Montessori? So tomorrow, if you look at our early childhood brochure, tomorrow is not Montessori. So tomorrow would be in district tuition-based preschool program. So that's located on page 2. If you look at page 2, if you look for the page with our superintendent, that gives you all of the dates. Montessori registration would be on March 16th. So I hope that helps. Is the pre-registration that is open? All right. What documentation do we need to provide while we register for our second child? I'm assuming you already have one currently enrolled in our preschool program. You would need the same documentation. So you'd fill out your form, your vaccines or anything. I don't know if that's what you're asking for because you've been through a program, but none of that is required at registration. Your vaccination records would be due the first day of school. And you're very welcome. I'm hoping, Mr. Patel, if that's any of the documentation that you need, please let me know if I answered that for you correctly. Any birth certificate or proof of residency would be you would show your teacher. So our Come Play With Me, if you're interested in registering for your Come Play With Me, that is, again, is located on page 2. That's March 16th when Montessori opens up. Okay. Our out-of-district, we welcome our out-of-district families to our program as well. That registration opens up March 23rd. So again, March 23rd is for our out-of-district families. All right, I have another question from Megan. I think my homeschool is Shouchard Elementary based on our address. Which preschool would he be enrolled at? Shouchard does not have a homeschool. They do not have a preschool located within that elementary. The closest school to Shouchard would be Burr Elementary. So you can look at Burr, though you are welcome to attend any of ours, but you can attend Burr Elementary. Let's see, here's another question. Oh, that, you got my name right, Timothy. I'm sorry if I spelled. Now my name is Timothy Lyons. I'm currently part of the Armed Services. Now both of my children are 4 and 5. My son will attend Morgan for kindergarten this fall. But me and my wife are looking for the best full-day preschool for my daughter. You're currently going in for major surgery. There are a lot of ifs in the procedure. I understand that. Let me look at this. I don't want to divulge too much, so let me read your question without divulging everything live here. So if you're looking for an all-day program, right, and the best program for Utica schools. So any of the programs would be a great Utica program. If you have some specifics where you might have more sensitive questions, please feel free to email me at that early childhood webpage, ec@uticak12.org. But in the Morgan area, that's a North End school. There's many North End preschools available. You may want to even look at one of our full day programming. So if you're recouping at home and you can't meet that window of getting to pick up a preschooler and drop off while you're dropping off your other child, Duncan Early Childhood is right around the corner from Morgan, and that might be an option. But like I said, for some of those other sensitive questions, you might want to email us at the early childhood email address, ec@uticak12.org, and we would be happy to help you. I'm trying to scroll down and make sure that I get all of these questions answered here. Make sure if you have any questions to type them in the Q&A box on the upper right-hand corner. I would be happy to answer any of our questions. I'm always excited to talk about our early childhood programs. We have such great teachers here at Utica Community Schools that are just caring. That's okay, Timothy. I appreciate that. That's why I thought, give me an email tomorrow. I'll be glad to talk to you. Always excited to talk about early childhood and our early childhood advocates. We are here our aim is to give your child the best first start at their education. We like to be that first stepping stone before they hit our wonderful Utica Community Schools in kindergarten. Our preschool teachers work very closely with our kindergarten teachers. We work on mirroring a lot of our curriculum and skill set so that when they're done with preschool, they can anticipate what the next steps are in kindergarten. Our preschool teachers at the end of the year often do some events with our kindergarten teachers as well to try to transition them. So it's not new to them. It's very exciting when they get to join a cafeteria and buy a hot lunch for the day. So it's exciting. It seems like when you enroll your child in nursery school and preschool, you're going to blink your eye, and before you know it, the year will be over, and they're ready to move up and move on. It's so exciting, and we're so glad to be a part of that process with you and share in their growth and development. I hope you guys are enjoying our time here with your breakout sessions, meeting our teachers. Like I said, please feel free to visit us at ucscommunityeducation.org. There you will find our many programs if you're looking for school-age childcare for your students that are ages kindergarten through 6th grade. Our adult education if you're looking for earning a high school diploma, or our ESL classes that are registering for our adult learners. If you want to just refine your English skill set, reading, writing, speaking English. Also, we have enrichment classes for children, young children, all the way up to, we do offer even senior yoga, computer skills, sports camps, drawing, cooking classes. We have a whole host of classes that we'd like to share with you. You'll also find all of our early childhood availability, the opportunities that they have, whether it's Come Play With Me, our parent and toddler group, which I highly recommend, such a great class, our full day classes, our Great Start Readiness program, or our tuition-based programs, or our Montessori program, whether you choose our 3, 4, and 5-year-old program or our 3 and 4-year-old Montessori program. We also offer our GSRP program, which is our preschool for our income-based families. So that is a free preschool program for those that qualify. You can feel free to visit the website. Our early childhood office also would have more information for you. We have highly qualified teachers in that preschool program as well. This year is a full day program. So those students receive breakfast and lunch in their preschool programs as they work through the day. They'll also be offered an opportunity to take a rest within their class because that is a long day for those kiddos. Within our Great Start Readiness program, our teachers offer home visits where they come and visit you. So you get to make that connection before you go to school. Our tuition-based programs as well. Typically, we always offer an opportunity where the parent can come meet the teacher at the beginning of school, whether it be via Zoom or a phone call. We are always trying to make those connections to make sure that you as parents feel welcome in our classroom. All of our classroom teachers give you a monthly newsletter letting you know of certain activities that are going on in their classroom. I always recommend asking them and talking to your children about what they did. Ask them a specific question instead of, what did you do today? I heard you played today, or Miss Stacy said that you were doing blocks today. Can you tell me about it? Oh, looks like I have another question here. Says, my son is going to be 4 in March. He was registered for pre-K first year. Cancel. Do you register again? If you re-registered, if due to your COVID this year, if you were re-registered, then you should be automatically re-enrolled. Please email us at theearlychildhood@uticak12.org, and I can verify that for you. So please, again, register or email us at ec@uticak12.org, and one of the early childhood representatives will make sure to reach out to you and let you know. Okay? Great question. We're always happy to answer your questions. Our phone does get busy, so please email us those questions and we will answer them as soon as we can. Again, I'm so excited that you have this opportunity to join us on our first virtual open house with Utica Schools. Our early childhood teachers are so excited to talk with you and tell you a little bit about their day, the things that they do, whether it be their large group time, and that's a time when they all get to meet as a large group, the whole entire class, and sing songs or do some read-alouds. We also do a lot of intentional teaching with our small groups where we teach those pre-literacy skills, where we teach them about our letters, what they sound like before we start writing them. We teach them their fine motor skills, which is that precursor to writing. It's always important to our teachers start your child very developmental in that skill set. So you'll see that growth. So as they may not be writing, I know that's one of our questions we get a lot at the beginning. Are my students going to write their name? They will eventually write their name, but first we need to teach them, right, about how to use our pencil, how to hold that pencil, how do we strengthen those muscles in our fingers so that we give them that ability to be ready for that. That is something that our early childhood teachers are expert at, and they will make sure that your student is learning and on pace for success. Right? So we do this not only with our fine motor skills, but also our literacy skills. Our teachers are trained in our essential practices in early childhood literacy. So it's not just all about recognizing the letters, also our letter sounds, what they look like. We do a lot of this through sensorial too. So they touch the letters, they learn to write the letters, what do the letters sound like? They're great with that. Also our math, that skill set, like I said, we learn a lot through play. When your child comes home talking about they spent the whole day in dramatic play in the kitchen area, you may not know in that kitchen that teacher is asking them to take their order. So they're writing down in a menu, right? They're learning to read that menu. 1 banana shake. They're sounding out banana, writing the letter B. They're paying another friend money for that banana, counting 1 penny, 2 pennies, 3 pennies. So there is a lot of learning that goes on in the early childhood classroom. Feel free, make sure to check us out on ucscommunityeducation.org. Look for the Early Childhood tab. There you can download our Early Childhood brochure. It has all of the information that you may be looking for, how to register, registration dates, registration locations, times of preschool classes, our full day programming. This is a great little resource to have. If you've missed any questions, please feel free to email us at ec@uticak12.org at any time. And you may also, as long as you registered for this event, which you did since you're attending it, you can also look back on these sessions. You'll have the ability after tonight, if you thought of another question, please feel free to rejoin us. Watch our program again. You might see something that you missed the first time. I hope, like I said, I hope everyone is really enjoying their time meeting their teachers, learning about our early childhood program. This is just a stepping stone that your children will start with a great future they have with Utica Community Schools. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to type it in the Q&A. It's located in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. I would be glad to answer any questions we have. I'm so excited to share of our early childhood programming. Our teachers are very intentional in their learning that they have with your students. The play just is so intentional. Doing our math skills, our math that's I'm sorry. I think I need a little water. I'm stumbling on my words now. I want you to know that the play that they do in early childhood is intentional. So everything that they're doing, your teacher has an objective behind it, whether it's a social emotional. We're learning how to string words together to make sentences and extend our sentences, on how to count, how to interact, how to play. You know, it's always very important, as we know with what's going on now too, our social emotional skills, and our teachers work really hard with you. I've had some questions about my child is so shy, I don't think they're going to do well. Well, this is a perfect opportunity for them. Come and join our early childhood program class. The teachers will work with students. They'll help each student reach their potential, learning how to interact with our student. Our introverted child will always be their introverted child, but they will learn how to ask questions, how to ask their teacher a question, and that will always help them in their whole schooling, whether they're in preschool or in kindergarten. Don't forget too, for the rest of your children, whether they're not in early childhood, we also offer school-age childcare. So if you are a working parent, they might need a little bit of help of watching your child right after the bell rings at school. We do offer school-age childcare at most buildings. We also offer enrichment classes. Feel free to look on our website. We offer classes such as weird science or art, drawing, golf. You may want to have a teenager that may want to try a volleyball camp or maybe a baseball camp. Please check it out at ucscommunityeducation.org. Our summer brochure will hopefully be coming out in late spring. So you can check back with us at any time and look for the many classes that we have to offer your students at that time. For your parents that might want to get back to school, maybe you didn't have the opportunity to finish your high school diploma. We also offer adult education classes here at the Community Education Center. We are currently registering for that program. We also have English as a second language if you're looking to refine your English skill set, whether it's speaking, listening, or reading English. We would be happy to register you and speak with you, getting you enrolled in a program that meets your needs. our registration for kindergarten is upcoming in March. Let me double check. I do believe it is March 18th. So that is also done online. Please make sure, it looks like you're in preschool. Talk to your preschool teacher as well. If you need some additional help registering for kindergarten, you can ask them to help you and give you that link. But I do believe, again, let me grab my calendar. I think it's March 18th for kindergarten registration. I have another. We apply for Montessori preschool and regular preschool, and if we get selected in both, will we have to choose in which early childhood program to go? Yes, you would have to. It would be too hard to be in, I would not recommend being like in a morning Montessori program and an afternoon tuition-based program. I would choose one program and commit to one program. Please check out the Montessori session and the preschool session. Pick which program you feel is right for your child.
Where are they? Short, Schwartz.
I'm sorry there, I was answering another question. So yes, make sure if you're going to join that Montessori session and ask them some questions, but I do believe that would be too much. So either a Montessori program or the tuition-based preschool program. Like I said, Montessori is a Monday through Friday programming, and I think that would be a lot for a preschooler to jump from one school to another school. Again, your preschool teacher can help you register for kindergarten. That kindergarten registration is in March. I do believe that it is March 17th or March 18th. Let me double check real quick. I know our session's coming to an end soon. If you have any questions, please feel free to add them in the Q&A sessions, right? The Q&A sessions in the upper right-hand corner. If you didn't get a chance to answer or ask your questions, please email us at ec@uticak12.org, and we would be happy to answer your questions at any time. If you're going through their brochure and you thought of a question, you're like, oh, I wish I would have asked them the night of open house, feel free at any time to email us. We would be happy to help you with any questions. We're always here answering. We know this is new to many families. This is your first experience with Utica Community Schools. We want to make sure that we have such a great opportunity and make it positive for you. So please make sure to email us at any time. Thank you so much for attending. It's been such a wonderful night sharing a little bit about our programs. I hope you've enjoyed your time with us. Like I said, please feel free, if you thought of a question, you may always email us. You can also revisit this broadcast, join the link again, watch the sessions again, and see if we can answer your questions. Thank you so much. Have a great night.